Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. Afternoon. Excuse me. And excuse me for the random start time. Yeah, had some stuff going on today, so just need to get that done. Hope you are all doing well. Man. It has been a day. Alan, we're trying the game again. Not today, no. I had too many issues with my computer right now. Because, yeah, it turns out that my internet was okay. So, the common thread would be the computer. So, I need to run some things on the, like, do a couple diagnostics, you know, fun stuff. But right now, no. Sorry, man. No game stream today, although it's going to be more of a chill stream, I will say that. Just so prepare for kind of more of the light. Well, no, we're still going to be talking politics, but you know what? Maybe I want to just have a debate. Maybe that's what I want to do tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to have a chill night. Let's have a debate. Yeah. Totally counterintuitive. Oh, man. Dude, I spent my entire day getting rust off of steel. That was fun. God. I felt like my respirator wasn't working well, so I hope that is not going to be a problem down the line. We'll see. But anyway, Talon, why don't you do me a favor? Pop on over to YouTube and hit that like button. You know what to do. Come on now. Also gotta hit this. Dude, what the hell? It's happening again over on YouTube. And the weird part is, I was okay, like, as far as having my shadow ban taken care of. And then there was one little thing, where there was something in a video that I watched where it was like maybe 2 or 3 seconds of a song that got flagged. I reread the TOS for this. Dude, they're over enforcing this because apparently anything under 4 seconds is considered fair use. So, and not just fair use, but like you're okay to, just, yeah. It's pretty much anybody can use it. That's why you can use it as like a sound effect. Yeah, dude, see, that's wild. I have 2 people watching. Yeah, which is already wild. And then it's showing zeros all across the board right now. Wonder what's going on there. Actually, here, let me do a content check. Okay. That's weird. Yeah, because it's actually saying I'm okay. Whatever. Me don't like not play game. I'm about to eat Mexican. Oh, very lucky for you. I am sorry that you do not like that I'm not playing the game, but as I said, man, I would like to figure out what's going on with my computer before I mess that up again. I know my capture card's fine, so if I'm going to play a game, more than likely it's going to be on the Switch, so. Oh, God. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. I started at 5:30, so the algorithm's like, wait a minute, what are you doing here? It is kind of weird. Like, everybody thinks that as a streamer, you're like, yeah, I'm my own boss, man. Like, ooh, a little bit of hat here. Can start whenever. It's like, nah, if you start at a certain time and you kind of don't start at that certain time, it doesn't really help you out very much. So, there's that. All right. Oh, I should have bought a sandwich or a Switch. Oh, I should have bought 4 Switch. I don't think you can like gift Switch games like that, like digitally, can you? I don't know. That is actually something I'm interested to find out. Because I got plenty of room on the Switch, man. Put a new memory card in there. That thing's ready to go. I have a gift code for... Oh, you do? Oh, no shit. Oops. It's okay. Yeah, no need to buy 2 of the same game, but... Nah, here, you know what? Screw it. You know what I'll do? Before I start any politics or anything like that... No, I don't, but go to GameStop. I do still go to GameStop, so... One of those dudes. Although I don't wait in line for shit. Except for the Switch. The Switch I did. Okay, you know what? I'm full of shit. Immediately, I was just like, nope, debunking my own bullshit right there. Man. I have this game on 3 devices. Nice. There's a few of those types of games that I have. Like Tony Hawk is one of them. Although it helped that it was kind of like, you know, not free, but if you play, like you paid for the subscription, then you got it. So, here I gotta clear this out. That's part of the problem I'm having. Is I've got way too much memory stored up in this. So give me 1 second. Afternoon. About to go join. About to go smoke a joint. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Hey, lucky you. Fuck, man. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out a memory issue that I was having. Like an actual physical memory issue. Because, yeah, I'm hitting that point. Oh, God. Dude. Ugh. Sorry, guys. I was working all day. And, yeah. I barely had time to, like, actually get ready for stream. Kind of sucked. I was just like, damn it. It is Friday. Yeah, it is. It is Friday. We're gonna, as I said, man, I want to have more of a chill stream today. I will do the politics. I will cover the stories that I got up, but I just kind of want to hang with y'all. Kind of hoping that somebody pops in over on Twitch to have a, I don't know. I'm in a kind of a debate mood. You know, it's a rare, I'm in rare form. It's not something I'm usually in the mood to do, but... Alright, let's see. If I do this... Shift... No, 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 no. We'll stop here. There we go. All right. This is going to take a second. See if Switch TV let you on. What? Wick? What? What are you talking about? Hey, what up, Ruben? How you doing, dude? It's good to see you. By the way, Ruben, I've been meaning to ask you, have you been posting any of your music in, or intend on posting any of your music in Discord? I'd like to hear it. I keep going back to that, and yeah. Let's see. 'Cause I just checked the hobbies page, and I saw that. So yeah, Sylvie's been posting pretty much like daily. No, you have not. I would like to hear some of your produced music, man. Shit. Actually, you know what? I just realized that I forgot to ask Kirk. Shit. Man, I'm just failing all over today. I totally forgot to send an email that I, Wait. Replace the file. Okay. Delete. There we go. And then clear cache. I would have done this off stream, guys, but I had literally no time before I hopped on. That's also why I was so late. It was one of those situations where I mostly do covers at bars and such, but I'll share. Hell yeah, man. No, I like specifically in the Discord. I wanna hear what you do, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, and if you have any original stuff that you ever want to get out there, you know what to do. Just make sure that permissions are granted. That's my number one thing, is if you guys want your music played on my show, just make sure that you grant me those permissions and that it is okayed with any of your record companies or your YouTube reps, because I'll tell you what, I'm not looking to do that again. Holy crap. Because that was, again, it was just a minor blip, but whoo boy. I don't know why they came so hard. It came so hard at me. Appreciate that. Hope to get in studio this summer. Fuck yeah, do it. I kind of remember that you were having a discussion about that, like what kind of equipment you were going to be using. All right. What do we got today? Let's check some news first. We're going into this completely, haven't seen any news. Oh, didn't watch Majority Report either, so if anything, hopping on stream today, I didn't look at... Why is YouTube buffer starting this way? Really? Nope, it's 100% YouTube. Fantastic. Yeah, it's not even my internet. I hate this shit, dude. I can't win lately. So, recycling bin. This should also help. There we go. All right. News time. Let's see. News. It's the news with Pep Talks. All right. Trump downsizes National Security Council in latest staff cuts. Wait a minute. Why? Wait, why? Why is he doing that? More than 100 National Security Council staff members put on administrative leave. Trump administration has more than 100 officials at the National Security Council at the White House on administrative leave on Friday as part of a restructuring under interim national... Okay, yeah. So they're trying to get their sycophants in there. Part of the Project 2025, which, I mean, hey, man, they're doing it. Me and my buddy were actually Firefist, shout out. We were talking specifically about this. We were talking about how one thing that we can say about Trump is that he is a man of his word this time, because if they want to do that thing that they were doing before, where they're like promises said, promises made, promises kept, it's like, okay, He kind of is. Unfortunately, he kind of is. And it's having these impacts that most people just, they didn't think about. Especially the healthcare one. Where should I eat? That's a good question. I thought you were getting Mexican. Although, if you said you wanted a sandwich, I don't know. I don't know what's by you, bro. Although, if you got a Publix, what the hell are you doing? Go to Publix and just get a fucking hoagie or a sandwich. News anchor completes broadcast while in labor. Oh, she's a badass. That's crazy. Let's see. Anything else? U.S. Iran say they're moving closer to nuclear deal after 5 rounds of talks. Cool. Publix, yeah, like Publix, the grocery store. Oh, thank you for subscribing again, Squishmallow Dragon. I appreciate that. They've got a 6-month streak. Man, that's awesome. Happy 6 months. Dude, that's anybody that's been here since the beginning. You guys have been here for 6 months. It's crazy. Specifically over on Twitch, so. Fuck, that means YouTube is, wait. Start Twitch in December, right? Ooh, Jersey Mike's. There you go. Jersey Mike's is good. All right. Trump administration takes first steps in easing sanctions on Syria. That's good. The decision comes after decades of sanctions imposed since 1979 and during the prolonged conflict in Syria has resulted in widespread casualties and displacement. So this is good news. Following the end of Bashar al-Assad's regime and opening the door for new investment in the war-torn country. It's high this week. Need food. Nice, nice. Oh, you're in that mode? Man. Oh, hey, by the way, Miss Alice, what up? How you doing? I'm going to smoke with y'all in a little bit. I do need to get on that. Man, I haven't even really been able to do that. Was over in Smoke a Tide Pod stream and realized you were on. Yo, awesome. Yeah, hope you guys can catch me on Smoke a Tide Pod show tomorrow. Oh, shit, you know what? That reminds me. I had the time completely wrong. So I'm going to be on at, let's double check. Just so I don't do this again. 6 o'clock CST. There we go. He told me you were going to be on. Yeah, this is going to be cool. I'm excited. It's going to be a chill stream too. I'm actually wildly excited about this, man. Because Smoke's a great dude. Like, he's a really cool dude. I really appreciate, like, his streams. They're so different, you know? That's one thing I got to say, man. Like, he really did a good job on, like, doing something completely different. So, I very much so appreciate that. Which, I mean, I'm trying. You know what? I've thought about this, guys. Like, when I was doing some editing recently, I kind of realized, I'm like, you know what? I almost have been trying to fit into the same molds as, like, the Surfs and some of these guys. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that anymore. I'll try to follow a format, of course, but it's, yeah. I'm trying to make this a little bit more opinion based, and I hope you guys do understand that, like, every time that I watch a video with y'all, I legitimately like just getting the feedback and kind of doing live viewing with you guys. It's dude, it's the best part about streaming, to be completely honest. It's getting that instant feedback from you guys. And also, specifically yesterday, that was kind of crazy, by the way, I have to say. The beginning of the show, I did also want to address that. We had a situation in chat where, and apparently this was something that was going on in a lot of leftist chats. I had a discussion with another content creator about this, where they just said, ignore it. It's a bunch of, like, trolls. It's, nothing to really worry about. But yeah, if anybody comes in here and starts, talking about the people who were shot, and, like, celebrating it, just ban them. I'm not going to play games like that right now. because we are in agreement on this one that it doesn't matter where you stand on this as a content creator. I have to be careful, especially right now. So we're going to make sure that we don't make any fuck ups. So, but anyway, Trump administration. Oh, we did the Syria bit. This is the problem. I usually take about a half hour to an hour to go through ground news before I start stream and kind of sift through the stories, find the ones that matter to me, and then the ones that might matter to you guys. So, which you guys know what's up with ground news. So, oh, by the way, if you guys haven't already, please hit that like button over on YouTube and say, hey, as you file in here, say what's up. Alrighty, you know what? I kind of wanted to cover this like right away because, number one, I didn't know that Ryan Grimm was filling in as a co-host for Saga with Crystal. I didn't realize how much I do appreciate Ryan Grimm and Crystal's, banter, and just they got good chemistry, man, as far as this whole news thing, because it takes me back to the days of The Hill where Ryan would come in and fill in for Saga there, and the good old days of, what was that called? Shit. Uh-oh, I forgot what the hell that show was called. Oh, no. Oh, no. Pot has got the brain. Well, let's see if I can muster that one up by myself. Don't help me. Don't help me.
Well, speaking of broadcast journalists, Piers Morgan.
Yeah, speaking of, how about that?
So, Piers really put his YouTube show on the map with these raucous debates over Israel. I mean, he's obviously debates all kinds of stuff, but I really feel like those are the ones that brought a lot of people
I almost said trading places,
program.
Trading space.
And Piers has mostly taken the
definitely
side
not it.
of Israel. Not
What the hell is
100%.
it?
There have been times where
All
he's
right, I
objected
give
to
up.
this
What
or
was
that.
it?
But broadly, he's been very pro-Israel. And he had Mehdi
Turning
Hassan on
Points?
his show recently, and he said to Mehdi,
I think
you know
it's
what?
Turning Points?
Basically, you were right. I don't think that we disagree anymore.
No?
He even uses the word genocide in this context. Let's go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of that.
You and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day.
Hey, YouTube chat, are you guys having a problem getting anything out there? Because I just saw a few messages just get turned away.
With no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smodrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
Maybe that was
What do you make of those comments, Ryan, and the timing of them?
I think Pierce, because of his program, has had to follow this
What up, legend?
in an incremental way.
Legend is in.
And because he invites on people from all different...
Is it fine for you? Okay. Yeah, because I just...
all different factions, all different perspectives.
All right, it must have been an auto mod situation.
He has been exposed to the reality of what's going on. And I think anybody who's exposed to the reality of what's going on... and
I know what happened. It was a ban. All right.
To take a certain
Ban-evader.
position...
To just be propagandists, yes.
can only conclude that this is a unique crime against humanity that's being carried out. And so he said it. I don't know, what did you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, as I said earlier, something about I think probably the months of starvation and the images that are coming out of these emaciated babies and, you know, the risk of mass famine and mass death event because of this. I mean, how do you justify that?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just, you can't say this is, targeted, no, we're going after Hamas when you are intentionally starving an entire population. And then when you see these images of the rubble and then they're bombing the rubble and with gruesome results, and they just, you know, Smotrich and all and Netanyahu have just gone mask off at this point. They've taken the layers of Hasbara out and said, no, we want to ethnically cleanse them. We are going with the Trump plan. And even this piddly bit of aid that we might let in is just to enable
I'm not too old for that.
further war crimes.
It's the guy from Beverly Hills Cop. I remember.
If you're actually grappling with that, how can you say other than this is a horror, this is an atrocity? And how can you feel other than when we look at this a decade down the road or however long it is down the road, people are going to have to get asked very hard questions about what did you say?
I was a real little kid, but I remember it.
Where were you? So, you know, I think there's a very belated effort to try to end up on the right side of history. And I will just say,
I got nowhere to go with that, just a Mama Berry.
For myself, I hope there's a real
been doing that. Hey, you know what? It's okay. I've been doing that a little bit.
Of every
remember that show Grace Under Fire?
Journalist who enabled these crimes, every politician who enabled these crimes, every propagandist, every poster. Like, I think it is critical that we look back and understand who justified these atrocities and enabled these atrocities and funded these atrocities and provided diplomatic cover for these atrocities. I think that's going to be absolutely essential. And so, yeah, listen, I don't want to, like, I'm glad to hear.
No, it shows really good. Spin City, especially, like, I mean, I hate to say it, even the Charlie Sheen one was good.
Say it.
That show was
extremely
great.
Belated, and I do think that there's a sense of like, oh shit, I better get on the right side of history for him, for some of these world leaders that are coming out and starting to make some noises as well.
Right. If you're behind Macron, it's taking you a while.
Yeah.
But I appreciated Mehdi's response, which he said, where he says, "Look,
Perfect Strangers. Meepo stands for joy,
wish I had
or
been
Dance of Joy."
Right.
You know, I wish that because in October, November of 2023,
I wish I could watch a trailer of that right now.
Wild,
Here, you know what?
vulgar assessment of what Israel's approach was and was going to be turned out to almost underestimate what it was.
Right.
And there's no satisfaction in being right about that at all.
That's right.
It would be much better to have been wrong and to have, you know, tens of thousands of people still alive and millions of people still in their homes, and a path toward peace and coexistence.
That's right.
Instead, we have this.
We have horror and the cold comfort of, yeah, I guess we were right. Yeah, I mean, if you listen to the most maximalist voices on October 8th, or if you went and talked to,
just
you know,
based
Daniel
off the little harmonica in the beginning, I remember that show.
Weiss or some of these other settlers,
Right.
Who, or, you know, Smotrich, a lot of, I mean, there were people in Israel right away who were saying what their plans were.
But they've been saying that a long time, and they don't always get the reins of power and enact it.
To actually enact it. But if you would listen to them and taken that seriously from the beginning, then you would have had a much more accurate understanding versus the spin and the, oh, we're dropping leaflets, and oh, here's my presentation of how there's actually tunnels under this hospital, and oh, that wasn't even us that bombed the hospital. We would never bomb a hospital. It's almost quaint to go back and think about some of these things that were debated at the time and how we were told, oh, they would never do the most moral army on the planet. And now they don't even bother to really justify.
Let's see.
You know, it's just so out in the open now.
Now they're saying, yeah, we're doing it and it's good.
Yeah, and we're getting away, and the world has
I think
let
the
us
first one that I
do it.
like, the first show I ever had memorized its theme song
That's
was
what Smotrich said.
probably Full
Meanwhile,
House.
Public Enemy #1 has become Ms. Rachel.
That's right.
She was the subject of this really bizarre.
I can't remember it
New York
right after
Times
that.
Strange New York Times article.
Talk about it in a moment. She has not backed down at all, and so I think we have a recent clip that she posted a video with a double amputee Rahaf. Let's roll that.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so
Sam Cedar was on Spin City. I kind of remember that. Yeah, he played what's her the girl that Michael J. Fox had a crush on's boyfriend at one point. I did watch that. Yeah.
the bunny sleeping
Facts of Life has an annoyingly catchy song. Whoa, no. This content will get me. Nope.
Strangest element of this New York Times piece on her. And
No popular channels or anything like that. Sorry. I'm not playing games.
Is there forwarding of complaints by what they called an advocacy group, Stop Anti-Semitism?
Right.
It's not an advocacy group. It's like one unhinged person,
Twitter troll.
yeah, who posts mostly anonymous nonsense. And accused her of effectively
That's the world we live
being
in,
funded
where
to support
somebody like
Hamas.
that can have all the
Which-
power in the world.
That's what
That's
trolls can do.
insane.
Like the internet is filled with URLs that you can buy and you can make claims.
Are you a good Twitter
It's
troll?
very
Well, get prepared.
crazy
You
for
might
New
be in the
York
government
Times
soon.
To then take this and then report it as something that advocacy groups are saying, which it's not. Like again, it's not an advocacy group. It's a nut. And then confront her with it, and have her respond to this claim of whether or not she's being funded to support Hamas. And one of the pieces of evidence they forward from this Stop Anti-Semitism troll account is that for every one post about an Israeli child, she's put up 10 posts about a child in Gaza. It's like, well, that's wildly disproportionate in favor of Israel,
Right.
considering that there are 18,000 plus children who've been killed.
Right.
And it's not 10 to 1.
Right. And
It's not. It's like
not to mention children like Rahaf, who are surviving. She's alive, and thank God was. Well, I'm gonna have trouble talking about this. Was medically evacuated. Her brothers are still in Gaza. Her father's still in Gaza. You know,
Yeah.
Miss Rachel talked about this with Mehdi. Like, she's a double amputee. I mean, like I said, thank God she was medically evacuated. She's getting the care that she needs. But yeah, and the idea that the only way you could care about that and want to highlight that is if you're being paid by Hamas. Like, it's the height of insanity, of inhumanity, to be so disconnected from human emotions that you think the only reason someone might care about an adorable double amputee like Rahaf is because they're being paid by Hamas. Like, it's just insane.
There was another quote in that article towards the bottom that was quite wild. A person named Stacy Hackner, a teacher at a London Shader, said, quote, Ms. Rachel seems to be someone who is really, really good-hearted, but in the context of everything that's going on, she says, I care about all children, but really, she's talking about the children of Gaza. That has left a lot of Jewish parents feeling quite isolated, which is, I think what's so startling about that quote is that I believe it is representing her authentic feeling. Like, she is genuinely hurt that Ms. Rachel is saying, I care about all children, and is talking about the children of Gaza. Like, that is, like, she feels that as painful and offensive.
Right.
And where do you go from there? Like, your only accusation against her is that she says, I care about all children, but really she's talking about the children of Gaza. And and it's just understood that there's something wrong with that.
Right.
I mean, the other thing, can we just say, like, how aggressively they're pushing for this right now when people are starting to show sympathy? Like, I said this yesterday, on the right, they're already starting to pivot. You got Theo Vaughn, you have a bunch of people on the right, including Piers Morgan, that are just starting to show the basic coming around to this. And then all of a sudden, these two people get shot, and then they quadruple down on saying anti-Semitism from Miss Rachel, and just like all of these other places on campuses. Like,
That if you're talking about the children of Gaza,
they're
there's something wrong with that.
aggressively pushing this narrative, and it's not working anymore.
That they don't count as children, that they should be kept separate and apart, that if
It's
you're talking
insane.
about the children
Like,
of Gaza, you don't really
It
care.
is kind of weird to just watch them flounder.
about
It represents a view from a just startlingly dark place.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
Yeah. Whoa. There's just nobody there. Just empty desket. Maybe that's the way to do it. Just do an empty chair. Hey guys, like my stream. Oh, Chad. Oh boy. There we go. I'm just gonna reload this. Nope, that didn't work either. It's my encoder. Okay. Whatever. Don't worry about it later. Okay. Next segment. What do you guys think? What do you think? What did I put in the title? The Trump tariffs? Oh, yeah. You know what? I'll just sum that one up real quick. He lied. He literally he lied to them. I'm not going to tariff the EU. The EU has been working with us. They've been very good partners. And then all of a sudden the EU did something that pissed him off. And he's just like, you know what? No, we're going to go with 30% tariffs. Ugh. That stuff is really starting to catch up, by the way. And you got to love how the news just backed off all of a sudden, too. Where it's like, wow, that's kind of wild. But, eh. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Come for you. Whoa, what's up with Mockler? Is he moving again? The hell? Here, I got this recommended to me from one of our fine viewers. Let's take a look.
All right, everybody, this is important. There is a hidden provision in Trump's big ugly bill that would essentially make him the king, and they released the 1,000-page bill only a few hours before Republicans and Democrats had a chance to vote. So someone had to skim through in a very deep manner to find this, and we're gonna expose it all throughout this video. So sit back, drop a like, and let's jump in. All right, after we watched Trump desperately wander around Capitol Hill trying to get the final few House Republicans to fall in line, they finally passed the big ugly bill, or he calls it the big beautiful bill, but it will come at a big ugly cost to American taxpayers, to the working class, and to the most vulnerable populations. I want to break this bill down in a little bit more detail and then read this Robert Reich article that reads, "The hidden provision in the big ugly bill that makes Trump king. Don't let this happen." He said, "Friends, I've been following with a mixture of dismay and disgust at Trump's one big ugly bill soon to emerge from the House. But I want to alert you to one detail inside that's especially alarming. With one stroke, it would allow Trump to crown himself king." We'll revisit this in 1 second, but I want to talk a little bit more about the largest upward transfer of wealth in American history.
All right, why are you ADD in this? Because why not just get to the
through the night to advance a massive piece of legislation that might, if enacted, carry out the largest upward transfer of wealth in American history.
We got that.
Hurt
Thank
many
you.
constituents.
What about the
for
king
low-income
thing?
Americans with even less to allow?
Is this something that we actually have to fucking worry about? You know what? This is why, you know what? The Midas Touch stuff, I did a hard unfollow on a lot of Midas Touch stuff because I can't do it anymore. It's like, we already knew that they played the clickbait game, but holy shit. Like, when you're doing it in your video now, where you're just like, but before, like, because this is a tactic that he's trying to extend the watch time and the impressions on his video. God, these guys are so fucking YouTube analytic pilled. It scares me. Yeah, I'm bailing on that one. Sorry, guys. That was ridiculous. All right. So how you guys, what do you guys think? How are we feeling here? Oh, I kind of want to smoke. I haven't smoked yet. Oh, it's Friday. Oh. Yeah. Did I mention that I was spending like half my day, where I was, smoke, bro? Oh, I will. But I was just about to say, I had the situation where I had a respirator and we were removing some rust from some large sheets of metal. And dude, it was one of those moments where all of a sudden, like, I just asked him, I'm like, hey, are these the right masks? And then we look, they weren't. It's just like, no. I'm freaking out a little bit about that. I mean, they were one grade down. Like, technically, we should have been wearing N95 masks. You know, go figure. Yeah, we had the N230, whatever the hell that was. Partying. Yeah, it's Friday. God, that song. Yeah, I hate to admit that song fucking that transcended. Ugh. You remember that, like, oh God, when that was the most annoying thing to come out of the internet. Oh, those were the days where we didn't have to watch the prankers. Oh God, that video is in your head. It's not the video. It's just that stupid song. Oh my God, I wish my sister were available for this because I could totally make fun of her. That was one of those first times for my sister. She's just like, you know what? I kind of unironically like this song. It's like, oh no. Good times. Let's see. What was the first unironic? I think Smash Mouth. Somebody once told me the world is gonna run me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. All right. God. All right. Did Shrek help that song or ruin it? Because I remember this. That song was in Mystery Men first. Because I also remember that the music video was actually to promote Mystery Men. And Janine Garofalo, alum from The Majority Report. There's a tie-in. She was a part of that movie. Great movie, by the way. If you've never seen Mystery Men, good watch. Especially now. It kind of like did the opposite of Holding Up, where it's like, that came out way too early. Like, it was, it's ahead of its time. Duh. Yeah, no, it was actually way ahead of its time. Jeffrey Rush has, like, one of the most underrated performances in that movie, I have to say. If I'm doing an analytical take on the cast. Mystery Men is so... Oh, it is. No, I just watched it again recently, and I did have that moment where, like, I looked at my buddy that was watching it with me, and I was just like, I forgot that movie was so good. And he was just like, is it just me, or is it, like... It feels more relevant now. Like, yeah. With all the comic book movies that have come out, it definitely... I think it would have landed a lot harder. Although, maybe not, because people got, like... I have noticed that people got, like, some... comic book movie fatigue, which hoping that Superman, I'm hoping Superman is gonna fix that, because I got a buddy that saw it for an early preview, and he told me, he's like, dude, you're like gonna cry through half of it. He's like, it's beautiful. He's like, it's a love letter to anybody that's ever read a Superman comic or appreciated Superman ever. And he's like, it is the polar opposite of Zack Snyder's, like, doom and gloom, too. He's like, although he's like, he did say, he's like, the stakes in this make it way more interesting. I was like, okay, all right, I'm in. So, yeah, definitely look out for that when it comes out. I hope to do a little review. Also, I'm going to be doing something completely random, guys. For any of you guys that have dogs, and if they have any health issues, this one might help you guys out. I'm gonna do like a little breakdown of what I've been giving my lab, because I was talking to my vet about it, and he was just like, listen, he's like, because of my profession, I can't really do this. He's like, but you can. He's like, why don't you talk about the holistic regimen that we put her on and how it's been working? I was like, okay. So I'm going to do that. Because, yeah, man, she's on pretty much just like Cosequin, HMR lignans. If you don't know what that is, that's for regulating liver and kidney production. And melatonin, which does not actually work like as a sleep agent for her. It works. I forgot what that one's for. Should probably ask my vet before I make that video, but still, it's been working, and to the point where, yeah, she rebounded again, because I think that some of you guys know that last week I was talking about how she was not doing well, and I was kind of worried that I would have to put her down that week, like just last weekend. And yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, it's kind of cool to watch, just like, yeah. Well, it wasn't cool to watch. I should say that it's cool to see that she did rebound and that I get a little bit more time with my girl. So that's cool, man. God, that's the one thing about dog ownership that sucks, though, is once they hit a certain age, you just can't do much. You gotta be like, you just gotta make the hard choice, you know. Alpha Dweeb Debate Lord absolutely fails to open an olive jar. Oh my god. Is that who I think it is? No, that's... Alright, guys. I know that you guys are not big Vosh fans. Which... God, I feel like I've said that in the last 2 streams. But I got sent a video that does pertain to what we've covered here recently. Especially some inside jokes. Guys, apparently... There's an alpha dweeb that cannot open an olive jar. Let's see.
Did you see Alpha Dweeb Debate Lord Andrew absolutely fail to open an olive jar?
Andrew Wilson. Prince Andrew. Oh, no. I just gave him too much credit. No.
You're not titling a YouTube video. You're posting a chat in chat. What are you talking about?
Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up. Just
You can do it. You got this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
Is this the podcast where the stupid guys bring on pretty girls and they're like, if you're so pretty, answer this. Why are you a stupid bitch? And the girls are like, you paid me to be here, not to be funny. Is that the...
I do. This seems a little immature. No. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all
It's just
slick now.
It's a little.
See, it
little
is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Him trying to prove his manliness ends up trolling himself. Okay, guys. This is beauty.
Well,
this is true beauty.
So your hand greased the whole
it's her greasy hand.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My
literally,
hand is fine.
it's like, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already.
Okay,
Oh my God.
this is a huge aura loss. Okay, and honestly,
huge aura loss. Oh, hey, it's West Coast. Yeah, hey, let's. Shit. Am I gonna make it?
This is where a lot of men fail at masculinity. If you can't open the jar, just be like, damn, that shit's tight. Once you start doing this, like, bro, no, seriously, there's like, it's like magical grease on here. Like, there's some like insane shit going on that prevents me from opening this. Like, you know,
the most manly way to do it is just smash the jar on the ground and just be like, see, open.
Oh, it's an exception, right? You know, it's an exception. It's like, holy shit, man. Just, it's not even taking the L, you know? Just be like, oh yeah, that's like a really tight jar. I'd have to run that under some warm water or something.
No, it wasn't. You greased the top.
Use your
Oh my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew!
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're
hand.
doing olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God. All I'll say is thank God he has money, right? Charisma like that.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a...
Also, is it just me or is the
Olive
technique,
jar.
like, I feel like
Are
the
you a communist, sir?
technique is way off, too.
Well, at least you asked politely.
Wait, what is this, like,
I'm not.
like tip of the finger claw grip you've got going on here? Like, you need to, I don't, maybe our hands are different sizes or whatever.
I guess people have called me a democratic socialist.
Like,
but
you have to, like,
I'm an independent thinker.
crunch the jar
Stop coughing, man. It's annoying.
in your hand
I just smoked.
and with
Did you not see the title of the show?
all of your strength, you have to like press it in and then
Sorry
like,
for annoying you.
grind the hand. Like, you
Flying
have to
man.
commit your body and soul to it. Okay, pickle jars were not made for the weak. Do you train grip strength?
Oh,
I
shit.
actually have pretty good grip strength, like by default, I guess. I don't really train it. I have the grip strength tester back there. Right now,
Plugs
like
into my
we're
skin?
getting further and
Oh,
further
no.
from the
Whatever
last time
will
I
I
actually
do?
worked
I'm
out, so
so
we can see
high.
what I'm at. You know, we can see. Oh no, I did this before. The battery's out. Okay, the battery's not out. It's just missing batteries. I don't know who would pilfer the batteries of a grip strength tester.
See,
I'm gonna be honest,
he
it was
just
probably
had one
me
of
like 2
these-
years ago. I don't know why I did that.
He'd be
I have
fine.
48 fresh AA batteries downstairs, but I'm not
Andrew would be
leaving
like,
I'm not leaving the chair. I know what the viewer analytics are like. If
It's
you
just really tough steel, guys.
leave the chair, 500 people leave with you. Ask a roommate. They have their own lives. They're not my slaves. Someone got grease all over the battery. The battery compartment lid. Dude, bro, like seriously, take a look at this. This woman like greased it or something. I can't press the little latch that like lets me open the thing.
So strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip
Rip
it.
it and
Let's
rip
go.
it, dude.
Literally slippery. Uh-oh.
I'm not kidding. This is actually an incredible case study
This is kind of
of like why it's insufferable to hang out around men.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I
Men,
was kind of going to
even
say
if it
something a little similar, more so that it's just like, how uncool.
Makes them look
Like-
good. They can't ever be
At one point,
conciliatory.
because the guy was like trying to prove a point where he's like, I'll give you $7,000 if you could open this olive jar.
Not all men. I apologize for my reflexive misandry, but like a lot of guys, you know? Because a little bit of like conciliatory humility is actually like, in my opinion at least, a huge aura booster. Because life is full of tiny failures. No matter what you do. It doesn't matter. Literally, there's no life you can live where you're not experiencing tiny little moggings and failures. That's life. That's fine. That's life.
That's life.
You get really good at finance. There's a big, tall basketball guy. Oh, you're a big, tall basketball guy? Well, that guy's got more money than you. Oh, well, that guy dresses better than you. You're not the best at everything all the time. Don't be crazy. And when you try to be, that's when you look pathetic, because it makes you look, pathetic. It makes you look like really insecure. It would be even more hilarious
weird.
if the woman actually greased it. That would be very funny. Kind of insane how much the never admit you're wrong is drilled into some of their brains. Yeah, and the weird thing is, like, by never admitting you're wrong, you're admitting that you're wrong, right? Like, when you can't admit you're wrong, you're taking an L of your own. You just don't know it,
That's
which
true.
is the embarrassing part, right? The only thing worse
Come on. let's get to it.
than a guy, walking past and being taller than you is you going, well, I'm slouching. I would have looked taller than that guy if he, he was like wearing tall shoes or something, like platform heels. Those were like Doc Martens probably. Those were like Doc Marten sandals. And they added like 4 inches, but like in real, like why would you're
You do see a lot
it's an
of
L
that.
that you're self-imposing.
Whatever.
Speaking of always taking an L from somewhere, you guys see Brock Lesnar's daughter, who's like breaking records in shot put? Where are the eugenics deniers now?
Oh my God.
You can't, dude. Genetics are like variable and
Oh my
complicated. You
God.
can't like breed humans for
That's insanity. Oh my.
the super
when
soldier status.
your-
What are you talking about, man? You're
when your
laughable.
daughter
God
is
damn, right? Most
like a
Germanic
carbon
women. Yeah, no
copy
kidding.
of you.
Thank
What the-
God
she looks just like
she's
him.
alive today and not in the 1930s, because she would have been on a lot of propaganda posters. Probably not, actually. The Nazis were extremely sexist. They would not have wanted like a strong woman. not one who looks, quite as hulkish. So are we pro eugenics? Yes, as long as the
What?
genetic selection that we're trying to key for is me and your mom. As long as it's funny, yeah. Brock's physicality is insane. Yeah. It's just crazy how much the genetics carried over, man. Sometimes it really
that
is
wild.
genetics.
Holy crap.
Obviously roids as well. But
well, no, not that. Well, yeah, there.
when your pecs are 50% of the height of your torso, sometimes it's just like, well, no, your body, the muscle attachments on your body are just bigger. They're huge. He looks the way Fujoshis draw.
I mean,
the bear tops that they.
He looks like he's going to eat
want
you.
to plow the twinks. You know what I mean?
To eat
Like
you for
he
breakfast.
was given the hulking, enormous mammary glands.
I hate that tattoo. That is one of the dumbest tattoos.
The bears are drawn with. He's an amazing athlete, though. Well, he was. He's pretty old now, right? But like, yeah. Oh, wait, he's not that old. He's
Not that bad.
47. Well, 47 weighing that much and being that tall, I would probably chill out a little bit. But Isn't he a huge reactionary? I mean, probably.
Yes,
I don't know.
and he's
I don't
also
really
like
care.
a huge
Talking
Trump
about his
guy.
genetics
Yeah,
here.
yeah. There's
He's
a
been
lot
hitting
of
the
that
head a lot.
stuff. Yeah, whatever.
He asexually reproduced. She really does look just like him. Honestly,
He does kind of.
even the peck
I mean,
insertions. I know.
the
It's
fact that she was the product of him and Sable.
titties or whatever, but
wow.
it's you still have like the 50% of your torso is
Sable
peck there.
at all.
Honestly,
Just
no.
all
It's
Brock.
not. It's not even the braids, dude. She's just literally the most German-looking person to have ever lived. That's insane.
No.
That's crazy.
I was not
That's
prepared.
unbelievable. I think it's the nose. It's everything. They
literally. It looks like somebody just did a Photoshop where they're just like, "This is what Brock Lesnar would look like as a girl."
Her whole physiognomy is
wild.
perfectly Germanic. This is what the ideal Hyperborean wife would have looked like. They don't want you to know that, though. I guess Hitler literally would have won if his eugenics program had like
Oh my God! Question her gender in front of Brock Lesnar. I want to see that video.
80 more years to cook. Is that the argument? Like,
that'd be
thank
funny.
God, technology, the Brock Lesnar technology, had not yet reached
Watch a guy
its
get
zenith.
crumple like a Coke can.
That's crazy. Well, good luck to her. I guess she's doing athletic stuff. I don't really know much about that, but you know. Brock Lesnar is Polish.
He's
Yeah,
a
but there are
default
Germanic
Lord.
Polish people
Oblivion.
for a wide variety of
Yeah, no shit.
complicated reasons. It doesn't really matter. You
Brock
wouldn't get
Lesnar's
it.
Polish.
How close would you be to her? I feel like I have too much like actual Slav DNA
Hey,
for me to be
that's
that
like
adjacent.
me.
I don't think I'd be that close.
Shout
What's a
out
Slav? I don't
Slavs.
know.
All right, yeah, we're done. All right. Now he's just going on and doing his thing. That was funny though about Brock Lesnar's daughter. Wasn't expecting that part. Well, thank you for sending that. It's pretty funny. All right, so Ethan Klein snaps at his entire team over a joke. Now, this one I had planned to watch already, but it seems that somebody else wants to watch this as well. So, are they here? Is the question. Let me see. Does not look like it. You know what? I'll save this. Ooh, we got breaking news. What's up? Rand Paul tells MSNBC he's not persuadable on Trump's big, beautiful bill. Wow. That is actually really surprising. I gotta be honest, guys. Like, in a world where I thought nothing could surprise me, she's ready to fight Deidre. I mean, she looks like she's ready to fight Frieza in DB's. Oh my god, like, dude, she's a. It really does look like he just like spit, and she like, I don't know, like just whoop. Like, daughter. Let's see. Oh, knew it. Give me 1 second. Got Mediaite up, and when Mediaite is on, it tends to do this thing where it's like, we're gonna give you like 8 pop-ups before you can even look at our site. So, which I know, ad blocker, blah blah blah, can't do it. Sorry. And I'm actually supposed to say, no, you should not have ad blockers either, because YouTube will get mad at you. So, Kentucky Senator Rand Paul said he is not persuadable after reporters asked about pressure from Donald Trump getting the party on board with his omnibus spending bill. If more than 3 Republicans in the Senate defect, so there's 1, I think that McConnell said he was going to be 2. The president is pushing hard for the bill to pass quickly enough for him to sign it into law on the 4th of July. That's all he wants. He just wants to have this as his, the big, beautiful bill signed on the 4th of July. Yeah, my God. Guys, I don't know. Do we care if the Democrats are like even a leftist? Like, this is where I have to say, should they play this game? Should they kind of do the, you know what, we're going to take back the 4th of July. I mean, they kind of, like, that was the one thing I have to say I liked about the Kamala campaign was when they're like, yeah, we're going to take back camouflage, because that really pissed off a lot of people. But that's about all that came out of it. Correspondent Turskin. President is pushing hard for a bill to pass quietly enough for him to sign into law on the 4th of July. There we go. Earlier, Ron Johnson, for example, called the bill inadequate and completely unacceptable on Fox News. Johnson also on Thursday said he couldn't care less if Trump is upset about it. That's the thing about the Senate. He's going to have a little bit harder of a time getting rid of senators, especially if they just got, voted in. So, ain't that a bitch? Also, on a similar note, in his response, Senator, some of your House colleagues said the same thing, that they're not going to support the bill because of it adds too much to the deficit, but then they ended up voting for it. Do you think the president could persuade you and others? I'm not persuadable to go against the principles of conservative government, and Paul said definitively. Well, little gleam of hope. Just a wee bit. So what do you guys like? All right. My take on this is they're going to do he's going to get his big, beautiful bill, but it's not going to be exactly what he wants. And they're going to have to make some major concessions. And I have a feeling that they're going to have to figure out tax revenue. They're going to have to. They can't just keep adding to the deficit the way that they are, especially with the way that the bonds market is not exactly what I would call on, great footing. So, but we'll see. We'll see. I just realized I have not seen Anna in a minute. I hope everything is good. I wanted to talk to her about what's going on, and because PSL came out yesterday about the shooting, and they said they totally denounced it, which again, good, glad that they did, but the focus that I've seen from mainstream media about this is getting a little disconcerting, because they keep bringing up, they're just like, he was part of this group, this extreme group on the left called PSL. Here, let's see. Do I still have the story that I watched, or was that on a different platform? Give me 1 second. Goodbye, First Amendment. Oh, shit, no. Damn it. It was another Fosh video. I'm not doing that. Sorry, guys. Here, I'm going to go to the CNN video. Escalation, potential impact of tariffs. Got that. Stocks tumble as Trump reignites the tariff war right before the summer. Of course he does it on a fucking Friday. Of course. This is all planned. It's literally planned. Ugh. All right, guys. So he's going to back down when the news cycle starts amping up. And if there is a noticeable shift in the prices, I have a feeling that they're going to do that too. Here we go.
What appears to be a targeted attack on Jews in our nation's capital. A gunman fatally shooting 2 staff members from the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., right near the Capitol Jewish Museum. This morning, a suspect is in custody. Police say he shouted, "Free, free Palestine," as he was being
God, CNN might as well be state media at this point.
Detained, and it was all captured on video by an eyewitness.
Was it? Does anybody else think that this is weird? Look at how casual everybody just was walking around, and nobody seemed legitimately scared. No urgency, no nothing. And then it seemed like he was waiting for a cue. Like that. The more I see this video, I really am seeing that. And then they have that douchebag that's just from Hamas. Look at this. Guys, we have to watch this here again. Look at the timing. Just the timing. Let's do 1 potato, 2 potato. Okay? 1 potato, 2 potato. This guy couldn't even be bothered to take his hand out of his pocket. Like, no urgency. What? I'm just gonna walk away. Oh, here. I mean, it's polite. It looked like he handed the guy something. There. Let's wait. Here. I mean, no. No urgency from the protester here, or for, like, what's he waiting for? What's he looking at? Here. Oh, and boom, go. It's almost like, seriously, it's like if you had a director outside just being like, and then you got the guy, and then this was pointed out on on Hassan's stream about the Hamas thing, where the guy, like, from Hamas, like, you just had that one lined up, or is it like, because again, not my take, where he was just like, this guy is so fucking, like, Israel pilled that, like, this is just, or like Zionist pilled, that this is what he's trained to, like, essentially say anytime he hears free Palestine.
Police have identified.
That's also just like, I haven't heard it shouted like that, to be completely real with you guys.
The suspect as a 30-year-old man from Chicago. At this point, they believe he acted alone. After the shooting, according to people at the scene, the suspect entered the museum appearing to be a witness. Those inside say he was offered comfort and water, but several...
By the way, guys, completely random, but this was a very good point. So there was just a random post I saw today that was talking about, like, it still bothers me that in Toy Story 2, they never explained how a little toy horse somehow manages to keep pace with a full-blown jetliner.
Minutes later, confessed to the crime, saying he did it for Gaza. Here's what one witness has told CNN.
Point.
Here
As I
was
said, it was completely
a group of people trying to show humanity and take care of somebody that clearly looked in a state of distress.
They've been doing that chant a lot at student protests. Oh, okay.
And
I haven't heard it, so that was
unfortunately about 5 to 6 minutes later, when more cops started to show up, he immediately walked up to the cops. He turned himself in. He said, "I did this for Palestine." He started yelling, "Free, free Palestine, Intifada revolution. There's only one solution."
It's chanted like that in a song. Oh, okay.
According to the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., the 2 staffers that were killed were a young couple about to be engaged.
Are you going to mention, because this does need to be mentioned, that they weren't necessarily Jewish?
They were attending an event at the museum.
Like when I say not necessarily, it's like, well, they weren't.
CNN's Alex Marquardt joins us now from the scene. What can you tell us about the
I think the girl was Israeli, and then he was like one of the guys that like voluntarily went into the IDF.
The investigation. There are so many
doesn't
remarkable things.
Does not matter.
But you are really getting a
It's got horsepowers.
sense of exactly why this happened.
I wasn't expecting you to actually come in with an answer that would just make me go, all right. I mean, it is like, it's Toy Story. It's got horsepower.
Yeah, Sarah, right now this is a joint effort between DC's Metropolitan Police and the FBI, specifically the Joint Terrorism Task Force. That suspect being questioned by both, and this investigation being jointly led. This horrific shooting taking place just behind me at the Capitol Jewish Museum. It's that red brick building that you can see right there. Incidentally, it is right across the street from the Washington field office of the FBI. We are learning more about the victims of this incident. Yaron Lashinsky and his girlfriend Sarah Milgram. They were shot and killed brutally just after 9 p.m. last night. Lashinsky was 30 years old, according to Israel's foreign ministry, while Milgram was 26. Yaron worked in the political section. He was a research assistant, while Sarah worked on organizing trips to Israel. And as you noted, the Israeli ambassador not only said that they were a couple, that they were together, but that they planned on getting engaged, that Lashinsky had in fact bought a ring, and he planned on...
This is weird. Again, I understand the human aspect of these things, but this almost seems like, I don't know.
Proposing to Milgram in Jerusalem next week. Now, not long after this incident happened, the shooting happened, Law
wanna go
enforcement
too, Alex Jones,
descended
with
on
this.
this area. We're in downtown D.C. There are a lot of official buildings around here. The nation's top law enforcement official, the Attorney General Pam Bondi, she arrived quickly, along with the acting U.S. Attorney for Washington, Janine Pirro, and a whole cast of other law enforcement
I'm glad that you said cast.
characters,
That's
the
on point.
mayor of Washington, D.C. And we heard from the deputy FBI director who did call this an act of
When the crisis actors are literally from television.
targeted violence. Here's a little bit more of what Bondi
Oh, God, I really...
and
Get
others had
rocks.
to say.
Oh.
We'll be doing everything in our power to keep all citizens safe, especially tonight our Jewish community. We will follow the facts, we will follow the law, and this
What are you talking about? You don't even follow the law. Stop.
charged will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Tonight, a heinous crime was committed, and the FBI stands with the Metropolitan Police Department to help not only investigate the homicide and provide support, but also to look into ties to potential terrorism or motivation based on a bias-based crime or a hate crime.
And Sarah, law enforcement has laid out a bit more of how this suspect, Elias Rodriguez, 30 years old from Chicago, carried out this shooting. He was pacing outside the museum as it wrapped up at 9 o'clock. This was an event that was being hosted by the American Jewish Committee for Young Jewish Professionals, for young diplomats.
Why do you keep saying from Chicago like that? Like they're planning on using that as a, like, Chicago is ground zero for the
city.
The protest movement on the left. It's like,
He went up to a group of 4, including Lashinsky and Milgram.
I'm going to shit my pants when they're just like, and the leader's pep talks.
Took out a handgun and shot the 2 of them. Then he went inside, and as you noted,
What's up, Anna?
eyewitnesses
How
and
you doing?
bystanders thought that he might have been fleeing from the shooting.
Ugh,
they asked
this
him
is,
if he was
yeah,
okay.
we were actually
He
just
appeared
talking
unsettled
about
and disturbed. They offered him water. He told them to call security.
how these dipshits are already like
To call the police, and then he
they're
confessed
gunning for
that he
PSL.
had done
and
it for Gaza.
God, they already tried to tie it to the Chicago DSA. I knew it was going to happen too. It wasn't even before the night was up last
He
night.
said, as he was taken into custody, you could see in that video, he said, free Palestine.
Because I know that like we had an event. I think you sent me the link. One of those events just got canceled.
And of course, a lot of questions about Rodriguez himself, about his motivation for carrying out this heinous.
Nothing has been said on this specific one, but yesterday we were watching a lot of the coverage, and there was a specific one where they were talking about how like the guy was part of PSL, and then they explained what PSL was, and they used like extreme. They used literally the term extreme, and then they were just like, "There's no," but he was also part of DSA, and then they were saying like, "We're seeing if there's any potential, links back to the DSA of Chicago." I was just like, "Oh my
widely
god!"
Condemned this morning by not just
yay.
Israeli and American officials, but people around the world as a horrific.
But again, PSL came out and like staunchly like just was like, no, we're not doing this.
Anti-Semitic.
And I mean, my coverage yesterday, I banned a few people where I was just like, no, we're not doing this because they're like, but Luigi. I'm like, no, this ain't it.
Sarah.
I'm like, this is what will get like the left locked up is if you guys are just celebrating like random acts like this one where it's like, no, this ain't
Alex
it, bro.
Marquardt,
This ain't
thank
it.
you so much for your great reporting out there.
Because honestly, again, the fact that they're already doing this where they're just like the extreme wing of the PSL, it's like.
Now, CNN senior national security analyst Julie.
And the second, I gotta say, when they said, all this, and then he's from Chicago, I have to go like,
Kayam and Juliet, obviously officials calling this a targeted attack. The question is, how targeted?
I'm not even kidding. I was legit like, why did he have to be from my neck of the woods?
The political motivation certainly seems clear this morning. But
bring
in
that
terms
smoke here.
of picking this location,
PSL doesn't have wings. Well, they're already
security, understanding the timing,
again,
who would be there.
Now you're just going to have a bunch of suburban moms just being like, I bet you support PSL.
Questions do you have about the sophistication here?
So, I mean, basically you start with an out-of-state or out-of-district killer who travels from Chicago to DC for an event for young professionals, of which it's not just Israelis. As my understanding, I spoke to people who had been at the event. It's for about 30 consular offices were represented. And it wasn't exactly public. In other words, you would have had to have searched for it to know that it was happening.
More people than you think.
Then there is a group of 4 people, and he shoots 2, right? And those are people who work for the Israeli government. So that fact, right, alone is going to.
I just don't like that I'm already seeing the internet discourse that I'm just like,
Very
no.
focused on what this attack was. I just make clear. And not only is it anti-Semitic, not only is it anti-Israel.
Kind of wish you were here yesterday because I have a feeling you would have shut them up.
This does not happen in the United States very much. In the 1980s, the last consular representative to be killed in the United States was a Turkish consular general in Los Angeles. Those were Armenians who killed him. This is going to have ripple effects through Israel, through the United States, as well as through the consular.
Yeah, lots of people taking an opportunity to shit on an org they know nothing about.
That lives in.
Well, it's just as much as they're shitting on the org, they are. I do think that they're using this as a way to demonize the left and using people that are using extreme language, and then even say like the people that are out there saying, you know, quote unquote based to this are the people that they're just like, look, and that's where I pushed back hard yesterday. Again, I just straight banned. Haven't done that in a while, but I'm not playing games.
Look, of course I have
I laid it out here. I'm like, not on Pep Talks. I denounced it entirely.
to say we have to investigate this, know his motive, but reality is reality. The anti-Semitism and the anti-Israel targeting
My tush is firmly covered.
of these 2 young professionals who were just out for an evening will have, more likely than not, a federal nexus, a federal hate crimes nexus. So while DC is investigating this as a homicide, you will see the FBI overlay.
Yeah, because the thing is especially Israel, or I should say the leaders of Israel, they really want to have like the people out like celebrating this guy. They want this guy to be Luigi so they can go, look how unreasonable they are.
Relatively soon. It's just
literally everything is wrong with this. Embassy staffers are civilians of host country. Those were Americans.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Of course, how did he know about this event? How did he assess whether there would
and on top of it, it's just, again, were you here for my breakdown of it at the beginning? Because I'll go through it again.
From happening. These are questions that
right at the beginning when we saw the video. I'm not even trying to do this conspiracy shit, but it's so weird.
Will be answered.
It's
And
weird
then,
the way
Juliet,
they
what
responded to
threads do
this.
you want to pull on
Here,
in
okay,
terms
I'll
of
watch it
trying
in
to
a second.
Understand his potential level of radicalization.
See, this is what they're talking, and here we go.
So first is, what did Chicago authorities or any authorities in where he lived know about him? Was he active? Was he active at a college or university? He's older, but had he been arrested in any of these protests? Because what you want to know is the radicalization.
I couldn't remember. She was the lady asking, is he part of the DSA and PSL?
There's lots of debates in this country that do not end in violence about very difficult
what up, Mitesh?
issues.
How
And
you
this is just a heinous, cowardly attack that he surrounds himself with some noble cause, he thinks. And so you want to know sort of what was that radicalization process, and then what were the means, or did someone help him? Was he pushed by outside forces, or was it just him online or acting with or
See, guys,
going to rallies
I'm telling
and then
you.
becoming radicalized? But even though he has no record,
This is why we do have to like be vigilant about this, where it's just like, nope, we will not
he
own
has no
any of that.
record. Once again, he travels
It's like you said,
cross-country
Anna,
for
no
an event
violence.
in which he knows there's going to be consular representatives from Israel to commit an anti-Semitic crime at an event that wasn't highly publicized. So he knew what he was doing.
Good, just wrapping up the
and
workday. Oh yeah,
finally, when he
on a Friday, it's a good
his
feeling.
confession and what he says on the video as part of the performative heinous aspects of this. Not only does he kill people outside in public, but then when the cameras are on, he now relates his perversion of free Palestine. And so that to me also shows someone who wants this attention and will view his trial, his upcoming trial, as an opportunity to for his perverse ideology. And so that we have to anticipate as well.
We do. That's a very good point. Juliet Kayyem, again, we are standing by for more details, more information.
Yeah, well, something we definitely have to be more vigilant about. You know, so we got to look out for those dangerous leftists.
A group of people trying to show humanity and take care of somebody that clearly looked in a state of distress. And
here we go. My bad. Here, Anna. Okay, so here, I'm going to break this down real quick. Right from the start, look at how much time this takes. So he did walk up to the cop, but here, look at this guy with his hands in his pockets. No urgency, mind you. This shooting apparently just like occurred right outside these doors. So then they all rush up on him. I don't know what that was, because, like, again, the cop acted like, I have this, and then he, like... No. And then he goes into this. Aw. Thank you. It's a long weekend, courtesy from Ethan Hunt.
It's the long weekend.
Police have
courtesy
identified
from
the
Ethan
suspect
Hunt.
as a 30-year-old man from Chicago. At this point, they believe he acted alone.
Go see the
After
new Mission
shooting,
Impossible.
According to people at the scene, the suspect entered the museum appearing to be a witness. Those inside say he was offered comfort and water, but several minutes later confessed to the crime, saying he did it for Gaza.
Okay, so they're saying that he came in as a witness, and that's why they weren't freaking out initially, and then they're like, oh, wait a minute, no. I don't know, man. That was weird. Like, again, just seeing from what I'm seeing, that was weird. Ooh, this is one of those rare times I wish Honeybee were here to give us her take on this. That could be fun. You know what? Let's save that video and send it to her. Here. Sorry. The timing on you going, no, it's all right. Going to watch the last one first, then go see the new one. Last one left on a cliffhanger. Yeah, it was really good. I like those movies. Like, whatever, man. Tom Cruise sucks, but I'm also, like, not one of these weird, vigilant, like, anti-Scientologists the way that, like, some anti-Scientologists can be. Like, it's crazy. Kind of sounding like you're going down the conspiracy route. Oh, I'm wearing the hat today. Maybe this is the conspiracy hat. Little tinfoil in this. No, bro. No, I don't know, man. I am looking at this and it's just weird. This was a weird one. The timing, because again, I brought it up yesterday. Just the Piers Morgan and just like mainstream media starts coming around, right? Then all of a sudden, in America, like, listen. I try not to, but listen. God, what was that kid? Maria, listen, Mom, or like, listen. God, what was her name? Melinda? Fuck. God, that was such a funny video where he's telling her, listen. Because you could tell that he was totally emulating his dad. That guy's an Israeli plan to cause more Palestinian hate. I've watched enough 24 seasons to know what the government is capable of. It wasn't even like it wasn't, this is where I'm kind of saying it wasn't even convincing. Because, like, here I am going, that don't look, like, if that was acting, that was bad acting. Listen. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just gotta say, I don't know. People act weird in crisis. That's true. That is true. Yeah, you know what? That is true. There's like the one time that I had like something kind of traumatic happen quickly too. Where I did react weird. Like I was like in shock where I was just like, oh, this is happening. Like, yeah. Mystery Lane, what up? How you doing? Staffers are saying those were Americans. Oh wait, sorry. Guy on a hidden earpiece, bro. You forgot to say Free Palestine. Hurry up and say, dude. Okay, look. The way he looks out and then does it. This is what's wild to me. Like for real. Like look at how he does this. Looks out. Wait. Then say it. Like he just. All right. Okay. Locking me up. All right. Let's go. And now look out. Now's the time. And then you got the guy who just again had it just ready to go. Just free Palestine from Hamas. What? I would literally look at that guy and be like, what the bro? Like, you said that ready to go? Okay. Misty Lane. Oh, Misty Lane. Sorry. Got a little bit of that dyslexia. Sorry. And he said it again. It happens twice. It happens twice where he's like, from Hamas. Like, again, nobody, not one person being like, you monster. Like, oh, we're going to take care of that. And goodbye. Yes. The sad part is that's someone's child that this is why I'm like, I'm glad that I don't have to have children. To interact with them. Bye-bye. Man, you can call me Misty Elaine. That's a thing. See, the lore behind the name is actually I'm Inverted Mystic. Misty. My Twitch name. Lanes. Like, oh, that makes more sense. Okay. Going around, changing name. Making me get used to it. Fine. No, I got you. All right, Misty. Misty. I just miss you. Aw, I appreciate that. I mean, the Inverted Mystic is a good name, though. I'm just gonna say, like, you kind of killed it with that one. So, conspiracy, the positive, not just the negative to it. Think what's possible to make it authentic too. Wait, what do you mean by that? Like, I don't know. There isn't much positive to this, like, because somebody tried to say like this, like that's why I banned that guy yesterday. He was like, yeah, but this is bringing attention. I'm like, this isn't good attention. Like, it's actually bringing more negative attention. Like, this isn't like the whole all press is good press. It's like, no, that's not good. I usually do. The original one was Inverse Dreams, but then Dreams got popular, so I had to change it. Oh. Because to me, he hesitated, looks around. Maybe he was confused. No one was panicking. Maybe coming to terms with his actions he just took. I don't know. There's a part of me that's just like, that was, like, literally, I'm just looking at it from a point of view, like, I've been on a set, right? And the second that they like go and scene, or like not and scene, but like when they start the countdown and then they go into the scene, that is like it almost looked like that where it's just like and boom, it's like action. It's like not like I've done anything huge or anything like that. I was an extra on a set on the movie Michael with my mom. So, you see a little kid dancing on his mom's shoes in the movie, Michael, my best friend's wedding. My mom is in Michael, though. She actually has a decent part in that, so I need to buy that movie. I need to order that, tonight. He's either a Russian plant trying to cause turmoil, or Trump sent him to get the media off the $400 million jumbo jet. Positive is in affirmed the position. As in affirm the... Again, there is no affirming the position on... I'm just saying, nothing good is coming of this because they are dude, people who had never heard of DSA and PSL are now coming to me saying, are these extremist wings of the left? I'm like, oh my... That's great. Saw a funny YouTube commercial for a portable battery called Zap My Tits. Or something like that. All possibilities should be considered, not just the ones that could prove it to be a false flag. Well, even, listen, as somebody that first goes to the simple, okay, he did this, this is what it was for, and he's a wackadoo, PSL totally denounced him and said that they will not, they will not accept any donations for him. Nothing. They're not owning any of it. So I don't know, man. Guys, it's really extreme for people to want to have food be educated and healthy and not support genocide. It's not about extreme. It's about selling the fact that we're not. But then going and saying, yeah, we support this guy who just gunned down two innocent people. Fuck that. No, see, that's what I call bad marketing. God damn, man. I don't think anyone on the right ever is ever allowed to talk about the extremist terrorists after the January 6th. I don't support them. No, I know you don't. I know you don't. I'm making this a... I'm just making sure that everybody knows where I stand. Let's put it that way. Because yeah, again, I feel like it's like, dude, we had all this progress. I watched this happen where, Piers Morgan, again, I hate using this, but we watched Piers Morgan in 2 debates literally take the side of Palestine and then even say, he apologized to Mehdi Hassan. That was freaking weird, man. What a beta stream. Yes, so beta. Sorry that I'm not talking about how you can beat women into liking you. That's just how it goes. I'm just saying, if people beat down on people, then you stand around like John Travolta, like, what the fuck happened, dude? I'm not for violence, but at a certain point, you have to realize that there are people willing to hurt you if you take things too far. I don't understand what you're like. What's the point? Like, what's your broader point in this situation though? Because because this wasn't like a beatdown or anything. It's not anything to do with Palestine. It's to do with Israel. It is. I mean, even with Israel, this isn't guys. This is not this isn't it. I'm just gonna say that this isn't. I see what people are doing, and this is where people are going yeah, with the Luigi bit, and I'm not okay with it. It's not what it is. This guy's not a fucking hero. This guy fucking sucks. He just set back the leftist movement way more than bringing any positive affirmation to the fucking cause. No, this guy sucks. I'm actually legitimately fucking pissed at this guy. I'm pissed at the fact that We have to do this. We have to literally go on the defensive now. We have, like, literally, we have my local DSA. I was just mentioning how they've already canceled an event because now they don't know how to do this. They don't know how to counter this because now they're being seen as a fucking extremist wing of the left, which we know that's not true. It's not the left's fault, but this is the perception of the world right now, and this is my problem. If we do not just straight up say, no, this guy sucks, we're not owning this. It's an individual actor. I understand that. We have to get good about that. We, like me, as a leftist content creator, I have to be very good about this. I have to go, no, fuck this guy. This guy sucks. Like, this guy sucks. But like it's on them? What do you mean? What do you mean it's on them? Like the guy who did it? It's on us to denounce it. It's on us to just be like, no, this isn't it. No. No, honestly, this is the time where we show them. It's like, no, we are not we are not the extreme that you think we are. No, he does not represent that wing. No, he does not represent anti, what do you call it? The fucking, oh my God. Anti-genocide or whatever. Imagine calling yourself a leftist. Imagine calling yourself a douchebag. Bet you do that quite often. Only they had Pokemon tournaments and to soften their image. Yeah, right? Didn't I say that? Or wait, you said that. That's right. Yeah, Pokemon tournaments. That's right. Who did what? What did I miss? Oh, Swift. The guy who gunned down those 2 people in D.C. Pep has to run counter-propaganda, Pepaganda, if you will. Hey, I like it. Coining new phrases. Cool. Imagine not being able to communicate with people, like even people that you disagree with, like in a way that actually has any substance. Like that's kind of funny. Get a couple more posters, Lefty. Okay. You're not very good at this. At least, like, I don't know, be funny or creative with it. Like, be more funny. Like, I don't know, man. There are people willing to take things to the extreme. It has nothing to do with you or me. No. What I think you're missing here, Misty, is the fact that they're already using this like in the mainstream media. That's what this whole segment was about. Was the fact that they're already doing the thing where they're just like, oh, we gotta shut down the more extreme leftists. It's like, okay. I didn't hear about it till now. I'm gonna look it up. Pepaganda. I see what you did there. Stand for social justice horse. Hi ho silver. Harassment will not be tolerated. Ooh. We got the mod stepping in. That's fun. Alrighty. Next segment time. Ooh, I gotta pee. And if you shut down the more extreme left. Aw, Weasel Lord, thank you for re-upping your membership. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. You seem like you could use a job rushing. Sorry, I just harassed as you said. No. That was funny. Oh wow, that was a level of self-awareness I'm not used to seeing like while streaming. Good on you, Swift. We can send you some more posters. Don't be a hater. Hey, guys, I will take it. I got the. Have I not listed the PO box in Discord yet? If I haven't, then you know what? I need to do that. Crap. I don't think I ever did. Yeah, here, I'm going to put the P.O. Box address in the Discord for y'all. Yeah, if you guys want to send me some fan art, posters, any of that. a little. Here's something. Tchotchkes. Big on the little tchotchkes. We need to add this to our rhetoric, and I concede we already do. People like you say violence is bad. Yeah. Not saying you have to be violent or be like violence is bad every stream. Oh, no. It's not about every, like, and that's not what I'm saying. And I'm glad that you kind of get that. But, like, no, right now it is very, very important that I make sure that, like, it is, like, listed in my content that I do not approve of any of that. Holy crap, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, dude. I really appreciate that. Sorry in advance. Oh, right. Here, you know what? I gotta turn this down. Is there any way I can just do that? Alert box. Options. Here we go. Turn it down to 60. Not YouTube memberships. Sound volume. Here we go. 60. There we go. Boom. How's it going over on Twitch? Oh, hell yeah. Ryan was gifted a membership too? Dude. Got a good group over there. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. God, I love a bong hit. Me too. It's actually a bubbler though. Or it was better for like getting on the mic. Like I don't know. I tried it with my actual binger that I use, but it did not work as well as I thought. That would have been cool. Thought your name was Swift Reruns. Oh hey, it's your first time in Twitch chat over there. Hell yeah, man. Make sure you follow. Oh, you did. Look at that. All right. Man, it literally sounds like we're at a Can you send me the sound? Yeah. It's in my audio files. Give me 1 sec. Alright, I'm gonna have to go into my Streamlabs to find the file name. I forgot what I named it. I think I named it Smokin', but shit. That's true. Little bubblers are actually way louder. The science of herb is wild. Yeah, I know. Actually, it's the same thing with the Sublime song. That's where I got the idea, is because I found out that the when you listen to Two Joints, that's literally a bubbler. So he's most pro-American prez in modern history. I'm sorry. Okay, whatever. Glazing him, and like, here's the thing: if you're not like, if you have nothing bad to say about the dude or like question anything that the dude says, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, you're weird. Liking a politician or anybody that much, dude, get therapy for your daddy issues, bro. Because seriously, that's weird. Like, that's the one thing that they coined during that election term, was like, that's just fucking weird. Bunch of weirdos that just really, really love this guy, and like they love like the trolling aspect to it. There's like no substance to it. But I admitted it, like, that at least Trump is keeping his promises, I guess, even though they weren't great. Would ska be, or would Sublime be ska? Yeah, it would. I think it was considered like reggae rock for a long time, but yeah, I would consider it ska. Have you heard the new Sublime track with, wait, was it Dirty Heads? No, Stick Figure. With Stick Figure, it's really, really good. Claire is saying he sucks Israeli peen. Wait, who does? Who, Trump does? Dude, the Zog isn't even explicitly anti-left and anti-American. What? I hate them as much as you seem to. It's anti-American. They'll drag us into World War III. At least 47 gives. What props? He's not he hasn't actually done anything. Like, again, until he actually does, like, dude, he's really good at selling it. Like, you guys on the fact that, like, he hasn't yet done anything of these of substance yet with any of this shit. His immigration numbers are still under Obama's, and that pisses him off. That's why he wants all this Venezuela crap to, like, that's honestly what it is. He keeps seeing the numbers and he's just like, we need more, and then they keep telling him, they're like, we actually don't have this many people to send there. And then he's just like, I don't fucking care, just get it done. Like, that is Trump. That's also why you only hear about this stuff on Fridays, by the way, as far as his failures, like this new tariff on Europe that just tanked the stock market again right before Memorial Day weekend. So they have a 3-day weekend to kind of ride this out so people can forget. Ironic. Just winding down the Friday, maybe put on some NBA or NHL. I need to watch the playoffs tonight. I forgot about that. Well, ain't that the bitch of doing streams? See, now, this would be awesome. If I could just put on hockey on that TV back there, that'd be awesome. But no. I did that one time and I got a freaking hit from the NHL. I was just like, oh, that's fun. Really? A screen that's not even attached? That's wild. I don't follow too much just when it gets close to the Stanley Cup. That's fine. I don't mind the bandwagoners. They're fine. As long as you're into the sport and you're doing, you're helping get the word out there that the sport's awesome. So if you're making $360K, then Trump has actually done quite a lot for you. Otherwise, no. Yeah. I saw someone watch highlights. You can watch highlights. And the other thing is, if they have, if they're a sports channel, they have special permissions already. It's not that hard to do, but it's time consuming. It's just one of those situations where I literally have to take, a couple hours before I do stream. And I'm not even, again, that's knowing that I'm going to do it. If I was an NHL channel, I would have that done in a heartbeat. What you going to do? I can watch any sport during the final stages and the stakes are high. Oh, yeah, same. Literally. Yeah, I'm actually the same way. I can get really interested in, if there's a final, I'm in. Game 7s, I'm in. Especially the NBA. NBA Game 7s are, so good. Who's playing tonight, by the way? And what games are they in? Man, I have not been following any of the playoff series, any of them. Which is, I haven't had time. I really haven't. God, I'm lucky that I was able to even finish Andor the way I was. Although, this weekend, I do know that there's an AEW pay-per-view that, God, I'm not even sure if I want it. But I thought NHL was bigger in the States based on watching MacGyver as a kid. NHL has ebbed and flowed. Actually, I'm kind of proud of this. It depends on how good the Blackhawks are doing, because the Blackhawks are one of those teams where they're the most popular, per capita by state. So, a lot of people, if the Blackhawks are doing well, then NHL's doing well. So, sports are one of the best things about having testosterone. Just pick a side and let your hormones. It has nothing to do with testosterone. You know how many, women I know that are, hardcore into sports? Look at Emma Vigeland. Come on. She knows more about sports than I'll ever know. Are you kidding me? I'm with you, Pep. Any politician glazing's cringe. It is. It is gross and weird to me. Even Bernie, I was just like, I like the guy, but I'm not going to, glaze him. That's so weird. Because the other thing is, you just got to prepare yourself. You're gonna be disappointed. All right, I'm already late. I might as well just pack this one up, I guess. I hate this. When it gets down to, this point, it starts getting clogged. Annoying. I never would pee. I just realized that. I never would pee. I don't have any. I find that hard to believe. I thought everybody did. Just a certain level. ITM. That was a good one. You're never truly late. You're just early for the next time. Points. I like that. You get half. I get one. I get the full guys. Because I mean, especially with stream, what's the point? I might as well just buy the halvers, especially because they've been on sale. So I get the 1Gs because quality. Yeah, but again, that's the one thing I'll say though. Like going back to what I was saying about like once it gets to this halfway point, that is the benefit of getting the half G cartridges is that they don't do this. Speaking of, you know what? I'm gonna unclog this too. I still have to pee. You know what? Here, I gotta find something to watch real quick. It's something for the interim here. That doesn't sound great, but we'll give it a go. Pilot heard saying what? Here we go.
International students will be able to remain at Harvard for now. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from revoking the school's ability to enroll or keep those students on campus. The decision comes one day after the Department of Homeland Security terminated the university's international student certification. That move would have not only barred the school from admitting international students, but it would also have ordered current foreign-born students to transfer or lose their legal status. NBC 10's Lauren Make is taking a closer look at how this battle with Harvard is causing concern for international students here in our area, and she joins us live from Penn's campus with more. Lauren?
Yeah, Tracy, we're at the campus of the University of Pennsylvania. The heart of campus is behind me, and the admissions office is actually just a short walk from here. And, you know, as you mentioned, there are concerns here and at other schools about whether what happened with Harvard could happen other places. These schools are coveted destinations for international students. And the question now isn't just whether they will come, but whether they will stay. University City is home to students from across the region, the country, and the world. What is the feeling? What are the conversations right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a traumatic few months, I think, for international students in the U.S.
Bill Keyes is program director of International House Philadelphia, a nonprofit that works to attract and support international students in the region and find opportunities after graduation. There are thousands of them. At the University of Pennsylvania, 13% of the 2028 class are international students. At the larger Temple University, 4% of that class are international students. And at Drexel University, it's 13% of all undergraduates. But as they pursue their educations here, changes in Washington, including a now blocked order for Harvard not to enroll international students, are looming over decisions.
Perceptions of the U.S. as a study destination are really taking a hit. So international students around the world who are considering studying here will probably think twice about doing so
just
under
had to memorize.
in this climate, really.
Are you hearing from international students who are considering leaving?
Not considering leaving.
But Keyes says some are changing how they feel about whether they want to stick around for careers.
I have heard from plenty of international students who, in light of the threats to work authorization post-graduation, are thinking of opportunities outside the country.
Keyes has been working with Campus Philly on research about the impact of international students in the region. It shows 8% of degrees awarded in the Philadelphia region are earned by international students.
Our higher eds certainly really rely on their enrollment to make sure that they make their numbers and that they can fill full classes out for sure.
Jennifer Keeby is president of Campus Philly.
We have a lot lot of graduate students who are graduating with their advanced degrees here. Those degrees that could be put to work immediately in sectors that are vibrant and growing here in Greater Philadelphia.
She says while the impact of policies is yet to be determined, there is a
I
perception
gave you a
already
little
taking
wave.
hold.
Just a
There's
little
all of
wave.
this national rhetoric.
He
that's
actually does
happening
like
right
a really weak ass wave. Just okay.
that frankly is scaring international students and their families into considering a college or university here in the United States, let alone here in Greater Philadelphia.
And that research that she has done shows that there are about 23,000 international students all across the Philadelphia region.
Smart. All right. I wish we could just watch that, the history of GMK. But if I want to get demonetized, that's how you do that. Why can't everything on YouTube? Why can't YouTube be more like Twitch in that regard, where it's like, can you guys just like be cooler about like fair use? Oh. Christian fundamentalization in the USA is the worst effing nightmare. Well, yeah, that's actually mine. Like, that's why like that Supreme Court ruling on charter schools was a big deal. I hope you guys understand that. Like, that was a huge deal. What up, Smoke? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping by. But no, for real, like it is one of mine. Just seeing like my school cheer for it, where because I couldn't imagine if my school got federal funding, and they want that. That's the end game. Which, if you understood just how much my school, holy shit. Thank you.
Macko Man $420. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Ooh, yeah, dig it.
For that one. Oh yeah, coming in with the 420, yeah. Little on the nose, I really do enjoy when somebody's a little on the nose, yeah. But you know what else I like? Yeah. When somebody is that generous, they get a little bit of the macho madness, I actually kind of feel like that, like I just went from Macho Man into burn it down, Seth freaking Rollins. Man, thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. I kind of like this look. Not hating it. Oh man, dude, thank you so much. And he just, of course, holy shit. Oh my God, holy shit, guys, we did it. Oh, you reached, oh. Okay, man. Thank you. Thank you for, oh my God. Okay, so we did it. We reached the goal, for my mom's memorial. I really, 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 really fucking appreciate that. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Dude. Thank you. I kind of went into the impression mode first without even realizing it. That's fucking wild. Oh my God, that's so amazing. Yeah, thank you. Shit. Fucking A, man. You just made it so much easier on me. Thank you. I'm gonna have to be like, I'm gonna be completely real with y'all. That is incredible. You made thank you, everybody. You guys just made a huge impact, and this is insane, guys. Like the closure that you just, my whole family, dude. This is wild. This is wild. Thank you. I was so convinced that I wasn't going to be able to make it. Although, again, you guys were already getting so close, but thank you guys. Holy shit. I'm literally like speechless. Let's move. I have the show on. Fuck. Real quick, guys. Just gonna. This might be a little weird. I know. This is the special lady that you are doing this for. This is my mom. This is her high school photo that she was very, very proud of. If you can see, it's got a little bit of gold tinge to it. This was like her favorite picture of her. So thank you. Thank you. I really... Try not to fucking cry. Okay. Yeah, I only effing live with yeah, wait, so do you guys prefer the God, now I'm so used to live rosin or the live resin. What's the other one just called? Full spectrum. Do you guys prefer full spectrum or the other? Thank you guys. Seriously. She's... Oh my god, she would be so fucking proud of this, like, and just happy, like, that I don't have to worry about covering her expense. Dude. Okay. Rosin? Yeah. I'm a rosin guy. You know what? That should be a shirt for Pep Talks. I'm a rosin guy. Oh no. Wait. No, I should just make a company called Rosin. Wait. Rosin by Pep Talks. You look so much like her. Oh. Oh, bro. Thank you. Oh, man. Oh, it's that Slavic DNA, man. Man. You know what? I'll just say it. It's not really speaking ill of my mom to say that. She's a bit conceited. This was always my favorite part about her. When she would drop me off at school, right? She'd just be like, "How old do you think their mom is?" And I would say, I'd be like, like 40 something. She's like, "Well, I'm older than their mom." And like, the thing is, it is kind of weird to not like just pump up your mom just because, you know, it's your mom. Like, legit. I would always just be like, "Wow, you know what? You do look a lot better." It's just, thank you. And then she actually said, she's just like, "This is why we do not go into the sun. And if we do, we slather up, or we lather up like with the sunscreen because we are essentially vampires." Again, that's Slavic DNA. Oh, God. I'm trying not to lose my shirt right now. All right. That actually means a lot to me. It's awesome. And my dad's not a bad looking dude. He's weird part is, if you saw my pops, you'd probably say the same thing. You'd be like, "You look just like her." It's like, wow, if there's anybody that looks like the literal fusion between their parents. Actually, my sister looks almost like a dead ringer for her. So, my mom's the exact same age, or exact same way, dude. You never ask a woman about her age, but I look young, don't I? You know what? I love your mom for that. I really do, and you better amp her up, man. For me, like, at least do that. If even if she's annoying you, just make sure that, you know, mom always gets her compliment, because yeah, man, that's awesome. No, for real, man. I loved that my mom was that way. And dude, also, I just realized a 420 fucking dono. Like, that's what did it. It's so awesome. Like, it's so on brand for this show. And my mom, guys, I told you real quick. If you guys haven't heard, the last time that I saw my mom, I actually came to stream and told everybody about it after it happened. Although I didn't know it was going to be the last time I saw her. Yeah, man, I dropped my mom off like hot, like she had just smoked like enough to put down a grown-ass man, but she was like, "I have something to do and I need you to drop me off." I did not know what it was. Had I known, I probably would not have done that. I probably actually would have told her, no, you're not going, because I get to where we're going and I realize that we are at a clinic, like, you know, an NA clinic. And she's just like, I'm like, what are we doing here? She's like, oh, I'm co-sponsoring a meeting at this NA clinic. I'm like, we're doing what? And she's looking at me like, do I look okay? I'm like, no, you do not look okay. It's like, here. And then it was really funny because I had my it's like it's called Fresh Wave. It takes away the smell pretty much, like the best. It takes away the best besides Ozium, except Ozium I have learned will permanently stain black clothing, so do not do that. I learned that the hard way. So Fresh Wave is the way to go. It does not stain clothing, and it is all natural. So, am I in Cali? No, I'm in Chicago. Why do you ask? Man, shit. But yeah, I when I dropped my mom off, I gave her a hug, and she just walks in, and then I also realized, I'm like, oh no, because like I can say this now, but yeah, man, she walked in there like holding. That was wild, man. That was so wild. Like, I remember it was so surreal to me that I had to call one of my friends afterwards, and I'm like, dude, you will not believe what I just did. And he's like, dude, go get your mom. Yeah, she also was a regular viewer of this program, right up till the day of her passing, and she was also technically a chatter. I know I've told the story many times, but it doesn't make it any less awesome that, yeah, when she tried to chat, she didn't know how to work like YouTube chat or any chat for that matter. So she would text me or try to call. There was one time she literally tried to call me, and then she left me a voicemail that I still have, thank God. I was asking because I don't know much about the states. I don't know pot was legal in Chicago. Yeah, it's legal in Illinois, the state of Illinois. It's full on legal in many states now. I think it's like 22. Here, let's find out. How many states is it legal in now? Many states is cannabis legal? 24. Wow, cool. In 39 of the 50 states, it is medical, and 24 it is recreational. States legality by state and jurisdiction. Here we go. For recreational use, we've got Washington. We have got Oregon. We have got California, Nevada. I forgot about that. I forgot Nevada is part of that now. Utah? No, not Utah. No, it's New Mexico, right? Oh, God. Oh, God. I just realized that I'm mixing up some states here. Oh, no. It's already starting to happen. The brain rot. Oh, no. 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 Not the map. Not the map. I know. No, I know the map. No. On the map. What state are you? You're Utah. You're Nebraska. Okay, so that's got to be New Mexico. Arizona. Ha! It's New Mexico and Arizona. Ha ha ha. All right. Got it. So in Texas, Idaho, Montana, Wisconsin. Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting Wisconsin doesn't have any legality. Dude. No. NJ. Yeah, no, New Jersey. Interesting. It's decriminalized in South Carolina. I didn't know that. Huh. Interesting. Oh, wait, no, that's North Carolina. South Carolina is still criminalized. You've got Tennessee. Kentucky. Wait a minute. I didn't know Kentucky was for medical use. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, in Indiana. Yeah, so we have this running joke with Illinois where since the 3 states that are adjacent to us, here, I'll show you guys. So here is a map of the United States for anybody that is not from the United States. I know, cool, right? All right, so the gray is they have no medical program. They are all about having zero fun. So as you can see, me right here. I'm in the middle right here. You got Wisconsin, you've got Iowa, and you've got Indiana, who just a bunch of crumb bum ass neighbors. But there's this awesome shirt that I gotta get where it's Illinois passing, and it's I get high with a little help from my friends. I gotta get that. Let's see, who else is not fun? Man, at least the coast is fun. You gotta like that. That's cool. I'm in a gray state. Oh no. No! Oh, that's like the worst thing I could see in this chat right now is somebody saying that. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Minnesota. Minnesota's fine. Minnesota's full legal. Right here. Minnesota. Michigan is also full legal. Michigan's got great prices. God. Do Republicans in that state do anything positive, like, at all? No. No, they don't. Ah, shit. I gotta let my dog out. I can hear her barking. I'll be right back. Dog out. She's all good. Ready to go. Ready to go. Okay. Let's see. Is Wisconsin that conservative? Not really. That's the weirdest part. No, because like they have a bunch of like liberal leaning people. I know that. So the problem is, I think it was a conservative majority in the state house voted against it, but then the Supreme Court was willing to take it up, and then we have a Republican governor. Wisconsin governor. No, he's Democratic. Yeah. Oh, that's right. No, he codified something for like forever, essentially. I forgot what the hell it was. He was a teacher. As of May 23rd, 2025, Tony Evers is a strong proponent of cannabis legalization, but faces opposition by the Republican-controlled position. The Republican-controlled legislative proposals. God, that's so weird that it's coming in our case, but nah. Safety. Wait a minute. Safety? Safety all of a sudden. Are you kidding me? What? I don't think they care about safety, guys. It's going on a limb. They're talking about Not deregulizing. What's the fucking word I'm looking for? Deregulating. Jesus. They also expressed skepticism about the potential revenue benefits of legalization, even though they can look to their neighbors and go, well, we jelly. I mean, dude, they got if you've ever been to Madison, Wisconsin, they have the worst roads I have ever been on. Like, for real. Like, if you have tire, damage at all, do not go to Madison, Wisconsin. You will definitely end up leaving with your spare. On the car, is what I meant. Anyway, in May 2025, the Legislation Joint Finance Committee removed marijuana legalization from the governor's budget proposal. He tried. Continues to push for legalization. But, okay, so 2026, there needs to be a referendum from the voters to get them out of the state house and get them again, this is what happens when you have too many freaking Bible thumping, scared of the drugs because they believed in all that. I feel like this is too bright. All right. Weird part is I had dark mode turned on for Wikipedia, so must have updated. Anyway. All right, so what else we got? Wait a minute. Is that for real? I just realized that. So it was at 420, for it to hit its no-go. That's still crazy to me, man. Oh, God. And I text my sister about it, and I believe that she is going to end up crying. Surprised that oh, wait. Duh, she's at work. I forgot. Some people, work on Fridays. Oh, shit. I hope I didn't get her in trouble. Certainly feels like from over here. Wait. I mean, even if they did legalize it, they'd use the tax revenue to supply students with one pencil for every tank they bought for Terry's police department or whatever. Well, they gotta, dude, they gotta protect themselves from, the killer clown. Was it every 22, 24 years? Can't remember. I saw the trailer for Welcome to Derry. It actually looked pretty good. All right, Ethan Klein snaps at his staff. I kind of want to see that. And then I think we have a debate to watch in a little bit. Is that a band logo on your hat? No, actually, this is Tokidoki. Simone Lingo is he's kind of like a kawaii artist. This is his stuff. Here, this is actually, that's like a homage to his wife, and then he does all this. But yeah, he's an Italian artist. He's dope. My wife really fell in love with his stuff, and then I started to really enjoy it. So, yeah. And this logo's fucking dope. So, actually, that Godzilla here. I'll show you. Number one. Here is the signature. Something that's really cool. Actually, I have a sig one, which is wild. This is an artist my wife loves, but technically I'm the one who ended up with a signature from him. Yeah, he did a guy. This is 1 of 50. So it was looks like he's kind of humping it on it. Tokidoki. There you go. Oh, I trimmed your plant? You did? Yeah, put that in the Discord. I definitely would like to see it. Oh, yeah, dude. I looked at my plant today. I think I might have either, like, given it too many newts, or I might have missed a day of watering because it looked kind of mad at me. They looked, or not even mad. They looked sad. They're just all limp. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, nice. He has a sale this weekend. Oh, does he? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Don't let Unimoogle see that one. Oh, actually, you know what? Don't let her. Huh. I wonder. She was missing. She collects these little unicorn things. Actually, here. I got one right here. It's the Headless Horseman. But yeah, these are the little things that she collects. They're called unicornos. That's where the uni comes from her name. I gotta go let my dog out again, because she wouldn't go out before. Got to stop. Man. Middle of a segment, and she's just like, no, I'm going to be a pain in the butt. I've got some Cali buds. Nice, man. Well, wait, you said, okay, wait. You're from, like, you live in Hawaii, right? So what is the actual law there, and how hard is it to get... See, I have to be honest. I had an opportunity to do like a family vacation type of thing, and I kind of turned it down where, oh, you're in SoCal. Oh, shit. Damn, never mind. Fuck. All right, but you've been there, right? I don't know. I kind of remember you saying something about that. Are you talking to... I think I'm talking to somebody else. No, I was talking to you, Weasel. I think I mixed you up with somebody else. No, damn. You've never been to Hawaii? Okay, no, totally mixing you up. Damn it. Sorry, I do that occasionally. There's a lot of you guys. What was I mixing you up with? Because now now I need to ask them, because somebody was in Hawaii recently. They were talking about how, like they were right by this volcano thing, and immediately I was just like, oh, dude, I need to ask you about some, because I turned down a family vacation to go to Hawaii because I heard that it's like super strict there and like you can't smoke there. I was like, I'm not going. No. I know, Weasel. I know. That was my bad. Like, I just thought we had a different, like another conversation mixed in there. I know who you are. I've been to a few of the islands. You have. Maybe it was you then. I don't know anything about... damn it. Well, I'm going to keep this one going. Like, whoever's been to the islands and, like, knows about the smokage... Bro, I'm high, leave me alone. That's, like, 90% of, like... I think that's my way of saying, I'm overstimulated. Bro, I'm high. Leave me alone. I don't want to think right now. All right, here. Let's do this. Let's get this out of the way. It's the Ethan Klein is crashing out. I'm almost done with this, guys. Like, just personally. I've said this a few times. Like, it's getting boring. Like, at this point, Ethan needs to stop with the Hassan obsession, and Hassan needs to stop entertaining it and just move on with his life. Like, bros, I just gotta say, like, at this point, just it would benefit the two of them to just stop. But the interest is here because now there's pushback from Ethan Klein's own staff, and that's what I'm most interested in, because to be real, the lore with H3, I have always sensed tension between him and Dan. Specifically, him and Dan, I'm talking like this goes back years, bro. Like this goes back before Hassan even knew Ethan. Like you would hear these guys get into arguments, and then occasionally they would say some personal stuff. But it also, like, I really respect the fact that he does, like, he respects Ethan enough and the show enough to keep Ethan in check. That's why the button was a funny ass idea. The H3 format has never appealed to me. Okay, so Weasel Lord, would you say Howard Stern's format? Do you know what that is? Like, because like Howard Stern had a very, very similar format where he made it more about the cast of characters. It wasn't just about this, like Howard Stern himself. And I always really appreciated that. And Opie and Anthony kind of took a little bit from that. Yeah, I wasn't a fan. Okay, then that explains it. That actually explains it. It's beautiful, though. Totally worth not smoking over. Really? I don't know, man. I'm not sure how much I could appreciate it without it. I mean, I hate to sound like that, but I really... It's just one of those situations where I'd be like, yeah, but I would be enjoying this a lot more if I was high. Didn't watch Stern back in the day. Felt lowbrow to me. It is. Like, you know what? I appreciate that. And I appreciate people that could say that, like, way sooner than me. Like, I got into that, like, weird, you know, oh, dick fart jokes, you know, shock jocks. You know, crash, they call it crash out comedy now, but before that it was called, like, you know, you could call it cringe comedy or shock comedy or whatever the fuck, but it was always the same bullshit. I'm just gonna go see how far I can push it. And then complain about college kids. My wrist was broken and I had to do a deal with my least favorite relatives. I do not regret going. Oh, she's barking at the neighbor dog. I was like, man, I usually can't hear her that clearly. I don't want to start this without being here, so you know what? I'm gonna go let her in real quick. This sucks too because I am a little self-conscious now about leaving my chair so much because, yeah, I saw a little bit of the analytics on it. I'm like, oh, yeah. They discussing plans for Memorial Weekend. Wait, who? Me? Wait, now I'm confused. I mean, I'm not... Yeah, I wish I was going to frickin' Hawaii. God. I think I mentioned it. I need a vacation. The dogs. Oh. You know what? Huh. That'd be funny. Your human got a 3-day weekend? Yeah! How cool is that? Awesome! You gonna lay on their lap? Yeah! Dude. Oh, there she is. All right, let me right. Snap the door. You got a big treat for you. Here you go. Oh, you're not on cam. Here. All right. Sit. Good boy. My humans are having a barbecue. I usually get more leftovers. I mean, as long as you're responsible with the bones, man, because, like, I had a situation where my buddy was letting his dog eat a pork bone, and the thing splintered, and we ended up taking his dog to the hospital that night. That sucked. I don't want to do that again because it was also a small dog. So I was just like, oh, dude, like this could be really bad. Like I was freaking out more than he was. But they did confirm. They were like, no, good thing you got this dog here because that could have perforated his little tummy. So careful with your dogs, guys. Also, give him some love from me because.
This account says, I wonder if there's a mental illness, term for a mental illness that makes one compelled to center themselves in any and all events. As you watch Hassan fans and Twitter leftists celebrate the murder of 2 innocent Israelis, okay, didn't happen, understand that me and Gila are just as valid targets to them. I don't think so.
For real, bragging about my human's clumsy. I'll get a whole burger, LO.
That's ridiculous. I've known this as people like Hassan and iDubbbz lecture me about hallucinating threats. I knew this the moment.
You know what?
Moment I ended leftovers.
I made a mistake the other day. Funny that you kind of said that. My lab, she's smart. She knows that if I put my plate a little bit too low, she had me pegged, dude. She was just like, oh, he's got one hand on the plate. Immediately just booped the plate. I spilled I had eggs. So, yeah, my dog, it was an omelet.
Why would I want to be a member of a community that would literally...
My dog got an omelet.
...really cheer on my death? There is a toxic, violent, nihilistic extremism brewing on the left, and it should scare all of us.
That's the sad part. I'm not even that clumsy. She's just really... she's really good with her timing.
Okay? No, this is a hallucination. I will say it once again. If I don't think...
are the striped jackets coming back? Dude, that is something straight out of 1995.
It's appropriate for someone to call CPS on Ethan Klein. Why the f would I ever think it's appropriate for someone to kill Ethan Klein? Are you stupid? Of course. That is insane. That is psychotic. That is a psychotic assessment. Okay?
I just usually make them their own. Like, I'll be real. Like, that's... If I'm making burgers, like, for a large group of people, my dogs are getting one, too.
No one...
She knows you well. Oh, yeah.
It's a grift.
Oh, she does.
To which I
Yeah,
said,
she knows
2
me really
Israeli
well.
embassy officials get killed, and Ethan Klein predictably moves to make the moment about himself from the comfort of his mansion as the criminal state his community keeps defending continues with his unlimited
Robin Hood,
child
take from the rich, give to the
murder.
needy.
And then he responded to that by
Well,
cutting off his
I mean-
own silly statement this time and just simply showing mine.
That's me, yes.
Imagine saying this to any other minority group in the wake of a violent tragedy.
I was about to say, don't ever say that they are,
To which I said,
virtuous towards their kin, because I can tell you right now, even him and his sister, they would get into a vicious fight over a burger.
Lemau, still going on, by the way. You are an immensely privileged, wealthy
Unfortunately,
YouTuber
that's
who's
too
using the
true.
backdrop of a live
He's
stream
got a little bit of food anxiety.
child
Or,
Holocaust to
what's it?
try
Food
and
aggression.
make drama slop as you call for deplatforming of pro-Palestinian voices. Have some dignity. You are not a victim, just a narcissist. That's it. It's like that age-old conservative meme of the conservative lady from the UK being like, this is what it feels like to be a white woman in the UK, a conservative white woman, and it's a target on her forehead. And someone responds, yeah, this is a perfect analogy because no one's coming after you and you place the target on your forehead. Yeah, Katie Hopkins, yeah. And what you need to understand, is this, okay? Yeah, this is how it feels to be a white conservative woman. Perfect analogy, because that's not a real target, and you've put it there yourself. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because
I keep bringing this one up because it's not like it got picked up at the beginning of Trump's presidency, but it just got dropped. When, come on, they've been just as angry. Like, why are they so angry? They literally have all the power right now, but they're just so mad all the time. And then they're getting victimized, guys.
Understand something.
Like,
Israel is a right-wing institution, okay? It is a fascist. It's the most right-wing you can get, but it's a fascist, right-wing, reactionary country. And my job as someone who tries to get Americans to understand certain concepts will always utilize the.
It's crazy.
This is exactly what Israel defenders. That's it. The only difference, and yet people who are pro-Israel are against them simply on the virtue of them being.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. Yes, warning. Current stream bitrate is lower than recommended bitrate. Okay, I have now changed my bitrate. Are you going to adjust the stream input? I mean, literally, dude. Okay, so let's try and figure out why it's only on YouTube side. This is so dumb. I hate this thing.
There are more Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jews across the board, Zionists and anti-Zionists alike. But it is the exact same thing. It is it's a permanent spiral of self-victimization when you are defending one of the most powerful nations in the region with nuclear arms doing a genocide.
2-hour service done. I really didn't want to do my job today.
Population that it has occupied illegally for 77
when they're just
years.
like, I don't want to do this.
And it's backed by, this country, Israel, is backed by the most powerful nation on earth that is offering it unlimited arms. And you want to present yourself as the victim living in that most powerful nation on the planet for not being able to describe your pro-Israel position without scrutiny. The amount of privilege here is unfathomable. The amount of privilege here is unfathomable in comparison to like the average black or brown or even white anti-Zionist, even Jewish anti-Zionist.
Him and Kai are on the same screen.
And I'm not even going to make this comparison to the average Palestinian, okay? Because that is disgusting to even mention in the same category. There is no comparison whatsoever in comparison to obviously the average Palestinian and what they're going through. But even in terms of like how you claim to be consistently victimized here, like there are people in the United States of America who are anti-Zionist that are literally getting blackbagged by this administration, and you still run around as a wealthy YouTuber who just wants to make drama content off of all of this stuff. And you can't deal with the heat, but you cannot get out of the kitchen. Must be hard, Hassan, being on everyone's bad side. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about Ethan here, or any number of different stupid slop tubers? Because I might be on the bad side of your favorite content creators, but that's more so just telling on yourself. Like there are plenty of people out there who are still very much pro-Israel, okay, due to the endless amount of social conditioning that they have experienced, taken for granted, believed to be true, okay? Having said that, at least a lot of those people have the dignity to shut the up, you know? There are plenty of people who are right now shutting the up.
Well, they're also shutting the fuck up because they realize that they don't have the popular opinion in the discourse anymore.
And
like,
the
let's
reason
be real.
for why they're shutting the up is because even they understand it's perhaps not the best look to self-victimize when everyone can see how devastating the situation is. And then there are those who have completely lost the plot. And yes, I mean, this is a perfect 2-minute video of the insanity.
He copied you, Pep.
Especially as it pertains to like, this is a clip that I saw that I could not believe.
Hey, I'm not saying anything like they've done that, but I've noticed a few things where, like Kyle Kalinske, Hassan, if you will, they changed up a few things. Vosh was one where, like, for instance, Vosh noticed that he took away like a bunch of like the extra shit that gave him like his logo on his screen, and like he streamlined a bunch of shit. Went kind of bare bones with his stream.
Okay.
You know?
This is a perfect demonstration of what the real resentment is. Ethan Klein's resentment,
I'm a trendsetter,
towards me is not about Israel. He's trying to use the wrong side of this Israel-Palestine situation as a way to get additional help from other groups.
Shit.
But the real reason for why this resentment exists is just purely personal. I think under different circumstances, he's been able to humiliate people, bully people into submission, deplatform people aggressively. But it's not happening for him this time. And he literally cannot contend with that reality. He just can't figure out why it's not happening. And there is, I mean, this in and of itself is a perfect demonstration of that.
I found a really funny meme while being in the bathroom just now. And it's some sort of like hater pipeline, I think, but it must have made it to Instagram, like normie Instagram, and I found it so funny.
Someone said,
"Hey, love, I saw this like a week ago, and I died."
Yeah, God's little statue behind him was awesome.
The funniest meme I've ever seen.
I didn't want to share it for
It went mainstream for real.
This?
Yeah.
Someone says he looks. Someone said he looks like he's hiding a zombie bite from the group.
I just thought it was so goofy.
I mean, it is kind of. I mean, he does.
Twitter is on Instagram. Meme pages were reposting it.
Someone said he looks
Really?
like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group.
That's true. I see it.
You're like concerned.
I don't know why my face looks so like this. I think someone must have edited
Yeah,
this.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
but
okay.
it just
No,
fully...
bro, stop.
No,
Look at
the saturation.
There's like
is turned
weird
up.
age and saturation
What's up, miss?
stuff.
I don't think it's aged. I think it's just slightly saturated.
What's
No,
up?
that ain't normal. Somebody definitely.
No,
Is Hassan streaming or am I streaming?
it's only saturation or...
You know what? I'm gonna say
Streamception.
You guys are like, oh, Ethan needs to disclose that the feed.
Spin the top.
Let's defend Hassan at every corner in every possible way.
Oh,
Feet are not that big. The
Holding in
minute
a fart. He does kind of look like he's holding in a
Just-
fart.
This is a perfect
I mean, guys, once you get close to 40, you know, you get to that age, you don't trust farts as much anymore. I mean,
demonstration
come on, let's be
of a
fair.
crash out, a narcissistic crash out, where
I know, I'm watching a guy streaming, It's crazy. It's crazy.
this isn't even about me. Why the does he just like randomly bring me up? He's like, oh, you guys love Hassan. You always defend Hassan when I'm actually editing stuff about Hassan to make fun of his like feet or whatever, which I think is very
Guys, you ever feel like you're watching a guy? It's fucking
strange. But you know, go off, King, I guess. And then he just
We're very
like,
on brand today.
uses me as a cudgel here. I am the permanent enemy in his mind. And even Dan is like, dude, Dan literally says right there, dude, shut up. Like, what the
Ethan needs to disclose that the feed. Let's defend Hassan at every corner in every possible way.
Oh, shut
His
up.
Oh, he
feet
is
are
crashing
not
out. Here we go.
literally says, oh, shut up.
that big. The minute that this meme, everybody's laughing about how terrible I look. It's like, oh,
It's not about terrible.
No, it's your concerned look.
It's not about. It's literally like about the look, dude.
That is not original, bro. You can tell.
You ever watched a guy watch a
The
guy
edges,
while
it's-
on weed, man?
It's not edited, bro.
Maybe.
You know, let's just.
Like Olivia is like babying him like he's a baby.
You ever seen? Have you seen this YouTube video, Howlception, where dogs howl watching another dog howl, then another dog howls? No, I need to watch. No,
Like he's a baby
but I want to get Stanley in on this. Wait, is this like a trend that we can still continue,
who was crying.
or is this like a trend that's so old that we can bring it back? Because dude, there's some Vine trends going around that I was like, wait a minute, we're doing this again?
Because he spilled his juice. She's like, it's okay. It's a meme. It's okay.
They literally are talking to him like he's a kid.
Hey, come on, big
That's
guy.
true.
You are so handsome. Like, what are you doing? What is happening here?
Play the video or I'm going to dip off because I did want to just see like Hassan reacting to
This is
it.
one of the
I
most
admit.
insane things I ever saw.
Little part of
dude.
that
What the
drama farm.
Go back earlier. He was saying your name under his breath as others were talking like he was possessed. I mean, one of the funniest
I've been on this drama farm for what feels like 34 years.
aspects of this is that like this moment.
I'm old. I'm tired.
He looks exactly like the clip. Like, why is he so pissed off?
Doing is proving the point that you would hide the bite from us. So
Yeah, I don't think it's that change.
Also, you do look great. Like, you have a funny
Yeah, you don't
face.
look like
again.
that.
I don't think you look
that's
great
what
at
I
all.
wanna hear.
You look beautiful,
No.
gorgeous.
Oh, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. You look beautiful. You look gorgeous.
That's kind of funny.
You're such a big, handsome boy.
Yeah, you big,
Who's
handsome
my
boy.
big, handsome, strong boy?
Yeah, you have nothing to say
Although, wait a minute.
about this. I don't want to hear it.
I want the.
It also, all of this is like, all this started because like someone made a funny meme. It's like when those guys.
It's honest, and the thing is, he immediately took it to, oh, so you're on Hassan's side.
There's this one
like
guy.
That's what's wild about this. It's like he had nothing to do with it.
Who actually, unironically, is a very talented artist, and he always draws me with a tiny head, and I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I think it's funny, and he's actually a pretty good artist overall. Like you'll see screenshots of it in my replies from psychos all the time. Like I make jokes about this stuff myself. Like it's obviously a emote in my community since the beginning of my. No, it's not scum art. No. I'm not talking about that. No. There's a hater who like will try to. I don't know if anyone's found the. I don't know if anyone has seen them before. He is like it's a new guy. Hiding the zombie bite from the group will make you laugh
my
until
God.
no, this is someone said he looks like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group is funnier than anything he's ever said. That's the other side of the story. Like it's all right to make fun of yourself. Is this the one? Oh yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy.
That's what's weird. That's what's really weird about this, though.
I don't want to like highlight them too
That is
much. 'cause
actually kind of funny.
I don't know what they're like called.
Okay. All right. Gotta say, pretty funny. Lazy shell.
Politics are they probably have like horrible politics in general, but yeah, I mean this guy's like clearly a talented artist. You know what I mean? He is. I saw this and I was like, damn, this guy's actually not a bad artist at all. I suspect that they probably have like dog shit politics, but you know, it's kind of like that one guy. What's his name? The one conservative that actually is like pretty decent cartoonist, but he's like, no, not Meat Canyon Chatters.
No, he's talking about the Dilbert guy.
Stop. And no, not Garrison. No. And
Dilbert.
Certainly not Stone Toss. Ew. Stone Toss is both a Nazi and a dog shit artist. No. What's the guy?
I'm not. He's not doing. I hate to do that, but he's not doing the drama, guys. Fuck it. I'm tapping out. All right, so we got a new generation of DEMS debate. We'll watch that in a minute. I think that I mentioned that we're kind of winging it here today.
Tonight, we're learning more about the man from Chicago who's now charged in the shooting deaths of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington,
I feel
D.C.
right at home right now.
Are being investigated
Literally.
as an act of hate
This
and
is,
terrorism. And
this is
WGN's
my home
Christine Flores
broadcast,
is joining us
guys.
now
WGN
live with more
News.
on the investigation tonight.
Yeah, Ray and Jenna, good evening. We're seeing new details come to light about the suspect, the victims, and the attack. In the meantime, investigators are digging into the suspect's background and working on a timeline of events, including him boarding a plane at O'Hare with a handgun checked in his luggage.
This picture of Yaron Lischinski and Sarah Lynn Milgram was projected on a screen Thursday evening in Wichita, Kansas, as family and friends gathered to remember the pair who were Israeli embassy staffers and who were shot and killed Wednesday night as they left an event at the National Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C.
She was murdered because she was an employee of the Israel embassy. She was murdered because she was Jewish. And she was murdered alongside her boyfriend, Yaron. Yaron had purchased an engagement ring and planned to propose to Sarah.
We get it. I mean, I get it.
The tragedy just keeps compounding.
Sarah's former roommate and friend also spoke at the event.
Doesn't make it.
Something I think Sarah would want me to say is,
It still sucks. I mean, like, let's be real here.
please strive
People
to learn
lost
as
their
much as you can.
loved ones, but
Educate yourself as much as possible.
I feel like the news saying this disingenuously, like, that doesn't help.
Advocate for others in need.
31-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago is accused of fatally shooting the couple. He faces charges of murder of foreign officials and other crimes and did not enter a plea during his court appearance. Prosecutors say additional charges are likely as they continue to investigate the killings as a hate crime and terrorism. The attack has prompted Israeli missions to beef up security and lower their flags at half staff. Consul General of Israel to the Midwest, Yinam Cohen, shared his perspective on the matter and safety concern.
We don't need to be reactive to just enhance security. We need to be proactive. We need to leave no space for the hateful rhetoric and action that we have seen on the streets of Chicago, on university campuses, and the language that was echoed by some elected officials, aldermen in the city of Chicago. This has no place in a city like Chicago.
It's an incident that has left many people shocked and heartbroken.
She loved bridging the gap and helping people connect, even if they're different from each other. And that's why she dedicated herself and her career to doing exactly that. And that's why it's so ironic that her life was cut short by somebody filled with hates, baseless hatreds, to somebody so filled with love. So tragic.
An affidavit made public on Thursday presents the killing as calculated and planned. Rodriguez is due back in court on June 18th. He was ordered to remain behind bars pending future court hearings. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Christina.
Okay, so that was the live update. Iran strike imminent.
The question is Trump going to keep allowing Netanyahu to dogwalk him, or is he going to be a strong leader that avoids wasting American lives and American resources on a war that we shouldn't be fighting? That's the real question here.
Do you want to see Israel take action against Iran, even if we are not, we don't have a role?
What I want to see is Trump give an absolute warning, say within 30 days, if Iran doesn't dismantle all of its nuclear programs, enrichment of centrifuges, there will be an attack. I would hope Iran would back away and there wouldn't have to be an attack.
Yeah, I'm going to go with, well, number one, Dershowitz, really. Man, they love themselves the Dersh. Well, all right, hold on. We got better content than that. Come on now. Hold to Jesus, did I forget to do this again? Hold on, guys. Here we go. I love how I forget to do one thing, and all of a sudden it's just like, do you want any of your content to work? Libertarian caller forgets why he called into the majority report. Am I ready for a libertarian caller right now? I'm not sure. Nihilism. Oh my God, is this her? Okay, so there's this like lady that has like the thickest like Scottish accent I've ever heard. I made a joke about how like legit her voice like would scare me away, and I took some shit for that. Well, it's down over pushback. What? I don't think that we need that. Europe makes huge announcement. Deals unexpected blow to Trump. I hate to say it, guys. I think that we might just go to a libertarian debate. I kind of wanted to do something that was a little bit, you know, more chill, so. Debates Trump fans. Oh, really?
President Donald Trump signed executive orders today aimed at expanding nuclear energy production. Some of the changes include allowing the Energy Department to build nuclear reactors on federally owned land and expanding uranium mining and enrichment in the U.S. A White House official says they will help address growing
Anybody else that's getting big WW3 vibes? Anybody?
Electricity.
Anybody? This doesn't all just happen out of fucking nowhere.
To a demand from AI technology.
As I said, I'm getting big WW3 vibes. It's good. It's good.
More reform to it, like a limit to that stake.
So,
oh, I already did this one. Oh, never mind.
President Donald Trump signed executive orders today.
Yes, he did. Big boy got his little coloring book and his crayons out. Here we go. History. All right.
Yeah, it's Jean from Montreal.
John from Montreal. What's on your mind?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I mean, how
I
you
guess this was from yesterday.
doing over
I
there?
did not
Our
get to watch
new
yesterday, so.
greatest enemy state, Canada.
It's very panicky over here.
A little bit.
He does actually, like, that is one of the funnier parts about the executive order signings is the fact that his little marker squeaks each time.
There's no on your mic, by the way, if you don't.
Sounds like a little NBA game is happening on the paper.
Sorry about that.
Take me off speaker or off headphones.
I love the big markers.
There's no real rhyme or reason to what this administration is doing. And I think a lot of the damage he's doing is going to be irreversible, at least on the international stage. Not respecting a lot of the very same trade agreements that he signed into law, not respecting war treaties that he has with Ukraine, I think is, I think the rest of the world is going to have a very big problem with trusting the American populace to elect leaders moving forward that that kind of agree with the rule of law that's been set by decades and decades of leadership. But more importantly, I think this era in American politics might lead to very broad constitutional reforms. I think Trump is just part of a bigger problem. Whether it's the two-party system, whether it's money in politics, whether it's very partisan Supreme Court. I think he's just exposing a lot of the flaws within the Constitution. And I mean, he's a businessman that's been taking advantage of loopholes in his businesses for decades. It's not really surprising that now that he has access to unfettered power in government, he's doing the same thing. My question is, how long before massive constitutional reform happens, or is it really ever going to happen?
What kind of constitutional reform do you mean?
Well, for one, I think the Supreme Court not being balanced, not having term limits, same thing with Congress, same thing with money in politics. I think those are things that, as long as they're part of the American political system, another Trump might happen later on.
Well, that's the concern, right? I mean, I guess it's specifically the administrative state gutting. It's like, who does this set things up for?
Although I have to be honest, what's the point of worrying about the next Trump when we're already dealing with like the current one? Like that seems a little counter.
In the same way,
doesn't seem very productive.
That we were critical of Obama for not repealing like the military authorization that was powers that were given to Bush during the war on terror. this is the kind of thing that where you continue to leave the door open and the expansion of executive power. It just means that a demagogue can come in and use those powers for bad.
The question of how long it's going to take is an entirely new generation of Democrats.
Yeah.
No good showing or even primarying people out is going to turn this around in a midterm. You have too many people controlled that don't actually give a shit about what's happening, really. They need to show that they care, but they...
No, realistically, Russia, I mean, they're a paper tiger. Like, look at the fact that they're how many years in when it was supposed to be... dude, people forget this. That offensive was only supposed to last, I think, 3 or 4 days.
They and their donors are fine with a
like,
lot
they
of what's
said
happening.
within a week, they would literally take the entire... Like, they would take Kyiv, and then they would go and lock down the rest of the country.
So, you know, what's going to... Ultimately, yes, we need to get back to a place like we were pre-civil rights era, where people were looking at the courts and the Senate as, oh, these are legacies of a slaveholder's government that is just very obviously meant to check the masses of people when they have a good idea for a better way of life. And we still have Democrats who look up to Supreme Court justices and senators, frankly. And even like the best leftist in power in the country right now is a Senate institutionalist in Bernie Sanders. So we have a long way to go before we're able to do any of that stuff. And it's horrifying because you've seen all this stuff that's been torn down. It needs to be reconstructed, and there is no actual constructors besides maybe Bernie and a few others. I mean, Elizabeth Warren constructed the CFPB. You're going to need to propose government action on this stuff, and the Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are shy about that because they're neoliberals.
Exactly right, and it would need. I think I said this about maybe just some of my pessimism about the next 4 years. Is like it's very easy to break things, and Trump is doing that and showing the way that you can wield presidential power and test the limits that we've been told are untestable by democratic institutionalists for quite a while. So whoever gets in there in 2028, if they can, would need to be somebody that acts with the respective urgency that this requires and acts with the same amount of force, but on a building side.
But that's where you're asking for a left-wing Trump. You don't see, like...
side of things that don't...
Like, you get it. They do. We have to wield power the same way.
Well, Trump is engaging in. And that's why we played that clip of Tim Walz yesterday, because that's what he's basically saying there, is that you acquire political capital to burn it. And the reality is that Democrats have acquired political capital to satiate their base, as opposed to burning it while really delivering on political capital for their donors.
And burning it should be looked at as like investing in a world that is more conducive to the one that will be better for you in the future. Like, and to put it in concrete terms, from Democrats from Jimmy Carter to Bill Clinton said, fuck those unions. They are actually a problem for progress in this country. They're a problem for our economic priorities. They get in the way of our politics. That they don't let people cook. And what have we seen? Them be decimated in part by Reagan, I mean, mainly like Reagan, Patco, a strike and everything that's followed out since then. But that was enabled by those Democrats saying, you know what, maybe there's something to it. And that
what up, Outsmoke? How you doing, bro?
Led to a electoral situation where, all of a sudden the working class is even less organized. They're even more prone to like right-wing misinformation. We have this sort of fixation that we can only look at the internet and Daily Wire or whatever the fuck. No, the base of the party has been decimated, and it's like we're hoping to try to get those numbers back slightly, but I'm sorry, like we're not getting back to like 1975 unionization levels, and we're all fucked because of it.
Yeah, and
is there I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, to add to his point, the Obama coalition was very, very fractured because of these failed
promises. Are you saying fuck the term, let them cook? You don't like that term?
Which could have led us to success long term, but...
is there a possibility for an advent of a third party? Because I do feel like...
no, at this point, no. Stop. But this is also where you do have to, like, at least be a little bit angry at Jill Stein for just making it so it's that unserious. Like, I hope you guys realize that's why I've been so mad at her.
I kind of have to toe the line.
Like, she did so much more damage than she actually did good.
Neoliberals liberals or
that term is dumb as fuck.
I don't think in the immediate. I think
what needs to
What if he's cooking?
happen is a independent
populist party.
So there needs to be agnosticism
PSL is trying to do.
towards
No, I know.
the ballot line. If you
No, I know, but that's also why, like, 2 years before or a year and a half before the next election, that's why they're already trying to go after PSL.
get on as a Republican, like Eric.
Like, listen, I'll say this much. I don't think that what just happened was to target PSL, but the fact that they're going after it, they did see, they were just like, oh, we could totally use this to go after them too.
Kowalski, the farmer who called
The
it
fact that the Green
earlier
Party
to do
never
it,
runs for
get
primaries and only goes for presidency shows how unserious they are. Yep.
power no matter how you do it. But there does need to be.
Well, yeah, it's. I think Sam Cedar debated Cenk Uygur about this, but he brought up a great point about just like how she literally like. She just constantly does, like, she doesn't just do more damage because she, like, takes away people's, like, what is it, the opinion, where she does not have a very, like, she's not popular with anybody. And then when she's actually pressed on matters, she proves herself that, like, to be completely incompetent to even run for the office. So when people talk about third-party politics, immediately they're thinking about this Crystal lady that doesn't even know how many seats there are in the House of, the House of Representatives. So,
So and we're heading in the wrong direction on this with AOC saying
you on
we're not
Twitch?
going to be insurgents anymore.
I'm on both.
Well, she can do that, and good luck to her. And I hope she gets climbs very high in the party. But in terms of like what we need to do, there needs to be some kind of line in terms of supporting shitty ass Democrats that are going to support crypto.
If you're discouraging somebody from bothering the chef, then it is
Israel.
applicable.
And
let him cook.
People who we need to get into power right now, and I'm not sure. I would like to see more from Bernie on that front because working within the party, there needs to be some kind of fence at least. Look, I still think running in Democratic primaries is a absolute must.
You were like,
but there
why
needs to be an
no,
understanding that most of this party is corrupt, and from the head down, it's going to rot like a fish.
It does feel like Bernie being pushed out in 2016 was the start of a precipitous decline.
Thank you. I want the spot back.
Within the Democratic base.
Yeah.
I just at his advanced age, like what kind of, rallying behind Bernie. I'm from Canada. I'm all for it. He advocates a lot of the stuff that we get to enjoy here, and he seems like the most common sense politician out there, but. Bernie is not
moving Mania to Vegas. Not crazy about that. Although, did you see that Money in the Bank or consolation prize?
Is doing the great work, but what's after Bernie?
I know. Well, that's the gotta get lot.
We need people to be serious about winning power.
Yeah.
Like Bernie was, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And Robin Wansley, indepependent Democrat in Minneapolis City Council. And the truth is,
Back in my day, when you said let him cook, it's what you were talking about, an actual chef.
She works with Democrats all the time. She's trying to get Omar Fateh elected mayor because that's just the reality of politics right now. And so there's like, I think you cannot
interest
understand
wanes and they can't
the
fill a
problems of the
stadium
Democratic
anymore.
Party, but also there's a risk of overcorrecting, saying we can't work with them at all. And it's like, well,
doing 2 days in the same stadium that you just did, like that's kind of part of why people travel for Mania, is the fact that it's in a different place.
Then play Cyberpunk 2077 because there's no. That's how the system is set up right now.
Yeah.
I'll be real. That's the reason I wish that the Bears could get their shit together and just get a stadium built so we could get our Mania.
Appreciate the call so much.
Oh, all right. Sounds good. Thank you. Bye.
Chris Burdick says you're spot on.
Nice.
That it's easy to break things, and the Democrats have shown time and time again they have little or no interest in rebuilding those things once they're broken. They have this militant fetish for defending the status quo, no matter how degraded it is. It's like they view their own privilege as a Jenga tower, and they're terrified that the slightest change might cause it to collapse.
Yeah, that's true.
Well said.
Hey, folks, don't.
You went to Mania 13 at Allstate. Yeah, back when Mania was held at just like even smaller arenas, because freaking Allstate Arena, man. Arena Manias were better. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't necessarily mind like the giant footballs because they fill them. I thought that the obviously post-COVID one with Tampa Bay, that was kind of weak sauce, but again, not necessarily their fault. God, where did they sell it? I think it was Indiana. Wherever they did the Royal Rumble, I gotta say, that was impressive. But for some reason, Rumble almost like looks better than Mania. Okay, I'm going down to wrestling. That and the Judgment Day, yeah, where Taker versus Kane with Stone Cold as ref, where Austin knocked. Yeah, man. You were there? Oh, that's cool. Lucky. Libertarian tries to find common ground with Sam. And we'll do that in a minute. Wait a minute.
Is the only reason that prices go up
covered
is
this
due to
too?
inflation? Is that the only reason that prices will go up? Yes or no?
Inflation is defined as prices going up.
But I'm asking you, is that the only reason? I know what the inflation definition is.
Well,
is that the only reason?
It's not that it's due to inflation, it's that it is inflation.
Lord have mercy. I know, I get it. Is that the only reason that prices of gas and groceries will go up?
Wait.
Is because of inflation. Here, hold on.
A few moments later.
Wait. I want you to define the term inflation.
Dude, stop.
No.
12 seconds later.
Well, it's the general level of prices for goods and services rises, reducing the purchasing power of money over time.
Thank you. So you just defined inflation as rising prices.
Okay.
Bingo.
So I don't think you're getting this.
I don't think you're getting this. You just said, is the only reason for rising prices rising prices? Do you get that?
No, you're not. Hear me out. Hold on.
Walt, please just hear.
That was the smartest Trump voter right there. The average smug, arrogant tone while being completely wrong. But I have a clip that might one-up that
Bro, this
clip.
dude
I
sounds
wanna
like his
show
name
you
is
all a
Liam.
MAGA alpha bro. This dude, Andrew Wilson, used to call himself Big Papa Fascist. Now he makes the rounds debating on all of these red pill podcasts, calls himself an alpha male, and decided to challenge friend of the show Naima to open a jar. He said, I bet you can't open this jar, trying to prove some larger concept about masculinity. The funniest thing is, Andrew Wilson then owns himself. I'm not even making this up. You have to watch this play out. First, make sure you drop a like. I keep getting comments like this. Adam, I've been watching you since 200K. I never even subscribed. So make sure you scroll down, subscribe, and please watch this clip. I'll link Naima's socials in the description below. Check this.
You got to open it.
Oh, I have to open it right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. It's easier because it's an olive jar, though.
Andrew gained some weight. He did.
Uh-oh. Come on, you can do
Yeah,
it.
it's drinking all them beers on stream.
You got this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
All right. I guess, yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
It's like a... Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little.
It's all fucking
it's just
slick now.
It's a little...
See, it is.
I got to grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
Literally. The alpha male can't get over a little bit of hand grease, but just watch.
It's like, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my God.
No, it wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew.
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot blame my.
Oh my God, does he have an aggro crag?
While we're doing
Oh my God, he has an aggro crag. Dude, okay, so I don't
Olive
care
jar.
what's being talked about right now. That's the aggro crag.
If you're so strong,
from
you should open
Guts.
it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's go.
Literally.
Oh my God, I want. Oh, dude,
Slippery.
I'm actually like legit jealous that he has a piece of the aggro crag, or like he has the aggro crag.
You can see his heart beating out of his throat as it happens. Watch.
If you can't open
Pretty
the
sure I
olive
can
jar,
open
you
the jar.
cannot blame my
While we're doing
hand.
the olive jar...
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Okay, once the top is dry, if you still.
He's panicking. You can hear it. You can hear the tone in his voice.
Do we now need to allow her another
This
opportunity
is fun.
with the...
This is really fun.
Yeah, give her the paper towel so that...
I'm glad that we have this on,
No,
on
I think
video.
you should do it, Andrew. You're the big, strong man. There you
Does he have a picture of Patrice O'Neal just sitting
go.
there?
Come on.
Here, I'm going to let some chats...
Dude, Patrice O'Neal would roast the crap out of these guys.
We got some chats while they're working on that.
I'll let you go first if you want.
No, Andrew, I greased it all up. There you go.
I can't grip the fucker.
Uh-oh.
Like, I got to have a way to grip it.
Jungle.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not.
My fingers slip
What a
right off the
backfire.
lid.
It's that right-wing soy boyness.
My fingers are
Can't
literally
even
slipping
grip
off the
it.
lid. I just can't grip it.
Oh, you can't blame me for my greasy fingers now. Like, go on.
It's still greasy.
Philosophy book.
Here, go. Go.
Yeah, just
No.
Okay, now I want it to be.
I got
open. It's
this,
like pissing me
boys.
off.
Pisses me off.
Yeah,
Should
I
we,
know.
should we have Jake try?
You'll get the same thing. Come in here, Jake. You think? Come on, you'll see for yourself. You can't get your fucking hand on it. Try it. No, you fucker. That was bullshit.
I believe that was Naima's boyfriend just walking in and immediately doing it.
Bullshit.
All right. I just want to say for record.
We got a little olive juice. Let's get off the table.
So
Get
does
off
he
the
have
table.
does he own your free will now? Because he could open it and you couldn't, based on force.
Well,
Wipe it up.
he could at least grip it, I guess.
So I don't know.
Here, wipe it up, though. I just want to remind you, Andrew, that Jake just totally mogged you. You had it
kinda
for a
mogged all of
minute,
us.
Andrew, and you
It
were
was
standing
greasy
up and
as
shit.
fuck, and
You
I
were
couldn't grip
standing
it.
up and
Wow.
shit.
Wow. See, this is actually my favorite part, seeing like him getting embarrassed like this in a real life setting.
Give it another-
That was wonderful because yeah, coping. Exactly. No, this is his strategy. Coping so
You gotta
hard.
tap
He
it? All
really
right,
is.
let's see.
All right, just think about this for 1 second. This dude brought multiple pickle jars as props to see if he was stronger than the person he was debating, who's like a 22-year-old woman, right? And not only could he not open it, but then another man comes in the room, opens it, completely undermines Andrew Wilson's point that
It is very funny. You don't have to over-explain this, bro.
the
We
stronger
have
person
eyes
should be
and ears.
dominant in society or hold a disproportionate
And I know,
amount.
like, you're supposed to do the hey, he's got a better haircut. I just
Power.
realized.
I have one more clip
Actually
to play
looks
of me
all right
debating
on
a
him.
MAGA dude, but just to zoom out for 1
for him.
second, this is what MAGA masculinity is. It's
He seems really just burnt out by this. He needs a break.
fake hypermasculinity that's actually just masking
My massage therapist grip can open any jar. It makes me King Chad, the bougie massage therapist. So smoking cigarettes and drinking beers doesn't give you mega alpha
insecurity.
vibes.
This dude is sitting here after he brought
Who is
multiple
that,
pickle
Queen
jars
Andrew?
as props.
I mean, it is Queen Andrew, and he gave up his agency to Naima's boyfriend. If you don't know who Naima is, I believe she is known from her appearances on Jubilee. She is a leftist advocate and Twitch streamer, I believe.
He can't open them. And honestly, why don't you have an ideological debate about actual ideas? He can't, because Trump supporters are dumb, as we've seen from this clip at the beginning, as we've seen from the pickle jar clip. It's all a fake mask of masculinity.
Get his arms.
Let's check out this final clip.
All the violence
He doesn't work out at all. No.
So we don't try.
No, and the thing is, his wife actually unknowingly emasculated him on that debate, because when she was she was asked about, does he do any of the housework? And she's like, no, he doesn't have to. I do it all for him. He might do the yard occasionally, but immediately I was just like, she just literally exposed to the world how useless he is. That's kind of funny.
People, we don't riot. We don't burn cities down.
Boyfriend got major relationship XP points for doing that. Oh,
Except
yeah,
for the
yeah.
one
Did you
time
see
on
her
January
flip her hair back immediately? Just like, oh, he's getting
Right. Well,
like,
nobody
we're having
talks
fun
about
after
May
this.
29th. What was May 29th? When they firebombed the White
Good for
House
him.
and Trump was forced into the presidential bunker.
Yeah, it's terrible. I hate political violence.
Yeah,
well, I'm
that.
sure Joe Biden would condemn that, right? He would say that's not
He
okay.
didn't- Yeah, but why do we keep bringing up January 6th?
Well, because that was stoked by the president. My problem with January 6th is that Donald Trump said the election was stolen over and over and over, and that led to people being there on the day they're certifying Joe Biden's win. And then
he told them to peacefully protest.
After months of saying your country's being stolen, everything is rigged, and then he never called Mike Pence to see if he was okay, and now Mike Pence said, this guy puts himself above the Constitution.
He doesn't put himself above the Constitution.
So he tried to say-
wants to bring the
I
Constitution
can't even listen to that and not laugh.
Wow.
Come on.
Think about how poorly
He doesn't
that's
put
aged
himself
over the
above
past
the
120
Constitution.
days or so. Trump wants to bring the Constitution back when he subverted it in
Okay.
100 different ways. I mean, the Fifth Amendment, due process, has been absolutely cooked. Trump has violated multiple Supreme Court orders. When it comes to taking gifts, the Emoluments Clause, Trump is taking gifts from Qatar. He's violated the Constitution in 100 different ways. What about the power of the purse in Article 1? Elon Musk has been basically controlling and appropriating funds, been subverting Congress throughout all of this. So I never want to hear any Trump supporter talk about the Constitution ever again. I never want to hear any Trump supporter talk about corruption ever again after Trump took this $400 million jet from Qatar. And while I make this video right now, Trump is at an exclusive private crypto.
But the thing is, guys, that means then you don't have to hear it. You just constantly point up, dude, stop. You lost your credibility when you didn't call out corruption. Stop.
Dinner where he claims he's there in a personal capacity. They just made him $400 million.
He's got aggro crack.
Richer because they want to talk to him in a personal capacity when it's very clear that these dudes, these crypto...
I mean, Anna coming in with the win, just pointing out that our dude is not looking great. You know, the beer and cigarettes
dudes
during his... like, that might be a bad thing that he has his crutch of needing cigarettes and needing beer to do debates. I mean...
just bought access to the president of the United States. So I don't want to hear about...
I'd love to actually see him do like a fully sober debate.
Corruption. I don't want to hear about the Constitution. I definitely do not want to hear about government efficiency. Trump supporters don't know what efficiency is. Elon is only making the government more efficient for himself. And, you know, all of this just goes back to the fact that Trump supporters don't know what inflation is. They don't understand the Constitution. And I'm going to leave it at that. If you appreciate the work...
I'll like the video for you. Why not? Because that's what we do here, right? We give the likes. We give the likes, right? On Pep Talks, we give likes. So if you haven't liked the stream already, come on, guys. You know what to do. MAGA rep tells Fox News he lives by rules for men, but old tweet proves his hypocrisy. Dude. Homeland Security Kristi Noem tweets, suck it after a lawsuit filed by 10 migrants was voluntarily dismissed in 2025. She likes herself some DX, does she? What do we got next? CoffeeZilla. Nah. You know what? I'll just do a news story. There's plenty of news going on right now, right? Yeah, Harvard. Washpo. Is this a recording? No. Why would you ask that? Wait, rerun? I was about to say, oh, hold on. If they marked it as a rerun, then I could see that. Because I've been having that problem over on Twitch. Like, they just, for some reason, have been labeling a lot of my shows as reruns when they're not. So. Come on. Whoa.
I gotta look back and see which one is worth it or is like.
Yeah, Storm Chaser that's catching a live tornado for me right now. Daddy Dennis, what up, dude? How you doing? Hope you're well. I'm trying to find something that's not too serious. I'm trying to kind of wean us off of politics, but oh, here we go. All right, boys.
Keep telling you what's happening, but the evidence keeps pouring in that it indeed is happening. Now, one of the things I've been saying is there has been a mass liberal awakening in this country. Where
what happened to the India-Pakistan conflict that disappeared from the news eerily quick? Well, yeah, because they signed a ceasefire and they literally kind of signed themselves out of the news. There are, like, the world's not going to pay attention to, especially to the fact that they literally, both sides lied their asses off so badly that the world news, like in general, whether it was, you know, even Al Jazeera was like, we cannot be sure of any of this. Like, and when you go to confirm any of the stuff, it's already too late for us as far as like the world news to even care.
You used to have the left-wingers.
And yes, I am part of that where I'm just like, yeah, all right, cool. Once I saw that there was a ceasefire, I did not have to report on it anymore.
You know, the Bernie Bros, and they were at odds.
You see Tim Burchett's straw quote earlier?
Liberals, the resistance liberals who were more Hillary Clinton pilled, right? And there was like a
soggy bagels,
a civil war inside the Democratic Party where
Whereas
it's like,
people just
who's
assume
going to
it's a
win out
recording?
here? Well,
okay.
Now, over time, what we've witnessed is, because of Trump getting in office again, because of the resistance liberal politicians failing to do even basic resistance against Trump, enabling Trump, people like Chuck Schumer, for example, Alyssa Slotkin, Hakeem Jeffries, those same resistance liberals who in the past...
How am I reporting on anything?
Hated the Bernie bros.
I reported on India and Pakistan. What are you talking about, Repent?
Hated Bernie, thought he was maybe sexist, right? Thought he was maybe
You're repeating, not reporting.
racist.
Here, yes. Here I'm literally watching a video, reporting on something else. I'm not claiming I'm reporting on this. That wasn't what I was doing.
Those people are looking around and they're going, well, hold on now.
I saw all the jets going down and heard the dogfights. We're in World War II scale. Thought it would never end.
The only people I see actually fighting back against Trump and actually offering something different, it's Bernie, it's AOC. It's the left flank of the party that I used to be angry about all the time and act like they weren't loyal Democrat soldiers enough. Now they're looking going, they look like the most loyal Democratic soldiers. And it's the centrists, it's the corporatists, it's the Chuck Schumers of the world who are failing everybody by not knowing how to fight and not standing for anything, right? So the liberals are waking up and they're becoming leftists. Okay, now, we've already covered a poll where Kamala was number one in the poll, I believe, but then right behind Kamala in a solid number two position, and by a kind of a wide margin too, it was AOC. So AOC went from Nowheresville to second place in the 2028 Democratic primary polls. That's crazy. Now, by the way, for a brief moment, you had Cory Booker surged. Why? He did the 25-hour speech on the floor of the Senate. And it was a gesture where people thought, oh, thank.
You said you were reporting. I said I was reporting on India and Pakistan in a different context of not this.
Somebody's fighting. This is great. But he immediately...
You're trying to piss me off? Congratulations.
...did all that hard work because he voted for like a bunch of Trump's cabinet picks after that. He voted for Charles Kushner, who's the dad of Jared Kushner, who's a corrupt goon. He was the only Democrat to vote for it. So he blew it too. Just like Gavin Newsom blew it by snuggling up to the right. A lot of these people in this era have blown it massively.
I heard
right?
Aggro Kragan thought Andrew doesn't look like Mark O'Malley.
Now we have a new poll. AOC seen as face of the Democratic Party.
I keep forgetting that Mark O'Malley was the freaking
party, and it's not even close. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Follow that guy's career. Do you guys remember like he was on a sitcom where
as seen as the face of the Democratic Party according to new polling in a coefficient survey conducted from May 7th to May 9th. Among 1,460
come to the left, we make good bread.
likely voters, 26% identified AOC as the face of the Democratic Party. Another 26% said
is that insinuating that we're starting a new era of bread tube?
Is no one currently leading the
party? Am I the new bread tube?
Party, while 22% chose other. Ocasio-Cortez was far ahead of other listed Democrats. Coming in a distant second was close ally Senator Bernie Sanders. The pair recently went to various states with their Fighting Oligarchy tour. Representative Jasmine Crockett placed third in the survey with 8%. So I believe it was AOC 26%, Bernie 11%, which you could basically put those two together because
currently eighth in politics.
They represent the same thing. So 37% for the left-wing vision. And then Jasmine Crockett, who she might not be as left-wing when it comes to policy as AOC and Bernie, but the way she fights, that codes as she's super left-wing. I have issues. She's taken some crypto money, questions on that, question on her position vis-a-vis Israel. So I'm not perfectly in alignment with Jasmine Crockett. But when she fights the right, that sort of fight, I'm not backing down. I'm going to come after you aggressively. I'm not going to give an inch. That codes as super left-wing. So in a way, you could say...
Politics is the hardest game at Twitch.
You could almost add her number to the AOC and Bernie number to show that people want fighters and they want left-wingers, right?
I think we just established that this is my 6th month on Twitch.
And so you're looking at what? You're almost at half. You're at 46, 45%, whatever it is. If you put all those numbers together, that's a big deal, bro. That's a big deal. Former
Much harder than Fortnite.
President Kamala Harris
thanks for the follow, man.
Came in 4th with 6%. Following her was Pete Buttigieg with 5%. I'm surprised he's that low, to be honest. I'm surprised he's down to 5%. Hakeem Jeffries, 5%, Cory Booker, 4%, and Gavin Newsom, 2%. Man, he imploded. He was viewed as the front...
Wait, are you saying it's harder to break out?
Front runner. He was viewed...
What was that sound?
Just like the
that was a sound of me...
number one guy.
taking a little smoke break.
For sure, the guy to
Literally,
beat in the
that's what it
primary. Now he's
was.
down there at 2%.
I
Quote,
recorded
currently
that
there's no
myself.
consensus on the face of the
Thank
Democrat
you.
Party, as a majority of voters either give the title to AOC or simply say there is none. Coefficient
Oh, did you
concluded the
not know
survey
where
has a
you were?
margin of 3.27
Welcome to High on Politics, my friend.
percentage points. The poll is only the latest sign of Ocasio-Cortez's rise in her party amid President Donald Trump's
I
second
play
term in the
Fortnite
White House.
games all the time. I suck at Fortnite.
In an April
I legit suck at Fortnite so bad.
survey by Yale University, Ocasio-Cortez
Wait, all right. Do you still have to like build and shoot, or did they? I heard that they took that whole you have to build out.
came in a close second to Harris
This is how
as
old I am,
Democrats'
guys.
top choice for a 2028 candidate. Harris scored approximately 28% support, while Ocasio-Cortez drew 21%. The liberal firm Data for Progress also released numbers in April showing that 55% of Democratic voters in New York would back AOC if she challenged Chuck
New
Schumer
Darth Vader
in
AI is
a
insane.
primary.
It's gone off the rails. There's a Darth Vader AI just chasing people around in Fortnite.
We are witnessing
Sounds
a meteoric
dope.
rise right now, y'all.
I saw the Godzilla one. That almost got me. That was there was one property that they could bring into Fortnite, and it was Godzilla. If they have RoboCop next, then I guess I might as well just play.
We are witnessing a meteoric rise right now. And the reason why this gives me a lot of hope is because it
Happy
truly is the first
weekend.
time in my lifetime that you get the sense that the Democratic base is going, any Democratic politician they see, they're going, you need to be further left and you need to fight Trump harder. Those are the two things that they're like, you got to do these things. You got to fight Trump harder. You
Everybody's
got to go
saying that.
further left. They are yearning for our own version of
You
the Tea
defeat
Party.
Vader and he joins
right?
your team.
Our
Then you can
own
start
Trump
asking
revolution.
him on the
Trump
mic, James Earl Jones voice.
hostily
That's
took over the
crazy.
Republican Party. They are waiting
Oh, that's what the lawsuit was over. I got
for somebody
it.
to do the same with the Democrats to kick out all the professional
I refuse to download Epic Games, so I can't play anything from
losers
Fortnite.
to change the vision.
Why?
To have a core mission, right? What's the core mission of the right? Blame the immigrants, blame trans people, give more money to the wealthy, and warmonger. That's the core mission of the right. The core mission of the left has to be end the corruption. The billionaires are the problem. End the warmongering, right? Bring back the Constitution. No more ignoring due process like the Trump regime is doing. We have to have those competing visions. And for the first time in my life, I feel like the Democratic base is so fucking ready. And there's so many signs.
Well, yeah.
That they're all about this shit, bro. If you're picking AOC, Bernie, and Jasmine Crockett as the top three for, these people represent the Democratic Party, that is so different from back in the day where it was like, I don't know, John Kerry is the face of the Democrats.
Because, of course, people have made a sport of breaking AI.
Anyway, Hillary Clinton is the face of the... It's so different. It's so different.
I mean, if they can, shit. There's good careers out there for those people.
So,
I found out how much you can make at that literally today. It's like $60 an hour.
we'll see. I'm curious to see how many Democratic politicians are clever enough to adjust to the new reality. Well, I'm shocked Gavin Newsom hasn't figured it out by this point. There's a lot. I think Pete is going to figure it out and know how to position himself because he's relatively intelligent with how he maneuvers.
I don't like the company and the things they fight for, so I refuse their service. It's kind of like me and Blizzard.
But beware, right? Beware.
Which I'm getting over that a little bit. Let's put it this way. I miss Overwatch.
Because you can find out who the real
too
deal
long.
is in a number of different ways, but very important is their policy record. Very important is what they were saying when the chips were down. Like that's it. So you saw Gavin Newsom showed his true character when he immediately was like, let me go snuggle up to Charlie Kirk and sloppy Steve Bannon on my podcast and let them walk all over me. That showed what he's about, right? And so some people let you down in this moment.
You do character AI.
And some people will not. It'll be the opposite, and they'll
Dude, I'm like
give you some hope.
straight
but
up pretty.
This is a very, very hopeful thing.
illiterate with
And
this
I
stuff.
love that as days go by, your average Democrat starts sounding more and more like you and me. And that,
I'll be
that
honest,
can
I'm
lead to
not
some
the
good
biggest fan
positive
of
change in the
AI.
future, assuming we have free and fair elections. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
I see some merits in where it can be useful, and others I think it's more detrimental. But whatever, man. Macho man, kitty, nice. Character AI, you can be a total novice and make a bot. I don't want. The thing is, I have no interest. I don't want to make a bot. I don't care. I mean, the only bot that I'm thinking about, like even using, is like Nightbot here. But even Nightbot, I had it turned on for one stream and it was annoying. Like, is too abrasive, in my opinion. They're one of the main companies that fight for allowing loot boxes in games. Ah, that's right. Okay. Them and EA. I still can't believe EA like killed Battlefront 2 so bad. And then I can't believe Battlefront 2 came back. Like, dude, the servers have been packed. I may have re-downloaded it on my PS5, so if you guys are interested in jumping on Battlefront, I'd be down. It just broke its player count record, I'm pretty sure. It did? No way! That's wild. No, really? No, because at one point, I swore they had something like close to 3 million in the lobby, like in the main game at one point. Because, like, dude, I remember when, like, the servers would crash. I remember when there were waits to get games specifically because the lobbies were always full. Oh, my God, Capture the Flag. That one, that was the worst. You could, if you got in on Capture the Flag, you were lucky. All right, no severe weather. Nancy Pelosi says she believes close ally Rahm Emanuel will run in 2028, and this is why nobody likes you. Nancy, you better be prepared to lose handedly then. Whether it be to the new Democratic establishment that's coming or to. Alex Jones wants to convert us all to libertarians. You know what? We did watch this debate.
Kyle and friends. Today we're
but
talking
here.
to returning champion Omar Badar. I always used to say Badr, but
I only have OG
Badar,
Battlefront 2
but that could also be wrong.
from 2007. Ooh, the good one.
I'm trying my best here. That's all I can say.
a really good
You
one.
get something in your head, and it's kind of like ossified in there.
I will say this, the tank combat in that one peaked there.
Change, you know.
Me with names.
Specifically, the clone. Oh, man. The clone tanks, they were so good.
New, and I'm like, I still don't know your name, and you just said it, you know?
Yeah, I'm terrible with that, too.
But
and also,
anyway.
a lot of people will be like, oh, but I'm good with faces. I'm like, no, I'm bad with those, too.
Yeah, my brain is full, bro. Like
I'm bad with all of it.
There's no space left.
It's not
up there.
personal. It's just
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm in my late 30s and I'm starting to legit experience some things where it's like, is it smoking or is this just aging? That's the game I get to play constantly.
own brain failure.
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah, same.
And then I play, is that me who smells like weed or is that somebody around me? Usually it's me.
Between the two of us, we have one brain, apparently. So anyway, we're going to be talking quite a bit about all the updates about what's going on in Gaza. I think it's fair to say that the world outside of the U.S.
All right, I got to say, khaki shirt, khaki tie, matching khaki tie. There's not enough contrast there. I think he looks horrible.
The world
right here. What is he doing?
Coming to terms with what's actually happening.
Crystal, why would you let your boy go out like this?
Took long enough.
Yeah.
Took long enough. But they're kind of, you're seeing some.
Or your man, sorry.
Some
I forgot. My bad. I forgot that. I actually did forget for a second there that they were married.
From many European countries.
I got creative with my Miss Pac-Man machine. I hit 2-player.
By the IDF.
Play myself all night.
And that made a lot of countries go, whoa, hold on. You guys are psychos.
Odd accomplishment.
So we'll see if they follow through on it. I'm still kind of skeptical on that front, but we'll talk to Omar about that, all the updates on the ground, the starvation campaign, all that horrific stuff, witnessing a final solution in real time. But before we get to that, we have, Piers Morgan, he's been big on talking about this issue of Israel and Gaza, and for a long time, he played this like enlightened centrist role where he'd be like, I'm sort of in the middle between the pro-Palestine people and pro-Israel.
If his hair was a dark color, I think it would work.
People and
like if you think that, his original hair color.
Well, gosh golly, what was Israel?
I'm at that point now, though. Seeing him with his original hair color will fuck with me.
What supposed to do? They have a duty to respond.
I mean, his classic was, do you condemn?
It's like seeing me with short hair. I wouldn't be able, people wouldn't be able to process it.
Every guest would be asked that, but no guest would ever be asked, do you condemn Israel? After they do some, mass atrocity.
More likely to shave my beard than I am to.
Or something,
Got my hair
but,
so.
It appears like what's been happening within the past couple of weeks maybe made him change his mind a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's finally saying things that I think are more accurate. So let's take a look at that.
You and I have talked about this
war in Gaza for ever since the start.
Cut my hair like 10 years ago and can't go back now.
This phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted
So much cooler
going
in the
as
summer.
far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more.
I'm not going to cut like a lot off. I'm going to get, it's kind of funny. I've been putting this off, but I do need to get a haircut. I'm going to get it layered and then, yeah, we'll see.
I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening.
See how much I take
through
off.
this
It's not going to be
period of
much
this
though.
blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smodrich has been saying.
Seeing him without the chat in front of him, that guy really does have supervillain hair.
Probably the most
Just-
right-wing
oh
member
my
of a
God,
very right-wing
his whole top of his
government.
head.
He is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached
Dude, I'm pretty sure that he had a receding hairline when he was like 2.
a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that now's the
That is wild.
moment.
Again, and this is where I'm repeating myself a lot with this, but I do think that this is why, if there wasn't any reason to do false flag, DC shooter thing,
I do
is
feel like
because
there's a
you're
kind of a
starting to
dam
lose people
breaking.
like that.
Something, maybe it's the,
When you're
more than 2 months of just complete
pretty
starvation.
staunch allies start
Maybe
going
it's
like,
the bombing of the
not
rubble
anymore,
and
guys.
the just absolute, slaughterhouse that Israel has perpetrated in Gaza over the past number of days. I think there's starting to be a very belated reckoning with like, oh shit, how is history going to look at this? And how are my actions and comments going to be judged in the light of history? And Mehdi made a comment after that I thought was, was insightful. He said, I appreciate you saying that. I wish I had been wrong, right? I wish that those of us who have been sounding the alarm from the beginning, people who were even more maximalist, they're the ones who all were proven right about the scale of genocidal atrocity and, ultimate end goal of what the Israelis were going to perpetrate in Gaza. And so here we are.
Yeah, so they say what they're doing. That's the thing that's always baffled me, is that internally, the Israelis say what they're doing. They don't hide it. There's no gray area.
I mean, from the beginning, as soon as they were like, it's a complete siege and they're human animals and they'll be treated as such.
But throughout the whole
Wait, Pierce
thing.
is based on Gaza? Yeah. Yeah, we've watched a lot of him too, as far as his debates here. It's kind of weird that he shifted on this because usually he would play the contrarian part and actually argue for the Israel position. But yeah, he literally within the last 2 weeks he did a hard pivot.
They've been saying shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, that was at the very beginning.
And now you have Smotrich. He gave a speech in Hebrew.
He is a crackpot.
Where he was saying all right, dog, maybe we'll allow in
Actually, he's more of a centrist, or not even centrist. God, he claims he's a centrist reporting. He reports. I'm unbiased, except he's totally biased towards the right wing.
Give them humanitarian support.
So-
But ultimately, we're only doing that to keep the optics up to get the international community off our back. Because really, we're going to take all of Gaza and we're going to ethnically cleanse the region.
Yeah.
And also, the babies are terrorists to us.
Yeah.
They say it. And so the thing that's been driving me crazy, it's always been driving me crazy, is what more would people need? You could have reached this conclusion over a year ago.
I know.
So it's insane to me. But honestly, what would often happen is they say something internally, but when they talk to the Western world or U.S. politicians or international media, that's when they soften it. And that's when they're like, oh, we're trying to get Hamas. And also, all we care about are the hostages. So there's dual messaging, one for the rest of the world and then messaging internally where they're more honest about what they're doing.
Well, and maybe that's where the dam feels like it's starting to break, is they're no longer really engaging in those Like, remember the full-scale Hasbara efforts that we saw in the beginning, where it was, we
didn't
didn't bomb that hospital.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
Hamas. And
Well, the thing is, that's where I think they kind of calmed that down a little bit, because they did maybe they realized how ridiculous it sounded, but now they're right back at it. It sounds even more ridiculous because nobody's carrying water for them.
Yeah, sure, we did attack that hospital, but here is my PowerPoint presentation about the Hamas lair that's underneath this hospital and why it's justified and blah, blah, blah. Now, I mean, you don't even have to translate into Hebrew anymore for them to be just out and out. Our goal is the quote-unquote Trump plan. Bibi Netanyahu gave a big speech yesterday. It was in Hebrew, I believe, but in any case, we want to effectuate the Trump plan. That is our condition now for ending the war.
She's the first person I've seen use a Shure mic the way that it was actually built to be used.
All the pretext around the hostages has been dropped.
She turned it properly. She literally looped the cord through and then around.
We have
That's
the
how that
documents
is
now
made
where they
to
said
be
for
used.
this
Everybody puts it upside down.
Onslaught in Gaza that was just
I hate it.
authorized. Retrieval of the hostages is the last priority on the list of the war aims. These are again all things that, if you were actually paying attention, were clear from the very beginning, that they didn't give a shit about the hostages, that they were just using it as an emotional bargaining chip to cover up their own atrocities. Because if you actually cared about the hostages, well, what has secured the release of the hostages? Negotiations. Potential ceasefire, potential peace deal.
Talking to the
that's
logo,
what actually
that's
has been
wild.
effective. If you're bombing the rubble that
No, I mean, they always have it upside down, not
in the
backwards.
Gaza
My bad.
Strip, and you don't know where the hostages are, you are just as much bombing your own, those hostages as you are everybody else who is trapped in the Gaza Strip. So maybe that's why at this moment there are some who are starting to go like, oh, I guess they were right. I guess Mehdi was right in this context with Piers Morgan. I guess this was the goal and the plan all along, because they've just gone full mask off. And the other thing that Smotrich said in that speech that you were referencing, he said, the world has let us.
That's right.
He said the world has let us.
Like,
and
he's like, they didn't even stop us yet.
He's right. Yeah.
He's like shocked by it.
And he's absolutely correct. Every step that they took was another pushing of the boundary, pushing of the boundary. What can we get away with? And the answer was almost anything. Really almost anything. They feel like maybe just out and out starving 2 million people, or however many people still remain in the Gaza Strip. Maybe that would be a bridge too far for like the Europeans, or somebody might get squeamish about that. So we better send in a few aid trucks to give us cover. That's like the thinking that's going on right now. But, by and large, it's just total mask off. Trump has given the permission structure for them to say, yes, this Bibi called it a revolutionary plan for total ethnic cleansing. And, we embrace the U.S.
Unimoogle. Mitesh has done a little research, and he found out that Tokidoki is having a sale.
And what they want to do, and that's our goal as well.
You used to be called a conspiracy theorist if you brought up the idea of a greater Israel. That perhaps that's what Israel is looking to do. But now it's the Occam's razor answer. I mean, when you're bombing Lebanon and you're saying we're going to take Gaza, and there are plans to take all of the West Bank, right? And also he's chomping at the bit for a massive war with Iran. Like, it's really not that hard to figure out who the baddies are. The other thing is greater Israel on the one hand, right? This kept popping in my mind as I thought about that. Lebensraum. Lebensraum is living space for Nazi Germany. And it's the idea that they have the right to do natural development and take more territory, right? And that's exactly...
Ooh, over under Iran's war starts before the midterms. Take the over on that one.
What's happening here. I do want to correct Piers on one thing, though. He said, I'm looking around going, like, what's the plan?
Lefties still ain't protesting against this unless Biden was in office.
After this. There's no plan
Honestly,
for after this.
I've covered this enough times on my show to showcase just my annoyance with that.
That's wrong.
So.
This is the plan. Shit. You are watching the plan.
It is 20 on
the plan is complete the genocide, kill as many as humanly possible, take whoever remains, ship them to Libya. They've been asking a whole bunch of... They wanted Egypt to take them. They wanted Jordan to take them. Now they want Libya to take them, a failed state with open-air slave markets, which, by the way, you could thank the West for that one as well, right? And now the idea is this is what we're going to do. We're going to reoccupy Gaza. This time we're going to take all of it. We're going to... By the way, they're honest, too, sometimes when they say, oh, there's about 1.8 or 1.9 million Palestinians that were
Trump
trying
has said
to move.
that repeatedly.
Which means what? Do the math. It was 2.3 million people at the beginning of the genocide. Now they're saying it's 1.9 or 1.8. So you're saying 400 to 500,000 people, that's the actual death toll. It's quite an admission embedded in there. Never mind all the videos of, I mean, Gaza is the #1 place in the world for child amputees. They have whole factories, which by the way were just bombed, which have prosthetic limbs for kids.
For children.
Yeah. They, we've seen the New York Times did a story where they talk about, children are repeatedly getting sniped through the heart and in the head. And it's so vicious and brutal that we have pictures. We don't even want to show the pictures, but that's exactly what's happening, right? Like, this is what we're witnessing now.
Yeah.
And I guess, I'm happy Piers came around to the...
Matter of fact, lefties are pushing the narrative that, well, no, because Trump went right back to abandoning...
illusion, but at the same time, I have been astounded at the ability of...
Oh, no. Sorry, I got mixed up there. What I was saying is, I don't think they're pushing that narrative as much as you think.
Propaganda.
They, Hassan started, and then a few of, the more prominent creators did, but then they backed off real fast, because, then he proved that it was just as facetious as we thought it was.
And sheer force of will to pretend that there's a debate where there's really not one.
I know.
And that's what we've been witnessing. We've been witnessing a whole bunch of lying, con artist, scumbag, genocidal maniacs insisting that don't believe your eyes, don't believe your ears.
Yeah.
This is not what it very clearly and plainly is. And they try to gaslight you into thinking you're the crazy one for saying, hey, I just saw 7 pictures of a child with their head blown off and somebody
Not
starving
you're the
to
crazy
death.
one. You're the evil one.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I was watching some of his content earlier. It didn't seem like
You're
it.
an
You're the evil one. You're pro-Hamas or whatever.
Yeah, you're pro-terrorism. You're an
Especially earlier. Wait a minute. No, because I watched something really recent where he did take that up and he pivoted. So
anti-Semite. You just hate Jewish people. That's
and I'm not
why.
even trying to
I mean, just
again.
look at this
I don't
smear
care.
job the
I
New York
just
Times did with Miss
I
Rachel.
know what I watched.
I mean, this is
because she cared about kids in Gaza. Oh, you were talking about the amputees. She just filmed this video with this double amputee, little adorable 3-year-old girl who, thank God, was medically evacuated. Her brothers and her dad are still in Gaza starving. They were talking about how they no longer, when they are able to FaceTime with them, they'll no longer eat on camera because they don't have any food. And Miss Rachel, she's just doing the most basic human thing. And what does she get for it? A New York Times write-up where they accuse her, where they let this troll Stop Anti-Semitism account on Twitter. They pretend like this is a legitimate source and accuse her of being funded by Hamas.
Insane.
As if you can't.
That's fucking
as if
crazy.
there's no just normal, natural human reason.
No.
You might care about these kids who are being, blown up and losing limbs and losing their lives and being starved to death.
Yeah. I mean, those people are frauds. And they're anti-Palestinian, anti-Muslim bigots. That's what it is. And again, to your point, think how history's going to judge all this shit, bro.
I hope.
Think of how history... Oh, there is no hope. There will come a time where there is a reckoning. Right?
I want a catalog
of
everyone every journalist, every propagandist, every politician, everyone who enabled, funded, supported, provided diplomatic cover for, spread the lies. I want a catalog of all of them and what they did and what they said and accountability, because not only I saw someone say this, not only are we watching this genocide unfold on our timelines in real time, they're they're not even hiding it at this point. They're out there announcing their plans, and we're still gaslit we're the ones who are in the wrong.
So I just played a video on my show of Code Pink. They were in the hallways of the House and the Senate, and they were bringing up, literally NBC News just ran a report that 14,000 children could die within the next 2 days if they don't allow in more food. Because we're going 60, 70, 80 days without any food that's been let in.
Yeah.
And so you have
apparently,
all the
by the way,
people.
The UN person who said that sort of walked that back and said they're at risk. They're severely malnourished. They're at risk.
Okay. Well, I already know that.
This is the thing with hyperbole. We have, again, I hate to call this out, but I have to. Emma was really, at the beginning of this crisis, she was really, really bad with that, where she would literally conflate and say hundreds of thousands. And she at one point was just like, we're at risk of millions. And and then you find out the numbers. And again, I know that there's not much to this, but when you're doing this thing and you're trying to use it where it's like you need to pay attention to this person. They have good information. Their heart is in a great place, and they truly want to see this conflict end. It is harder where then you have these assholes that are just like, then why did she lie about the numbers?
Already been 60 that have died within the past day. So whatever the number is, if there's 5 people,
Which again, in my view, she didn't.
Or 14,000 people, or 1,000 people, or what? We know people are fucking starving to death because they're not allowing in any fucking food. But anyway, they.
But that you could just say that again. You could say that without, putting the little bit of lipstick on there.
People were asking these politicians, "Hey, any comment? What do you think about that?" Not a single fucking one said anything. Nobody said anything. And that, like, to your point about, like, this shit is going to be in museums, that shit is going to be in a museum.
Yeah.
That you could lose your humanity that
It
much to
is.
the point where you're being asked about starving children, and you can't even, you got nothing to say, nothing. And they managed to invert everything. They think like, these code pink weirdos and wackos, like, look at these freaks who come into our space and they start saying crazy things. It's like, you fucking jackasses. You're the ones who are the monsters. You're the ones who are the freaks. They are vindicated by history. You have no idea how you look to anybody that has common sense and reason. But that's where we are.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the total up is down, left is right situation unfolded in the White House this week, too, with the South African president.
Oh, yeah. And then they're just like, you're watching all the most well-fed people coming into our country as refugees, with their fat little bellies. Yeah.
Saying free Palestine. We hear that on the streets. We hear that on college campuses.
I went to Columbia for grad school, and I saw the same thing in his eyes as I saw in the eyes of all the protesters at Columbia.
Hey, I'm the Rational National. You may recognize me for some controversial statements such as dropping bombs on civilians is bad, starving an entire population is wrong, and
he's got 2 cameras now.
Defending and funding an ally who's committing a genocide is vile, and calling that out is not, in fact, anti-Semitic. But apparently, these sorts of statements are incredibly controversial.
This guy's fat body PS3
So in this
there?
video, I'm going to
Yeah,
go over
almost.
what is making me go insane, and that is having to explain and defend basic empathy. So I'm going to play a couple of clips from CNN. This is the most trusted source in news, delivering some absolute garbage, both from the guests and, at least in one case, from the actual host. So I'm going to start here with Dana Bash and Deborah Lipstadt, who, in the wake of the recent event in D.C., have decided that allowing people to live free is incredibly anti-Semitic.
You just heard the alleged killer saying free Palestine. We hear that on the streets. We hear that on college campuses. And there are a lot of people who have been worried that that has been turned into a call to arms and a call to action and violence.
Yes.
Others claim that it's not. What do you think now that we have seen this?
I think there's no question, whatever its initial intent and whatever people were saying initially or meant it has become a call for violence, and not violence against Israelis, which is wrong, but violence against Jews. And anybody who tries to separate the two and try to say, oh, I'm just against Palestine, I'm just, against Israel's policies in Palestine or in Gaza, and I'm not anti-Semitic. This was anti-Semitism pure and simple.
What if the killer had just yelled, "I shit my pants"? Would that now be considered a call for violence? Or is it because Free Palestine is controversial to you because you do not support a free Palestine? Now, I think it's important to be clear, even though this should be obvious. Random acts of violence against staffers, in this case, staffers at the Israeli embassy, is clearly wrong. The man will be prosecuted for murdering 2 people, and he should be. So that is obvious. But now to...
Unless it has stability issues, because I do know I've seen more people... their Shure microphone mount breaks.
Conflate what this idiot yelled out
honest,
with the actual...
That's kind of one of... That's why I really haven't, looked into buying any of those, because I've never been a fan.
Freedom for Palestinians is disgusting.
We used to use those in broadcasting
this
school.
Is coming...
And, the thing is, you had to, learn how to hook them up to a soundboard. So it's just kind of weird where I have kind of come to like terms with the fact that, you know, you don't really lose a lot of sound quality through the USB.
Straight from
I thought you would,
the man
but...
himself who is doing the genocide. Here is Netanyahu.
Free Palestine is just today's version of Heil Hitler.
How can you not laugh at how stupid this is? This is the guy who is currently under an arrest warrant for war crimes of starvation as a method of warfare and of intentionally directing an attack against the civilian population and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts. This is an ICC arrest warrant. Why is anybody taking any sort of orders from
to be
this
fair,
genocide?
Can we just say this? That's not worth the paper it's fucking written on unless you actually are able to enforce any of these. The ICC is a joke.
Idle clown. Yet, we are now adopting his idea
I've heard
of what
about
free
war
Palestine
criminal
means when
fucking
the
George
reality
Bush.
is
I've heard about war
obvious.
criminal, like,
it means allow Palestinians
so many
to
different
live
heads
freely.
of state that never get arrested.
This includes
What's the
not
point?
just the ongoing genocide, but
what's the point? Seriously, if they're not going to lock anybody up, what's the fucking point?
the ongoing occupation that
I do
has
get
been
mad
going
at
on
that.
for years, well before the genocide. So this whole let's step back for a second and acknowledge that we are talking about the political implications of a violent act committed by an individual instead of the implications of a state that the U.S. and others are continuing to defend and fund.
Is it trickling down yet?
Excusing those.
Oh, dude, it's funny. Ronald Reagan glazers, they just don't get it. And then I've been seeing this new wave of kids that are like barely in their 20s talking about how great Ronald Reagan was. It's just like, bro, don't.
State
That's hilarious because it's like, it's wild to me to think that it's like, I was literally leaving high school by the time that you were born, and then you're trying to tell me like how the world was while I was experiencing it. That's fucking wild to me.
Where it is impacting an entire population of people. It shouldn't be.
I don't like the sound of the SM7B. They sound very honky to me.
Controversial to say that.
Yeah, honestly, that's why. Like when I found this one, I like the mid-range like a lot. And this
State
is a gaming
actions
mic.
Is more
at least that's how it's
newsworthy
rated. So
than the violent actions of an individual in a local news story. That should be clear. That should be obvious. Yet, if you look at the news right now, you'd think that individual acts of violence.
I'll be honest. One of the best microphones I used before this one was the actual like old Blue Yeti, and the Blue Yeti I have back there, I got that over 10 years ago.
More newsworthy, more important.
Like that's one of the
than
OG
what an
ones.
actual state is doing to tens of thousands of people. Now, it's also worth pointing out, Deborah Lipstadt,
Lewitt,
who was
actually haven't
Biden's
used-
anti-Semitism envoy, had some thoughts to
Honestly,
share on,
again, I like say what you will. The LG, not bad.
on deporting
Not
students.
bad at all.
The deportations that
And I got to say that the onboard, the actual like soundboard that they that this comes with, like the program,
Donald Trump is currently
Top tier, man.
engaging in, where students who peacefully protested, he is trying to remove from the country. Her thoughts on this: I'm coming down right.
But Sylvie's a little bit more of an audio nerd than I am, even so she might not like this mic.
Smack dab in the middle. I don't oppose many of the things that are being done. I just wish.
Feel like me, pick your equipment, dude.
They'd be
based on
done more
sex.
deftly.
Nah.
She would prefer
You
Donald
do realize this wasn't just based on the stacks. I know you liked it for that, but
Trump to more quietly
I did my research on this.
deport students for speech, as opposed to do it in a way that makes news so that we cover it and understand what is.
I'm getting really here's where I'm getting a little tired of this. Is seeing Biden's name just slapped in the news all over, even with this, where it's just like, really, this can't, so Trump can't own this now? What
actually happening in Trump's fascist state?
Blue Yeti garbage, Blue Yeti garbage, Blue Yeti garbage.
You know, you see this, and you
again. I bought it.
You won.
I bought the very first edition of it, so for a penny.
Why Biden didn't
I
seem
worked
to
at Radio
care
Shack
at
as it
all
was closing.
about the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
240 Pro is similar.
Now, also worth sharing her comments from earlier this year.
No, it's good.
Where she made a joke at the expense of...
I have an Audio Technica, too. That's actually a pretty
civilian.
decent mic. It just has... it has, like, no mute button, so I do hate it, like, for that.
Were caught up in the pager attacks by the Israeli government.
After October 7th, there was a feeling around the world that Israel is weaker.
R.I.P. Radio Shack. I still think I still have my grandpa's old multimeter and battery tester. Nice. I still got my battery tester from work. That was the nice part. At least we got to like take our all of the equipment home. So we fought over that shit though.
I can give you a few.
Yeah, hilarious. So this was over Israel's concealed explosives inside batteries of pagers sold to Hezbollah. Of course, it hit many civilians as the UN came out vocally, strongly against this, saying a terrifying violation of international law. It's essentially a terrorist attack committed by a state. But because it's committed by a state, it's apparently okay to kill civilians when a state does it. Very bizarre double standards. The attacks reportedly killed at least 32 people and maimed or injured 3,250, including 200 critically. Among the dead are a boy and a girl, as well as medical personnel. Around 500 people suffered severe eye injuries, including a diplomat. Others suffered grave injuries to their faces, hands, and bodies. But worthy of a joke for Deborah Lipstadt. Let me get now to the next CNN clip that I want to share. And my issue with this has more to do with the guest, though I don't think the anchor pushed back as much as she should have.
As you go forward, with what you have seen,
I think you guys destroyed most of the drone drag racing. Yep.
Can you give us any sense, because you said you looked the shooter in the eye?
Who is this? The Rational National. Here, I will link his channel. David Dole. He's great. I've been watching this dude for a while now.
Can you give us any sense of what you saw in him as he was sort of getting help and people were tending to him as if he too was a victim of seeing this?
Yeah, well, to be clear, I heard out that part because we were in the secure room when he initially walked in. I just saw him screaming and then being handcuffed.
To my YouTube.
But
Also
what I saw
follow
in his
and
eyes, I mean, I went to
subscribe
Columbia
over there
for grad school, and I saw the same
really use
thing
the
in
help.
his eyes as I saw in the eyes of all the protesters at Columbia.
And leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Makes it awesome and it's free.
Nothing different between him and them.
But they did not create this horrific shooting. They did not, they didn't shoot.
They gave permission. They gave the permission. And they have called for this. They have called for intifada.
When I worked at Radio Shack, they let us test these things. They were essentially laser tag drones that had the same sensors that your laser tag would have. But when you shot them down, they would sputter out and out of control. They were the most unsafe toy I think I've ever seen.
A revolution, which is the same thing he yelled last.
Dude, last night. Oh my God. So this didn't happen to us, but it happened to another dude in our district in a town nearby. It was apparently they were testing the same drones that we were, and they hit one of the sprinklers, and it caused thousands of dollars in
conflation, though, of the two.
Damage
Those
at the
people
store.
were speaking their
You remember
mind.
those? Dude, those are
really.
I remember the holiday season that those came out because we had some fun.
Care about what is happening in Gaza, and those people.
That's when Weird Al was in the commercials. That was the last holiday season I worked there.
Are like this person who did this horrific shooting, who intend to do
I miss that job. Believe it or not, as far as retail jobs go, that was one of the best.
A conflation.
Not best paying, but just I had a lot of fun, and I actually had passion for what I was doing there.
And I mean, they are calling for intifada at Columbia University. They call for intifada constantly. They're not quietly. They're loud. They're loud. You can hear it. They make recordings of themselves. So what's the difference?
Okay,
yeah.
Does it seem like this guy cares about a conflation between people who are fighting for human rights and a killer? He appears to think they're one and the same. Look, I understand the position here as the anchor. You brought on this witness to talk about what happened, what he saw. You probably didn't predict or expect this to get into a territory where he starts spewing absolute nonsense, painting people that are fighting for human rights with an actual killer. But you're in the situation, so it's now your job to explain to people that this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Again, slight pushback there. I almost want to give her credit because of how low the goddamn bar is for CNN. But hard to give credit when this nonsense was spewed by that witness there. So, let's just take a look at how dangerous, how scary these Colombian protesters were. Here's one of the clips from this is about a year ago. Truly
okay,
chilling.
Now I see where the
Chilling
came,
stuff.
or the chant came. Chant.
There's also this great piece. I shared this.
I randomly saw the other day on Reddit. Same exact Mitsubishi rear protection TV we had when I was growing up.
Dude,
yesterday I totally screwed up. I was on my way home and I was on the way somewhere and I saw that they had three old CRT TVs and one of them was like a nice Sony. It looked like it was about either 24 or like 30 inch. I really wanted it. I totally just forgot that it was on the curb and I just went home and halfway like through stream I was just like, oh no
video.
And then I drove by today and it was gone.
Again, about a year ago.
Yeah, it
from
sucks. I really wanted it.
I'm a Jewish student at Columbia. Don't believe
Got
what
an
you're being told about
N64 that
campus
was just
anti-Semitism.
waiting for it.
This student goes on to write, here's what you're not being told. The most pressing threats to our safety as Jewish students do not come from tents on campus. Instead, they come from the Columbia administration inviting police onto campus, certain faculty members, and third-party organizations that dox undergraduates. Frankly, I regret the fact that writing to confirm the safety of Jewish Ivy League students feels justified in the first place. I have not seen many pundits hand-wringing over the safety of my Palestinian colleagues, mourning the deaths of family members, or the destruction of Gaza's cherished universities. I am wary of a hysterical campus discourse, gleefully amplified by many of the same charlatans who have turned DEI into a slur that draws attention away from the ongoing slaughter in the Gaza Strip and settler violence in the occupied West Bank. We should be focusing on the material reality of war. The munitions our government is sending to Israel, which kill Palestinians by the thousands, and the Americans participating in the violence. It's worth noting that many Jewish students, many Jewish people are part of these
it needs to be a television.
Human rights organizations coming to the advocacy of Palestinians. So, again,
I don't know.
That's something that is very rarely, if ever, brought up in these sorts of conversations.
Your dad goes hard, man. He instead of having just one arcade or having a console with an arcade on it, he built himself an arcade machine and then bought a bunch of pinball machines
in mass
media.
He
took retirement and he rolled with that shit.
It has just been it's not surprising, but frustrating to see the ongoing manipulation of the narrative.
Are they? Well, then if he has a CRT TV that he's willing to part with, I think then may have to have a conversation with El father-in-law. Kind of brought me on a memory trip. My dad's old soda machine that smelled like toxic chemicals, but kept cans perfectly cold. Oh yeah. Oh, the dads. Dude, we had this dad's soda machine that was just like that. They're in the basement. You haven't seen them? Okay. Oh, all right. I mean, I'm not challenging you on it. Damn. I'm more so saying I would very, very, very much like to get one of those. So. Car ownership and car insurance are a scam. You gotta tell me that. Really? This guy's Hassan smears could backfire. You know what?
The F does it take says, with tongue firmly in cheek, I say, how come you're not doing wall-to-wall coverage of the shooting killing in D.C. last night, like I continue to see on MSNBC and I'm sure on CNN and
You like Demon Slayer? Cool.
FNC, Fox News Channel. You know, it's tricky because it's horrible that those folks were killed. I mean, there's nothing that I can say that defends that. I think that any further conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is unfortunately contributing to that kind of environment.
Including by progressive people who are running for Congress and panicking and calling the attack anti-Semitism. Bernie Sanders had it right when he just said it's violence and it shouldn't be tolerated. But to call it anti-Semitism is a huge fucking problem, and people need to get on the right page on some of this stuff.
Right. Even people who think that there are reasons for violence at times. This clearly isn't that issue. Like, if you want to compare it to something.
Good. I'll be honest. The reason I watched this is because I had not seen their takes on this, so I'm going in fresh on this one.
Something that like contrasted, I should say, to something.
All right.
Like,
good.
For example,
Good.
Luigi Mangione allegedly knew who was in charge at the United Healthcare company, and that's who he took his anger out on.
I mean, this is touchy, guys. I'll be honest. As a broadcaster on YouTube and Twitch, I did have to navigate that a very special way.
Allegedly.
And honestly, it's one of those things where I'm just like, you know what? No, this is blatant, just not okay.
In this case,
and that's where I was deciding. I'm like, no, I will hard ban people for coming in here and just arguing against
just two random people. They have no power over
Nick's
the situation. It doesn't matter what you think of them. They are completely bystanders who have no power to do anything. Whether it is to continue in Gaza or to stop in Gaza, they are just powerless. So doing what this guy did and looking at it that way is just the guy was wrong, and it should be called out, obviously, fully, because it's just stupid.
Well said. Well said.
The other thing I would just say is that violence and the two Palestinian students in Vermont that were shot and
I was hoping the Knicks lost.
A young Palestinian boy.
I don't like the Knicks. The Knicks are the only ones who
killed by his
they won on our off year during our dynasty, and I'm mad about that.
Landlord. All of those acts of violence were taking place in an environment created by the genocide being perpetrated by Israel and supported by our government. That needs to change, or these types of violence are going to continue. We also, in addition to South Africa, have a very violent country. The president of the United States almost got his head blown off last summer. In order to stop this, we need to take down the heat, and that's not going to happen.
Thanks, fans seem annoying like Lakers fans. I'm a Bulls fan. I'm probably the most annoying. Like, I'm one of the most annoying because we still are just like, say what you will, Michael Jordan, baby.
Is of starving children are continuing to pour over the
MJ all day.
Airwaves, and those images should continue as long as kids are being starved intentionally. And the other thing is absolutely no to people like the
because again, say what you will, he did it with the same team.
Yeah, who are going to use this and already have hit CNN's airwaves to attack people like Hassan or the anti-Israel protests in general. Absolutely no to any of that. And those are the political imperatives. Stop the genocide, and absolutely no to supporters of Israel who want to use this tragedy as a pretext to further attack freedoms that we have in this country or should have in this country.
Well, since we're on the topic, Russ, thanks for finding this here. This is Jonathan Greenblatt, who went on CNN and went after Hassan Piker, who, by the way, was just detained for his speech coming back into the country. I
heard MJ's going to have a few bets on NBC next season when they take over the NBA broadcasting. Really?
Is absolutely despicable.
It's fascist.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocide rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
That's a heinous smear. That's defamation.
I would sue over that if I was Hassan.
That's fucking.
That is 100% slanderous.
Go for it. He should. He's got money. He should sue him. Honestly,
be wonderful.
That is beyond what I was expecting. I had not seen that clip.
Well, they've shown. Sorry, Bender, I got heated. Go on.
No, that is a direct accusation of a very specific thing that Hassan has not done. And if I was Hassan, I would look into my legal rights here and go after this guy and the organization he's speaking for, honestly.
The ADL has shown that they can be cowed by money. They accused rightly Elon Musk of anti-Semitism when he endorsed the Great Replacement theory on social media. Then it's just like a little weird. Suddenly, they were really pro Elon Musk.
Maybe less money and more just, oh, you're going to work with us because we're a fascist government doing fascism, and you have the ear of the Americans.
I mean, I think that it could be a coincidence, but also Starlink started to work with the Israeli government, and then what do you know? A year later, they're turning the other cheek when Elon Musk is endorsing the far-right German party that says that we should leave the Holocaust in the past and quit remembering, and then doing Nazi salutes at the inauguration, repeated, as AOC said at the time, for emphasis and clarity. They've shown that they can look the other way on that, but...
Could we rewind a little bit just so I could fully hear exactly what he accused Hassan of doing? Because if he had claimed Hassan was
have you seen the oops
sharing anti-Semitic rhetoric, that'd be a little bit harder to go after, because you could claim a lot of things are anti-Semitic. That's sort of in the eye of the beholder, right? But we have made clear. We have made it very clear over this past year, especially from people like him and the ADL, that accusing someone of genocide is a very specific framework. And for you to then declare that someone is using genocidal rhetoric against a specific group of people, that is slander. And without a doubt, Hassan should go after them if that's indeed what he said, and I'm pretty sure he did.
I'll make it.
Let's hear it.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But all of us need to call.
But I mean, do you see how he conflates like Jewish people broadly with a Jewish state, like the ethno-nationalist state of Israel? And to be fair, like he's doing just like we were talking about with the South Africans, right? He's trying to make their inability to hold control over a state, a piece of land, as an ethno-nationalist state. Because we know that a lot of people in Israel who are Zionists think that the one state solution, the state where they have equal representation for Palestinians, equal representation for Israel, is the genocide they're referring to. They're not referring to the total eradication of Israelis, Jewish Israelis by Arabs. They're referring to a changing of the structure that prevents there from being an ethno.
Although that was one of the beautiful ones. So you guys know when you get to the end of having like that little bit of dab, but you went and bought some more.
Nationalist
that was
state,
what that was.
apartheid
So I was
state,
like, it was
which
a little bit
provides special
larger
rights for
of a
Israelis
pack
and
than usual.
that creates a permanent underclass of Palestinians. And unlike in the situation with the white South Africans, they are able to more readily reference and index an actual genocide that happened to Jewish people and cloak themselves in the veil of people who, are unfamiliar probably with the current situation, broadly speaking, unfamiliar probably with the history of the Holocaust and how Western powers beyond Germany facilitated and encouraged and inspired it. And they're probably also likely, especially for the liberals that this is aimed at, unfamiliar with what systemic and structural oppression and such, and offshoots like genocide are actually like. And so it's very easy for them to be cowed by stuff like this. But when you see Israeli people talk about like the genocide being aimed at them by Palestinians, you should treat it with the same kind of skepticism that you treat the white South Afrikaners who are saying the same thing about the genocide being aimed at them by like the black people that they're surrounded by. They're not talking about the total eradication of their people. They're talking about a shift in cultural norms that would prevent them from having like a hierarchy where that is racialized or ethnicized in the case of Jewish people, and that they're the top of inherently. That's not the same thing as what the Palestinians are going through, and it's certainly not the same thing as what genocide is.
It's a white supremacist conflation. It's the Great Replacement theory, but applied to a variety of different contexts where the eradication of a people is conflated with racial integration. When folks like Hassan or us, we talk about from the river to the sea, and we talk about one democratic state, we mean no, not killing of Israelis, not killing of Jews, not killing of Palestinians, one democratic state where people live side by side. And the idea that smear merchants like this guy are conflating basically the end of an apartheid system and the end of a genocide and racial and ethnic integration into a land where that can be shared and should be shared with genocide is just white supremacist talking points. It's the same thing as when you hear the Great Replacement Theory stuff. And it's no wonder that Greenblatt was okay with the endorsement of that anti-Semitic conspiracy theory by someone like Elon Musk, because at the end of the day, it's kind of the version that Israel deploys to continue justifying its genocide.
Same demographic anxiety.
Yeah.
To take what Emma just said, I want to take it even a step further. The audacity of people like Greenblatt to treat for these past nearly 2 years the word genocide and accusations of genocide as some sort of like a super high standard, like the holy grail of if you dare say that, you better back it up. And here he is throwing it around to go after, and this is no offense to Hassan, but to make my point here, just a live streamer who's never taken a single life. You know, the idea that you would just claim what he just said about Hassan, to take it a step further, what Emma just said, what Greenblatt just did here is no different than Donald Trump and Elon Musk out there claiming there's a white genocide in South Africa. It's the same bullshit.
Right. But is this genocidal? This is a Republican congressman here. What his suggestion is after this horrible shooting in D.C.
The fact of the matter is
this
the Palestinian cause is an evil one.
Yeah, and Congressman, there is a ceasefire deal on the table now that the White House is hoping both Israel and Hamas will sign on to. Does this shooting change anything when it comes to the course of the war or the negotiations to end it?
Well, I think it speaks to the importance of the only end of the conflict is complete and total surrender by those who support Muslim terror. In World War II, we did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice.
We did.
Unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated.
We heard in Brooks.
So if you heard that correctly, that's him suggesting the nuking of Gaza. We did just have an interview speaking to David Hurst of Middle East Eye, who wrote in his piece about how over the course of 8 years, the United States dropped 5 million tons of bombs on Vietnam. Gaza is 141-ish square miles. Israel's now dropped 100,000 tons of bombs on Gaza. So that's like in terms of just what we're talking, like that's a whole country of Vietnam. We're historic levels of slaughter here. And we should say that if this was reversed, right? If, say, to use that old clip from Michael, where he said if the situation was reversed and a group of Palestinians was concentrating Jews into this small territory and bombing the hell out of them, we would have the exact same reaction. He's basically implicating Hassan in this hate crime, one, because of his popularity, but I would also suspect because of his last name, because of his first name. Like, there's real anti-Islamophobic racism here that would never be tolerated if a Jewish person with that last name was being implicated in a hate crime committed by somebody else.
Look at the
because it's racist. It's wrong.
Look at the reaction that our media had to the young Palestinian boy being murdered by the landlord, or the two Vermonters shot. And we're going to have barely even mentioned. But the media will talk about this because the media can do something with this that it wants to do, which is to come for your freedoms, just like they did after 9/11.
Exactly.
Also, they don't even talk about that like shooting that happened in Florida a few weeks ago, where the pro-Israeli guy shot up a car with other Israelis in it because he thought that they were like Arabs. Like, that was another shooting that happened like a while ago, and that people have like forgotten, although there was like a bit of a humor after it. And I would just say to your point, Emma, I actually disagree a little bit. I think that the things that make Islamophobia popular and okay have a lot lot to do with the material
Leftist
circumstances
internet.
in the Middle East and the demographics there. And I only emphasize that because I think people get in their head the wrong
Look no further than my own stream.
idea that there is a type of person besides incredibly wealthy and well-connected that you can be, that if you were to stand against the American empire and its aims, that we would just like be forced to fold. The American people would just be forced to fold and go like, oh, well, we just value that population inherently based on their identity too much. I think we would just craft different propaganda. I think ultimately, like, the issues in the Middle East are related to like the resources that we have there. And yes, there is a very strong undercurrent of Islamophobia, but that is inextricable from our material aims in the Middle East and our aims in the Middle East, because we have no problem engaging in business dealings with countries or heads of country that are Islamophobic. We have no problem engaging with them if they're anti-Semitic, if they're religious zealots, if they're theocrats.
Well, especially in the Trump administration, it's literally like, you really do business with us? Then again, man.
If they're warlords, I think that a lot of Americans imagine
look,
that
I just
there
took a
is
plane from Saudi Arabia. And they've never done anything sus with planes ever. I don't know.
What if I'm like a white
nothing
person?
ironic
I
about
could be,
this at all.
given carte blanche. That's just
This could have only been worse if I did it on 9/11. Oh, wait a minute.
Circumstances right now. And they're trying to change those circumstances to make it easier and easier to like put people in jail, to exile them, do all those sorts of things.
Yeah, and I think the Islamophobia, like you look back at like our relations with Muslim countries 50 years ago, was better than it is now, and that's because the Zionist project has continued this far along, and it's just making it worse.
Read Avi Shlaim. Read about the history of him being a Jewish person who is from the Middle East and what Zionism did to his relationships with his neighbors.
Yeah, great essay by Overzealots on YouTube on that. People can check out.
All right, guys, gonna read some IMs and then I gotta jump. Naughty Queen says, you guys are using Islamic and Arabic interchangeably, and while there is overlap, it's not the same as Islam as a religion, and not all Muslims are Arabic. Absolutely.
That's true. But we also have to understand that in our popular culture, and I don't think we shouldn't like make that distinction, we do racialize those things together. That's why when we talk about who's under attack in Gaza, there's a specific emphasis on...
It's the way I get Medicare and Medicaid mixed up.
Arabs, and a specific emphasis on Muslims, because they don't want you to be able to identify with the fact that there is a diverse population in the Middle East, because that's part of the propaganda we weaponized against them in our asymmetrical warfare. That the Middle East is a homogenized area full of Arab Muslim men between the ages of 16 to 45 who are legitimate bombing targets, and there are no Christians, there are no women, there are no children, there are no Sikhs, there are no Persians, there are no anything. And so we definitely have to always be on the guard for that kind of thing. But that is just the parlance, and that's part of the weapon that they use against people.
Yeah.
Right. There are white Muslims, there are Arab Christians, but I honestly do think that like the whitest Muslim is probably receiving the same sort of xenophobic hatred just for the fact of they are wearing a Muslim, if they are wearing it, traditional Muslim garb, they will receive that same hatred, because here our racists have been
well, I mean, let's be real. At post 9/11, our racists are really stupid, because they were also like attacking Sikhs.
Taught that there is no difference. There's no such thing.
Indian people.
If you are wearing that, or you were a certain skin color, or both, you are the other that we hate. Doesn't matter. As long as you are one or both, they'll come after you.
And I do think Christians should be encouraged, if you're looking for a sort of persuasive edge, is to say, well, look at what Israel's doing to Bethlehem. That's the type of conditions it should be kept in.
I mean, I think Pope Francis, and it seems like Pope Leo is going to continue that. I think them speaking out for Gaza has been immensely a big deal. I think it's been immensely helpful in terms of people seeing that this isn't just, it's unfortunate they need that, but I do believe that there are at least Catholics who see that and have cared more about Gaza because the Pope has spoke out about it.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
Okay, Sam. Surprise, Sam. Wasn't ready for him. Never am. That's kind of the funniest part. Is like, that's legit happened twice on this stream where I'm just like, oh yeah, fuck. Oh man. Alrighty. What else we got? Oh, yeah. You know what? This is a pretty big deal. Oh, no. Sam Cedar. What a... I mean, that was pretty close to a name. Oh, my God. That... Do you think he did that? And then, like, Steven Crowder? Like, that would legit just... That would make Steven Crowder cry. Just from fear alone. I like that theory, Mitesh. I think he... might be something to that. Where the hell is it? Smoke. There we go. All right, guys. Here's Smoke a Tide Pod's link. I will be on tomorrow. I'm not leaving or anything. I just wanted to let you guys know that if you're not over on Twitch already, get yourself over there. Follow Mr. Smoke, because I'm going to be a guest on his show tomorrow. And I had the time wrong. It's not 2. It will be around 6. Well, no, at 6. Central Standard Time. So Central Standard Time. Which it just should be. You know, Chicago is the center of the universe after all. Yeah. I mean, every Christmas movie would. Random topics? Sure. What you want? Go. Oh, yeah, you know what? You're new here. We're in the 420 fun half. So what happens is when I hit 420 on the show, I just want to have fun. So we can do more politics if we want, as long as it's not like, you know, too heavy. Other than that, yeah. I mean, on that show. Oh, wait. On Majority Report? Or wait, what show? God damn it, I got cooked by that one if you didn't know. Oh, yeah. The one I'm gonna be on. Haha! Smoke. Yeah. No, it's a, so he's actually got like a really cool gimmick where he watches like old VHS tapes, and then we get to, and then I think that we're doing like a little bit of a panel discussion or something like that. But yeah, just random topics. It's gonna be chill ass time. It will not be on YouTube. It will only be on Twitch, and I'm kind of happy for this because this is the first time and probably one of the only real times that you will, we'll see, where I actually get to like smoke on stream, and that's gonna be fun because I am strictly YouTube TOS, and I make sure that, yeah, we want to be on the up and up. So everything is implied here. You know what I mean? Anyway. I don't really want to do more politics, but... Oh... We're on the wrap-up of the week. Ooh. The guy told me to get more posters. I think I should. That was at the very beginning of the show. Do you have enough posters? Like, really? That's a fucking critique on my... Man, shit looks awesome. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, man. Could play a game, I guess. Alright, so yeah, no, I'm going to get my synopsis real quick. I know he gave me one. Probably should have done that from the beginning. Alright, so yeah, this is cool. We're going to start the show with a tarot reading. I just realized I should, just in case it's a surprise, but if you guys want to see... Is it music time? Been jamming all night. Ooh, you know what? We could do, I could play some Kirk music. I just realized that. because it will no longer be an issue. Hell yeah. Kirk Time Radio. Oh yeah, if you also didn't know, I kind of feature, like, you know, amateur artists or up and coming artists. That's actually kind of cool. You know, Kirk, our own resident Kirk, has been taking some steps in the most awesome direction, where I just hope if he gets too famous, then you better not forget who his friends are, you know? So one thing that I have already kind of experienced, where it's like, dude, you just forgot about me, bro. Everybody has, especially like when you're trying to do anything like creative or like, you know, comedy based, or it tends to happen. I'm not sure if I want to do this because it's still political bait. No. Let's get out of the. I don't care about Christy. No, thank you. It's okay. I get it. Didn't we watch the Christy Nome thing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. Oh yeah, she's an idiot. Certifiable idiot. Again, I think this is why, like, funny enough, like, all these Trump failures, especially with the tariffs again today, I will say this much. I think that they did this on purpose, like on a Friday, because they know that, dude, it's Memorial Day. People are going to go shopping and they're like going to be looking at, like, I saw the price of fucking beef. I was just like, ooh. I'm thinking, you know, some hot dogs is what's on the menu. I've been going through it lately. My music making ability right now isn't good. Oh, it's okay. I don't know what to do with myself with music right now, or what to do with myself. Well, I mean, writer's block is real, man. Like I've gotten writer's block with many things. Like, I hate how we all, like, equate all of it to the term writer's block, but it works. But yeah, like I got that with like sketching and painting, even building Gundams and shit. Like, just even that where you're just like, the passion's just not here. Thank God, knock on wood, I have not had that doing this. So occasionally I'll get like burnt out, like talking about the politics and stuff, and then there's been a few days, like, I don't know, guys, like, I'll be real, like completely real with you guys. I'm toying with taking a day in the middle of the week off, but for now we're gonna keep everything nice and consistent. I gave up guitar when I heard playing because it's perfect and I'll never equate to it. So we play for fun. Well, yeah. Well, play for fun. And isn't that, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be perfect. I don't know, guys. Do you guys do that with your art? Like, where you guys try to, like, live up to a standard like that? Because I did that for a while, and I don't know. Found myself to be a lot happier, and just, I found myself enjoying everything much more when I stopped trying to, like, live to those standards. But I also am a firm believer that having those standards is not a bad thing. It depends on, like, what caused them. Like, if it's insecurity, that could be an issue, but dude, one shoulder, it's doing its thing today. So I have 5,011 hobbies. I can confirm this. You do. You do have quite the... You collect hobbies like it's a hobby. I think that I heard my grandma say that once, so hey. I don't try to live to other standards. I just have really high standards for myself in general. That's okay. I hurt mine lifting a month ago. Very cool. Yeah. I pushed it to the limit. I pushed it to the point of no return. And that's literally what happened. And they're just like, hey, you're like missing some tendons. It's like, ow. Not my best impression. But sometimes I just break into a Christopher Walken. No, dude. Oh my God, I'm still self-conscious. This was months ago at this point. I'm not sure if any of you remember this, but were any of you here for when I tried to do a Christopher Walken impression? And I was totally, I was trying to get behind it. And then somebody was just like, not your best. And I was like, oh, damn. No, it's not my best. I hear what I play and I can't help but compare it to bands I like, and then it's sad time. Oh, can't you do the thing where you get inspired and then like hear that it sounds kind of like your favorite band and you're like, oh, cool. I don't know, man. Like, I had a really weird thing happen with me where, you know, God, this actually sounds lame as fuck when you say it out loud, I guess. But when I started making jokes that made me laugh, that's when I realized, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to try this shit. Like, I'm going to try some comedy. And then it's kind of the same thing with this. Like, I made a couple videos where, like, I found myself watching a playback. I was like, I was entertained. I might be able to do this. So, I have materials for everything. Part of my hobby is collecting hobbies and materials for them. Yeah. Not because I suck at writing. I focus on making it sound good instead of actually writing music. Well, that's why that's why collaboration is beautiful. That's why, like, if you can find somebody that can make up for your shortcomings, it's awesome. Like, that's my favorite part about art. I am the quintessential. I'm not competing. I'm not here to compete with you in the art world. I don't give a shit. I want to help. I want to build. I want to see beautiful things come from collaborations. So, just join the Discord if you're not in there already, and look at my music that will make. Oh, silly. Although, yeah, here you do need to join the Discord. So here, I will give you the invite. You and the people, the fine people here, if you are not part of the Discord, I will be dropping this in the Twitch side of things. Although, I guess I could do it over on YouTube too. And here. Oh, shit. I'm such a boomer. I have to do this on my phone. I do feel like my mom when I'm doing this, where it's just like, all right, hold on, I have to text myself. Dude, that was my favorite thing that she would do. What she would do, whenever she had to, like, write a note to herself, she would just text herself. I loved it, and I kind of adopted it for me. Because it's not it's not efficient. Here you go. There it is. I chose flute, not super marketable, but I did find the sheet music to the Witcher Gwen song when Pep wouldn't stop playing it during COVID. That she did. And yes, I see COVID. What was COVID except for me just catching up on my video games? And I played this I literally finished Witcher 3. It was awesome. I had a great time. And on top of it, to be completely real, I didn't change a lot of my life. Staying 6 feet away from people. All right. Being grossed out by people. All right. I especially liked that, where it's like 6 feet, like dude, when they had like the thing at the lines, man, I miss that. Can we bring that back? Where it's like, no, stand on your circle and don't come near me. There's nothing more annoying than when somebody fucking gets up on you at a grocery store and you're just like, why? Why do I feel you breathing up on my neck? This is fucking wild. Like, dude, you're not gonna like get your stuff paid for. Like, just, yeah. Oh my God, one of the most passive aggressive things I ever did was take, the dividers. I saw a guy going for it, and like he was doing that thing where his cart was like right up against me. I was just like, no, and I grabbed the divider. I'm just like, you don't get to put your groceries on. He just looked at me. He was just like, can I have that back? I'm like, yeah. I just sat there staring at him for a minute. Just, I put it on once she started scanning my stuff. I was like, dude. That is probably the most passive-aggressive thing. Well, is it passive-aggressive or is that aggressive-aggressive? I don't know. I will admit that he was a very unthreatening, like, middle-aged, tan, bald. Definitely not a threat. Although, I don't know. He might be one of them little cannonballs that just, like, goes off. I've seen that. I've seen those dudes. I have a video. One of my earlier videos that I made before I started streaming, I covered a fight that broke out at a town hall. It is hilarious because when you see the two dudes square up, one dude legit is like the size of Kane, has like Big Bubba build, and then the other guy is this little shit talker from fucking Long Island that could not be like taller than 5'6". This dude straight up lays out Big Bubba, and it is, I don't know, man. Like, can I find that? You know what? Maybe I can just watch my own video. Not usually big on doing this, but screw it. Let's do it. Where's my video? I've made a lot. Oh yeah, I got banned on Discord and I made a video about it. I forgot about that. Oh, by the way, guys, my first episode of High on Politics is actually on my videos page because I did not do it live. Forgot about that. Here, you know what? Just navigating to my page. It's okay. All right, let's see. Oh, dude, my Laura Loomer videos. Okay, I'm starting to hit that point in my career. Oh, here we go. Where I'm just like, it's kind of wild. Oh, here we go. All right. I was about to like my own video. No, you guys should like this. Find it here. Let's screw. I will at least link my own video. This is a decent one. Uni needs a sax fund. All right, we'll do that next. We met the goal, guys. So, again, thank God. Thank you fucking so much, guys. Like, seriously. Like, I am, I don't even know what to say, but, yeah, we can do something like, yeah, the sax fund. That would be fun. Oh, yeah, you know what? We could do one where I'll, like, I don't know, maybe put in some natural highlights. Do something I was going to do anyway.
Do not threaten her. She does
All right, here. All right, let's start over. Let's see the big guy, right? This guy. My man. This guy. Look at him. He's coming in at, what do you guys think? All right, I'm going to flag her at about 5'8". So this guy's probably about 6'2", 6'3". He's maybe clocking in around 320, 350. All right, let's see.
Do not threaten her.
Stands up. All right, so then we get my man from Pensacola. Let's see what he's got to say. All right, this is my favorite part. I want to reenact this one. He does the little, like, all right, let's fucking go. Like, I don't know. He's got a good square up because, like, immediately, like, he's got that, like, I'm gonna meet you right in front there. All right. Dude, I forgot he does the dip. Yes. I buzzkill myself. All right. Holy shit. Okay, it's wild to see my old room.
So
this is meta.
Let me set the scene for you. This happened at a small GOP event in Saline County, Arkansas.
Oh my God! I had like nothing figured out. I didn't have my angles figured
over
out.
The future of the party. Oof. So interestingly enough, this whole idea that there's leftist infighting.
All right,
you know,
I gotta do
left
this.
is so
I'm sorry.
violent. Well, look no further than the GOP.
Man, this is actually kind of wild because this is also CNN
and
in my old
local
resolution
events to find some actual fisticuffs. So I wanted to take a look at this fight and unpack it together because this one's a good one. All right,
like
so we
I've
got this big
aged.
gentleman right here. Check out what happens with him.
Revolution. I love that fucking man.
Do not threaten her.
Do not threaten her, a woman yells at the big guy.
She got something.
Look.
Tough shirt. Tough guy in pink shirt. Uh-oh.
It's me, says the
All
man
right.
in pink.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
In Benton, Arkansas, the Saline County Republicans are about to throw down
Oh man.
in a scene.
At least dye the goatee. United Party of the Republicans.
Your center.
GOP is doing so good. You know what you're not seeing at a lot of Democratic... Oh, man, I was a condescending little bitch, wasn't I?
Rallies or Democratic events?
Oh, my God. Oh, it doesn't get old. That clap... you watch him clap just... Like, I have, okay, like, as somebody who's seen a lot of fists being thrown, dude, this is so meta, it's actually kind of freaking crazy, but it is funny, so screw it. Oh my God. You saw him fold, you saw the back fat from his freaking head just fold like an accordion and just the rest of his body go.
Down goes Bigfoot.
Down
goes Bigfoot.
Come on, man. Hey, I don't know. In retrospect, hey there, Pep. This is future you. Speaking of past you, this is very weird. But hey, it was not that bad of a joke. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, I'm so glad that I got my audio fixed.
Oh, I got the vapors. What started this? According to the Arkansas Times, nose ring insult launches fist fight at Saline County Republic.
That's not what I forgot about that. I didn't know that was part of it.
Meeting.
You made fun of right. That's a good take, man. Piercing. I like this guy. I like this guy. It's almost like you should follow his page or something. I don't know.
Dude. Oh my God. Look at how there's no wind up. That was just a straight bah.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
good take.
That was a power punch. Got to give him that. Good form.
Yeah.
Good form.
No notes.
By all accounts, the brief fight involved Jimmy Caven, a conservative gadfly and weightlifting aficionado.
I forgot. Oh my God, he totally was. Yeah, dude, he was like one of those guys that like this is his whole life where it's just like being big. Man, you know what? And you get folded like that by a freaking, I don't know, by Pensacola's finest.
Because he's a little bit smaller, yeah. You know what? He got the power arms. And look at this guy. Look at this guy.
I forgot he kind of looks like like an angry pug.
John Newcomb, a member for the Saline County Republican Committee. Things apparently got heated.
Sounds like you can't really breathe right.
Heated.
Fucking Big Bubba in the overalls. And you know what? All of us. Every single... Yo, this sounds like you are interacting with each other. I'm tripping out.
The person that saw this video thought that, like, when he saw you...
Guys! I'm doing the ultimate streamception. I'm a streamer watching myself.
You saw him walking up to Pink Shirt. You thought he was going to just take Pink Shirt out, but...
Ooh,
what a...
Man, I forgot how bare bones my my room was at that time. But But pink shirt through the first swing.
A woman by the name of Candy Cox made a
And no light.
motion from the floor.
Actually, my light, funny enough, is sitting behind me because I wasn't smart enough to be like, oh yeah.
Candy wears a nose ring. Newcomb reportedly did not like Miss Cox's
This is like one of those Van Damme movies where he has a
motion,
twin.
flipped her off, and told her to polish up
Hey you,
her nose ring.
you better tell me what I need to know.
Caven says, quote, I was standing at the back of the room when I
Wait,
saw what
is that
Nuke was doing. I
that
moved to
good?
go stand
That's not
by
a good
Candy's
Van Damme.
side and told Nuke to not look
Nuke?
at her, but to look at me and to leave her alone.
Listen. I'm not sure if you know this, but he looks like he might wear the pink silk underwear.
Oh, no.
I like how these people are close. That's a line, by the way, from a Van Damme movie.
Close enough, like where they know
Double impact.
close enough. Nuke.
I was hoping
Nuke
to take his attention
What I need to do is get a, like, ooh.
away from...
Wait, Mitesh, did you look up that video of Van Damme as R2-D2? Please do me a favor and watch
Candy,
that.
and that would
What are you
defeat
It is so
Nuke,
fucking
boy.
funny.
Nuke then began coming at me, stating, what are you going to do, boy?
What are you going to do, boy?
I am 62 years old, 5'9", and 195 pounds. As I stated earlier,
My
Nuke is a
straight on
massive
cam.
man and looks to be in his
bro.
30s.
I don't know. I'm like cringing out at the same time where I'm just like, oh. I'm glad
I mean,
that I
if
got
that man
better at
is in
this.
his 30s, 30, he is not wearing 30 very well.
For the record,
No.
John Newcomb is 6'5" and weighs over 350 pounds. With the look
Jesus Christ, this isn't a. Oh, he was a buck. He was 350.
Boxing match.
on his face, I knew
not
I
how
was
it
in
works.
certain danger and felt Candy and others were as well.
I can't claim that I haven't watched this before, so.
As he got closer, prepared myself by taking a defensive position and told him to back off, which did not faze him one bit. So
Back off!
I put my hand up in an effort to stop him again.
I love the fucking square up. Again, he's got such a good, like, all right. Like, you're called. Oh. Bah! Bah! Like,
No,
see, now the only difference in hockey is you don't do like the little pants tug. You do the, and then like, but you also like, I don't know. We would do like the boxing thing, but it was more so like because it was a lot of this like. Can I grab? Like, because you're trying to grab a jersey first. Like, that's the first thing you're trying. You want some leverage, and then the he bends down. He's gearing up for it,
However, he just
and
kept coming. I could not hold him back. And when he was
you didn't try to. You were standing back. Other people were coming to hold him back.
upon me,
I like this guy.
I knew I had no choice but to defend myself in the hopes of not getting hurt or worse. Thankfully, that paid off, other than I injured my shoulder
I'm not doing this a lot, guys, so enjoy this.
throwing the punch.
You fucking idiots. Hey, maybe while you're weightlifting, work on your shoulders. Dude, I mean, I don't know. Oh my god. Dude. Just we have to keep watching the just
Maybe while you're weightlifting, work on
Shut up.
your shoulders.
Oh! I love it. It's insane. He folds.
I
He
can't
just
even deny
dude,
that guy.
That's how you know he got him. Like his knees just go.
That was a good one.
They folded like lawn chairs.
This guy in like the race car shirt.
To be clear, I do not advocate violence. However, I believe that violence is a last resort in the defense of myself and others, as is our right.
Okay. Dana White's new show, MAGA Fights. Don't give him a good idea, bro. No, let's keep that as a Pep Talk exclusive. So I can be the new guys. The new Dana White. I don't want to be the new Dana White.
See, this is the thing about defending yourself. Once somebody puts hands on you and throws hands, that's you defending yourself. What you committed was an assault.
It kind of was.
Under Arkansas,
kind of was. I mean, the guy walked up on him, but god damn, that guy unloaded frickin' just.
Had I not acted to defend myself, I
cannon
and others could have been
punches, just
severely hurt. My attorney spoke to several persons present last night, and they all reported feeling threatened by Nuke. Nuke approached my.
Ooh, this one's gonna go. This one's gonna go to the courts. I can tell you right now that.
You know what? Here,
I don't think Nuke is gonna take this one.
Where did this take place? Jimmy Clavin. Here. Jimmy Clavin. Obituary, what? Lawsuit. Florida fight. Jimmy Calvin. Nah, shit. All right, hold on. One sitting down or laying down.
And attempted to fight him as well after I had left the building.
Cheeky.
I make zero apologies for my
I did have that thing where I was just like,
actions last night, and in fact feel proud this morning.
I do not
care.
care,
Period. Standing up to a massive bully.
It's
I
back
also
to
want to
being
make
weird,
crystal
guys.
clear that if anyone doesn't like
so weird.
or has a problem with what I did,
see? It's almost like you're a massive bully. See, I felt threatened. I'm smaller than him. I punched him first. I didn't commit assault. If you don't like what I have to say, then fuck you, dude.
please pay particular attention to the
Well, that's a nice
Using
way
the
to say
naughty
it.
words. I brought the naughty words out, guys.
Do not care. Period.
following. I do not care. Period.
I do not care. Period.
I'm
You know,
gonna
he said that
now
with
is
a popping
continue to do
pain.
what I do by fighting corruption and wrongdoing in government around the state, stand for those who are not able to stand for themselves, and fight for our freedoms. If
That guy better wear pink shirts for the rest of his life because, like, he's just the pink shirt punch guy now. Hey, that was legit. That was a good. All right,
get used to it.
All right.
Because I am
See?
like country
See?
music.
Sylvie, this is how you know.
I'm here to stay.
I'm doing this for you.
John Newcomb has told reporters that he did not intend to hurt anybody and that Jimmy Caven sucker punched
He totally sucker punched. I mean, he did. I mean, yeah. I agree, Pep. Because that split
Good
second
thing.
where you're like, is he about to pa? And you're just like, what?
They didn't see it coming, bro. I know, right?
Yeah.
Because he was. I did not see like the big guy go like this in any way. He was just walking towards him, and like that little pussy was just like threatened.
The Saline County Republican Committee of Arkansas, which Newcomb is a
Yeah, I don't care if he punches well. I don't care if he's a weightlifter. Dude's a pussy.
member, issued a statement
Hot take.
defending him.
Like, oh, I feel so threatened.
Him saying,
fucking beta.
quote, John Newcomb
How do you guys?
It is kind of refreshing to see that I haven't changed that
You
much.
guys like that, by the way. Like when you're, it's like you guys throw this
Got some better lighting, threw some posters up, but
these words around beta cuck. Except you guys are the actual beta cucks. You know, like
has no history of violence.
you guys are so scared of everything.
Says mere
I'm scared of the black people, the crime, the transes, the immigrants.
Oh, shit. No, I did
His
not.
stature is not a threat to anyone. A review of the video and multiple witness statements confirms that not only did Mr. Newcomb not hit Mr. Caven, but Mr. Caven was
This is wild.
clearly the aggressor.
I mean, it is on tape. Like, I don't care how you feel about this. The fact is, it's all on video, and we saw the most important piece. We saw the part where he's walking up to the gentleman, and then the gentleman hits, well, not so gentleman.
Wait, what are you doing for me?
Violent gentleman.
Oh, I am interacting with my past self in a way where I'm seeing if I appreciate my old art.
Hockey company, by the way.
Whatever. Saline County, Arkansas Republicans have
Whatever.
reportedly been in disarray for a while, with feuding factions tangling over just how far right they should go. In June,
I mean, look at this cringe motherfucker.
for example, Saline County
It's almost like it goes back to my point where the infighting in the Republican Party is very interesting. And where will the GOP go post Donald Trump?
Attorney Jennifer
Shout out Kirk for helping me get that new camera that definitely helped with this broadcast.
Lancaster.
It's also kind of
Man, this is kind of making me realize like where some of the stuff really
funny with like
the improvements are.
I saw a post from Donald Trump where it was Trump 2024, 20.
Oh, it's good to revisit your old
and then
art.
Trump
Is it?
forever.
I don't know.
It's like,
This is meta as fuck, and at the same time, I am also like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at this guy. Now I know how my dad felt looking at me.
Are we dynasty? Are we going to do the dynasty? Are we supposed to just prepare for Barron Trump and Eric?
Oh shit! Do I need to apologize?
Trump and
Yo, I think I get where you were coming from.
Just Trumps, or
I'm disappointed too.
are you just going to live forever because that's a thing?
And her supporter.
First immortal man happens to be the most insufferable bastard on the entire face that's ever existed on the face.
Oh, hey man, don't bring that into existence.
Of this earth.
What was I doing?
At least in my lifetime.
Pulled off a
And Genghis Khan was pretty bad. I'm pretty sure a lot of people had some shit to say about him.
lived coup at the state Republican
What
conference.
point was I
They got their
making?
heads cut off because they talked poorly about him.
Then one pack of Republicans evicted another from a building on the Benton Public Square amidst accusations of rent not being paid. But Arkansas Republicans say this is the first instance of actual fisticuffs. And it's making headlines not just in the political world. A self-defense organization is pointing to the incident and saying,
I just got that urge to speed up my own video.
it proves that with a little bit of training, shorter.
Oh my God, look at him. I love the square up again. Just this. He also does this thing where like he met like, all right. Like
people can still level
down. Oh my God. Like he got like right here.
Oh my God, you're seeing this as a David Inc. Oh my God, so now you have a bunch of freaking short king Republicans that are just like, look at us, we can still throw. We're not pussies, even though I'm the biggest pussy ever, and I totally hit a guy before he, touched me, which again classifies assault.
Does it?
Like these big bullies, they'll be the first ones to stand like this close to your face.
Are we talking
and
about
just be like,
Florida?
what you gonna do about it? Like where you can feel the heat of their awful breath. It definitely smells, like a little bit of
when the jokes hit with yourself.
Morning booze.
Back to national politics. An angry Donald Trump has apparently begun voter suppression efforts, and Trump is getting torched for it.
This should be disqualifying for him to
New Hair Twins
say so plainly that he plans on.
Oh my God, King Sport. Well, I am revisiting a video because I wanted to find the fight video, and I was like, you know what? I covered this, so I'm doing something where I'm revisiting some. God, when did I make this? 8 months ago. So, yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this putz. Like, I don't know.
Jailing his opponent.
It's almost like you should like and subscribe. Just, I mean, come on. Just for pity for this sad fuck over here.
Oh yeah, if you guys didn't hear about that too, he totally did come out and just like do the authoritarian thing where
so much orange.
It's just like, I'm gonna send any political opponent that has something bad to say about Trump, I'm going to put him in jail. Lock him up. Lock him up.
To voters.
God, that shirt is as orange as his face.
To donors, to political operatives.
Yo, this motherfucker's spitting.
He is trying to. It is voter suppression at the highest order.
Oh my God, could you imagine him actually wearing the color orange? He would look like he would just look like a Home Depot.
He is trying to scare people out of participating in the process.
Dude!
On Truth Social this weekend, Trump wrote, cease and desist.
That
I,
was
together
weird.
with many
Actually
attorneys
making
and legal
myself laugh.
scholars, and watching the sanctity of the 2024 president.
The fact that he's putting it all
The ultimate laugh track. This guy.
Oh man. If
I
Kamala
get it now by
Harris
that.
like it just had a
hey, not your bad
modicum
How
of
you
just
doing, by the way,
like
man?
humor,
Welcome to the show.
she would just like print out a list of his tweets and just start reading them during the debate.
Presidential election very closely, because I know better than
Skullduggery.
most the
Skullduggery.
rampant cheating and
That's right. I
skullduggery
forgot.
that has
Cheating and
taken place
the
by the
rampant
Democrats in the
cheating and
2020 presidential
skullduggery.
election. It was a disgrace to our nation. Therefore, the 2024
Trump.
election, where votes have just started being cast, will be under the closest professional
Where you going?
scrutiny. And when I win, those people that cheated will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences, so that this depraved...
So you talk about how you're going to cheat, how you're going to install people who are going to try and steal the election for you, and then you're like, they're trying to do it again. Man,
of justice.
I can't wait. Weird.
We're like 20 years.
I know I've
removed from
said it
this, and
like
we do the
multiple times, but
retrospective of,
now
like,
it, again,
what the fuck was
it goes
wrong
back
with
to
you
being weird. Where I'm just
people?
like,
And how did you believe any of this? It's like he was telling you what he was doing. Oh,
this does not happen again.
And it should not be treated as, oh, that's just Donald Trump melting down on social media.
no, we have become so jaded to that. We need to start scrutinizing every freaking word he uses.
Again, we
just like Joe Biden.
Have to stop this. He has a different
wow. I'm pretty consistent in my takes, guys.
because we're so used to him spouting nonsense. That is terrifying.
Did you ever fix that hairline, or is the light shining down? Huzzah.
Check out that video at the link below. It generated a lot of comments on YouTube. One of the most popular is from Cheryl Hyatt, who wrote, "Heads I win, tails you lose. What a piece of... There is no mass voter fraud."
Was that you?
Yep.
I mean, well, that's wild.
Yeah, I figured that was a fun little way to.
Yeah. No, that was
end this because
you're right. It was not good.
As much as I admit,
Not
what
flattering.
I was saying, good form. Like the guy's punch was solid, but if I
So
was
you got
an
hair and
attorney, I'd
bald.
be definitely
Hey.
pressing for that Newcomb guy to start looking into hiring somebody. Sorry, I gotta fuck my screen a little
Dude,
bit.
look at this schmuck.
Something happened.
Taking my spot back,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
I think that's all that we got there. We're prepared for the debate tonight as much as I
Oh, that's
personally
right. This
can
was
be.
debate night?
I've debated doing the bingo thing, but I don't know. I just have especially if it's drinking bingo. Oh, fuck that. I don't want to get totally hammered. But hey,
We'll see.
we're still gonna cover the debate regardless and do
You
a
didn't know what you were missing.
react video to it. So that'll be fun. Look out for that. Everything else, yeah. Hey, it's election season, baby. It's on. So let's look out for some of those more. Let's look out for more attack ads.
Your background has changed. I know.
The Lincoln Project has just
I know. Lots of
gone
evolution.
above and beyond for the Democrats on this one. So for anybody that's just like, I hate the Lincoln Project, bunch of conservatives, blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, except they're actually doing something that's like tentatively helping us. So
It's almost like you should like and subscribe to this guy. What's his name? Peep Talks? Pep Talks? Turning into my dad, guys. Keen Sport Cal. If you're not already a sub, you should, or a subscriber. Sorry, I don't want to imply anything. Yeah, subscribe to the channel, man. That is funny though. No, like, somebody had, if that was you, fucking, I gotta admit, I'll admit where a win's a win. Yeah. You made one thing where I was just like, ooh, it's Nutrafol time. You know, the 38-year-old fucking. But yeah, it's not the reason I'm wearing the hat. I'm actually wearing the hat because I was out today. Sorry to ask, but when did my mom die? My mom died in March. She died suddenly. March 9th. Yeah. We had no warning on that one. It wasn't like cancer or anything like that, man. And honestly, she was getting better from she had pneumonia caused by COVID, but there was no sign that it was that bad where it would, take her. She died in her sleep, so I am not afraid to overshare. Sorry, dude. Thanks. I appreciate that. No. And honestly, if you were to tell me that it never gets better, I'm actually okay hearing that because just knowing it, that'll at least help, because this whole question of when will I start to feel better has started to turn where I'm just like, oh, this is just going to be forever. And yeah, but yeah, I was really, really close to my mom. I talked to her every day. She was pretty much my best friend. So my mom had cancer, but didn't tell us. Her kids, she was old school. Up until I got her certificate, I kind of thought the same thing. Like, I'll be honest, I thought that there was something else. But then, yeah, when I found out that she literally just died in her sleep, like, it's still wild to me. Like, that it can just, like, happen like that. It's just so random, too. She was really young. Well, really young. I gotta stop saying that. I'm not really young. I'm 38 years old. She was 72, so it doesn't get better at all. Get to where it'll remind you and you smile. I'm already there. That's why I'm not afraid to talk about her, because I feel like if I don't, then, you know, like, what am I hiding? And on top of that, like, it brings me joy to talk about her. Like, she was awesome. She was fucking awesome, man. She was hilarious. Like, that's what I missed most about her was her laugh and just making her laugh. Like, she was the best audience. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm sorry, guys. You guys can, like, I love you guys, but you could never equate to my mom, like, being an audience and just, God, like, the way and our banter too. One of my bigger regrets is not getting her on the show, bro. Like, it's like she was died at 66. I was 36. Yeah. Yeah, she was 72. So she died right before her birthday. But that's life. Fortunately, it doesn't get better, but you'll get stronger. Yeah. And I believe in you because you seem pretty strong emotionally already. Thank you. I appreciate that. And on top of it, yeah, she's a big part of that. No, I really appreciate that, Sylvie. Thank you. No, I know. Things, yeah, it's one of the loneliest feelings ever is not having the person there that you usually would lean on. Like that, it's just, you know, it sucks, but I tested a lot of my humor on my mama. She also never liked any of my girlfriends. I don't know. Her and Uni Moogle got on eventually, but it was a little touch and go from the beginning. Nah. She loved Uni Moogle. Yeah, man, it was just, I don't know. My mom had some moments, you know, like the like the time where she had too many Eddies, and me and my wife, like, I think we weren't married at the time, but we went to her house and she starts petting my wife's face, and I really, like, I don't know, maybe I was just like used to my mom's antics and shit, but like, my wife pulls me aside, she's fucking pet my face. I was like, huh? I mean, I have stories, but I love your mom. Yeah, no, she was the shit, man. She was like legit hilarious. Like, just, I have so many damn stories. Like the buffalo alone. Like, my mom went viral for petting a buffalo to the point where she ended up on the nightly news. So, thanks, bro. Yeah, mama's boys. Cheers. Yeah, you know what? I'm a proud mama's boy. I am. Fucking Cal, any fucking MAGA Mama's dipshit can use that clip against me or try to, and I'll be like, fuck you, dude. Like, what? Yeah, oh my god, my mom loved me like nobody else. Oh no, what a rip. Fucking assholes. I wasn't gonna be the one to say it, but yeah, she pet my face. I was more so confused. I mean, you were very that was legit, guys. I'm not like exaggerating the slightest. She pulls me aside, she's like, she fucking pet my face. I was like, I was more so like, she did what? She's like, she like did it to me. She's like, she did. I'm like, okay. Then I asked my mom, I'm like, hey, are you like, did you take something? She's just like, oh, I had some edibles. I'm like, oh, that explains a lot. So, Memorial Fund success. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. Yes. It's still wild to me. Like, again, man, like, this is fucking wild to me. I've tried so hard not to cry. I've always been a mama's boy. I was the youngest of 3 boys. I was her one and only son. I had my sister, and I got more, like I got a weird family, man, but yeah, it sucks. Big billionaire donors. Oh man, don't get me canceled by the left. They're gonna start saying that I'm owned by the billionaires. Oh no, was it Edward Gregorian? The Edward Gregorian has come through with a $420 donation. We don't know exactly what country he's from, but it's a very ambiguous accent. I used to get banged with my mom. Yeah. No, yeah, my first time ever getting banged with my mom. I had all 4 of my wisdom teeth pulled, and that joyous day was when I learned that I was allergic to codeine. And that was obviously what they sent me home with. So they had to get me a new painkiller, but it was gonna, like, this was before we could get it, like, in time. Like, they even said, they're like, this is gonna take until the morning, and my mom was just like, that will not do. So after I had my allergic reaction, she just brought down a metal bowl that had the Grateful Dead bears on it, and yeah, got me nice and baked. Which I do remember asking her, I'm just like, is this gonna infect this? She's like, I don't know. I was like, well, fuck it. That was not my first time smoking. That was just my first time smoking with my mom's. But to her, that was my first time ever smoking. When I was in high school, my mom would take my herb and give me hers. Yeah, see, that was a problem I had. Like, again, like, Mom, love you, but, you know, she had a little bit too much liberty. Like, my mom, she used to pull that, or she's just like the labor thing. She was totally that. Like, do you know how bad my labor was with you? I'm just like, really? Really? Like, you stole my weed. She's just like, labor. It's like, that doesn't justify this. Whatever. As I said, a complicated relationship at times. Mostly just because of that, or it's just like, hey, why? And like that, but the thing is, she did make me get really good at hiding my stuff, so there's that. Just accept it. Yeah. Well, and that, yeah, you know, well, yeah, with my mom, it was a bit like, I hate to admit that it was kind of a big part of our relationship, but it was, like, because, like, she would hide it from her husband, like, for the longest time that she even smoked. Like, I was not okay with it, but whatever. She replaced my weed with her shitty weed. Yes! I had that happen once, and I was like, you think I wouldn't notice? You think I wouldn't notice this Puerto Rican ditchweed from 1978? The fuck? Sorry. Not that I'm trying to say that all of that Puerto Rico's, you know, weed is bad, but this one specifically was from Puerto Rico. Smoking leads to greater tooth abscesses. Does it? Well, good thing I'm going to see the dentist next week, so. I am, actually, so you'll see these pearly whites. A little bit whiter. What'd you say? I can't see it. Damn it. No, she didn't hide it, man. She would just straight up take mine and give me hers. Okay. Yeah, same amounts. So you didn't have trust issues. Okay. Got it. Well, lucky you. My dad grows his own garbage. Can't all be great, but it's smokable. Damn, Sully. Didn't know you're so judgmental. God, same amounts. That's wild. I envy that type of relationship, I gotta be honest. Yeah, man. No, we had fun. I'm glad that like I had the relationship with my mom that I did, and she was adamant that we traveled. So I have a lot of memories with my mom, and she could not afford this, by the way. Like, this was something that she scrounged for and may have committed some questionable offenses for, but I will say no more on that one. But yeah, man, she took me to Europe. We had a great time. Yeah, man. She was a wonderful woman. So, cheers, Mom. I love you. I got spoiled by my dispensary. Super high quality. Well, yeah, man. Like, we're at this point where it's unreal. Like, I got some Jack Herrera upstairs that just when I thought that Jack Herrera couldn't get any better as a strain, I was just like, hey, you got pretty good there, fella. Oh, damn. Green Joy. Ruben, I just saw that you said something that actually, like, I totally agree with. Never give up on guitar if you really enjoy playing it. Yeah, totally. Yeah, dude, my mom always made sure we had good Christmases. Yeah, that was my mom, too. She was a shit, man. I miss her a lot. And yeah, of course, been going through a lot. But it's weird, with everything that's going on politically, it has, like, oddly enough, I hate to say this, like, it's made this job a little bit easier because I just realized I'm like, this like, my biggest one was like, what the fuck are you gonna say to me that's gonna, like, oh, Soy Boy's only got tens of viewers, Soy Boy, or whatever the fuck, like, it's whatever. I hope you have lots of pictures of your mom. Yeah, I have lots of pictures of her, but one of my bigger regrets is that I didn't take more pictures with her. That kind of sucks, but no, I got tons. One thing I got tons of is voicemails. She left me so many voicemails that it became like those are my most cherished things I really have from her. And then yeah, I got lots of pictures. I've got yeah, man. Got lots of memories with her and shit. It's just, yeah. I am not looking forward to the holidays, I'll say that much. That's gonna suck. I need tips for learning bass. I wish I knew someone that played. I played bass when I was, like, what kind of tips are you looking for? If you're looking for, like, professional, like, anything that's not like, hey, do you need to learn how to play slap bass for a ska band? I might be your guy. I recommend getting a 5-string, and also don't be too worried about loose tuning. God, I remember when I learned how to play no effects on the bass. I think that my bass guitar at that point, like, if it was when I bought it, it was it's like going to a domestic shelter. Just you got some old school Polaroids? Yeah, I do. I have some of my yeah. No, I got tons. Like I have pictures of my yeah. Oh, that kind of stuff. Yes, yeah. I got a lot. Yeah. No, I'm gonna build some framed pictures stuff with her. Like I gotta get on that too. But also, like, my mom, she was very artistic and, like, into photography, so I actually have some, like, professional, like, photos of her. She was also an actress and a dancer, so, like me, I mentioned it earlier. Me and her were extras together in the movie My Best Friend's Wedding. You guys, like, one of these days, I'm going to try and find the scene. Maybe I can post it in the Discord, because, yeah, it's the wedding scene. Like, the titular movie, or movie scene. But yeah, she was in, like, a bunch of like the scenes before that, but they needed one with a mother and a kid, and she was just like, I have a kid. Me too. Our parents didn't get to have phones as cameras. Yeah. I only have a little guitar experience, as I'm learning acoustics as well. It's fun. I mean, just learn how to play the songs that you really like to, you want to know how to play. You'll get inspired on how to build your own music, like, within that same vein. I don't know. What am I? Is that Donald Trump's head behind you? What, that guy? Yes. He's so angry. You turned me into a pepper. What the fuck is this? Oh, God. Let's do like a wizard changing spell. I better be careful, guys. Uh-oh. You threatened me with the changing spell. We all know that that's a level 5 spell. We all play D&D. We're not idiots. I learned to play guitar playing 311 guitar tabs on AOL Internet. King, damn, I'm not too far behind you on that one. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm sure that I had the same tabs for Amber, at least. God, that's funny. Bring me back there. Oh, speaking of, I think 311 is about to come to town. They have a big announcement for Slightly Stupid's coming to the town. I guess it's local. Just gotta love when you gotta travel a little bit for a show, but it's okay. But yeah. Just thinking. Or is that Orange Jesus with a crown of thorns? I mean, it's a pepper with some pot leaves on it. A pot leaf crown. That's, again, everything with Pep Talks is on brand. Well, most everything. Including me getting old. Oh, God. I gotta pee. That's also something I gotta do. All right, let's get something. For the interim while I use the potty. You seem cool. What's your channel about? Politics. Politics, news. Smoke a little bit. Yeah. Doesn't matter what your politics are. I mean, even if you like Trump, whatever, man. I'm cool. Just don't be a troll douchebag. That's kind of my big thing. And honestly, I'm trying to have like more productive conversations, because this idea that that's just like, oh, we're gonna go far just by teaming up with our side and just shutting everybody else. That's gonna go really far. Don't think so. But it's about pot and peppers. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do actually grow my own peppers, so. And politics. Pot, pepper, and politics. I might have to rebrand. Because right now I got news, politics, and a dose of comedy. But all the P's. Damn it, Steven. Actually, I'm not even joking, bro. Like, you kind of... TN 42, don't like Trump. Nice. 43. You do that thing too? I'm 38. Yeah, I did that. Or I was just like, wait, how old am I? Going from 36 to 37, that's what I did. Where I was just like, am I turning 38? No, I'm turning 37. I remember being excited about it too. Where I'm like, oh, I got another year. Yes. Almost. Tennessee, nice. Hope you're not anywhere near Clarksville. Fucking, they've been getting hammered with tornadoes. Also got some fam around them parts. Are you near the Buc-ee's? That's the most important. Well, one of the Buc-ee's. But are you near one of those? Because if you are, then you're cool with me. You go get some Buc-ee snacks. God damn. You know what? I was not prepared for just like how good that place was. But for going to a gas station and being like, this is one of the best damn brisket sandwiches I have ever had in my life. East side, we alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm a Chicago boy, so. Yeah, and if you don't like Trump, I mean, yeah, I'm a bit of a lefty, but bit of a lefty. I think I may be underselling that sometimes, because like people come on here, they're just like, holy shit, I wasn't expecting. Like they call me a commie, but I'm not a commie. I'm not a communist. To the chagrin of some people. Now, here's the big question. If communists, like, if we oopsied into communism, would I necessarily be, like, disappointed? I don't know. I would welcome it with some, you know, a little bit of optimism, I guess. I'm the resident communist. Yes, you can take that. You can take it. You know what? Ilirna, all yours. Also, I appreciate you taking that smoke. Because trust me, oh my god. The fact that they're just like, we're going to brand you with this. It's just like, oh. I was trying to be cool with you guys first, but all right. Or you could have ended up in a Monty Python sketch. What's wrong with that? Wait, why are you saying that like it's a bad thing? A Monty Python's. Wait, are you talking about being the butt of the joke? Oh. Well, that could be a problem. Welcome, comrades. Hell yeah. Meanwhile, I showed you this, right? I designed this, by the way. This was my team. Yes, we were called the Red Stars. And when I brought this design to my team, they were just like, "That's for Chicago, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, totally." Oh boy, did they get mad when they found out my politics. Sad part is I'm pretty sure that team still exists. I'm no longer on it, but God, that was funny. The funniest part is like my original design, I did a 5-point star and it gave him a dick, and I was just like, well, that doesn't work. So I explained that too, where I was just like, hockey fan? Yes. Very big hockey fan. Although, don't ask me too much about the playoffs right now, because, God, I haven't been able to really watch any hockey this year. So, don't you prefer when some level of democratic representation versus overly authoritarian communism, pep? Listen, I haven't lived through communism, so I can't really speak too much on it. What I would love to see is, for me, democratic socialism that we can just continually work with into more socialized programs and more just I want to at least be at that starting point. I just feel like we constantly, for every like bit of ground that we make, it's that 1 step forward, 2 steps back scenario, and it's like I don't like dancing that way. So I like dancing towards a goal. But you know what? I'm going to do it a little bit, you know, with some spice. Do a little cha-cha, you know. Maybe do a little 47 dance. Communism's core is literally democracy. I know, guys. Guys. Let's not argue the finer nuances. I understand. I mean, I'm more authoritarian in my political spectrum than most lefties, granted. Okay. The thing is, as long as your spectrum doesn't put you outside the realm of working with other people who identify either as left or left of center, like, that's the biggest problem that we're, like, running into, guys. And I'm going to just be completely real on that. I know, hot take. Communism is where you have small communities where everything is decided democratically. If there's authoritarianism involved, it is not communism. The problem with that is it doesn't really make up, like, because, yeah, communes could work, but then, like, they want the communes, right? And this is what I'll just speak to. You know what? No, I'll Joe Rogan this one. I'm gonna play completely idiot on this one because this is real. Like, really, what I don't know, and you guys can explain to me. With the the idea of communes, I've always thought of it where you need nature, you need space, you need land to live off of to even do these things. But then they start arguing for, like, Mega City 1 from Judge Dredd, where it's like you want to build literally house upon house upon house upon house upon house upon house on top of each other. How does this work? Like, is it like Mega City 1 where you do it where per building, that's your commune? Or, like, it doesn't translate to me personally, or, like, not personally, but it, like, I can't conceptualize it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think that might be a problem with a lot of people where, and that's like, they literally translate that as, like, they're angry at the concept of communism instead of just like, no, I'm confused. I literally don't get it. And then I hear a bunch of things like, oh, Castro, oh, communist Russia, did that work out? Did that work out? And it's just like, and then there's so many, like, outliers there where you're like, yeah, but that wasn't true communism. Like, that was like a communist dictatorship, or, like, there's always an outlier there where it's like they abused some form of the power. And then it's also like, oh, way to ruin a good idea and then, have bad optics attached to the name. I mean, let's be real. Red Scare really did a number on the fucking American psyche. Yeah, Steven, that is the starting point now. There are modifiers where you can add to it, but start of it is no federal government. The thing is, I'm not sure if I totally believe in no federal government because I see the benefits of our federal government. Like, I don't know. I really do. Like, I see the detriments of it, but especially, like, with the corruption. But the thing is, I always, like, I think of it kind of like going back to student governments where it's like, no matter what, like Lord of the Fries at the McDonald's, you know what? We all chase to be manager. I think the confusion stems from the word commune and how you imagine that. Sounds idealistic, not realistic. Well, yeah. Well, again, are you thinking of, like, hippie communes from the 60s? No, I'm thinking of modern communes. Like, for instance, I'm not sure if you got, like, Alirda, you definitely got to check out the show Lazarus if you're into anime at all. It's a sci-fi anime that has it's a high futurist concept where they have this drug called Hapna that essentially takes away the concept of sadness. So, like, you have this numb populace just walking around, and then buried in Hapna is there's a kill switch that literally it will take out everybody. Like, at the same time that took Hapna, which is the entire world, because it was cheap and it was billed as, not being dangerous. Like, literally the safest drug ever. But my broader point is there is an AI community in there that's kind of like it's a little bit of a nod to Midsommar, but at the same time, the way they conceptualize their commune, it is one of the ones that makes sense. Where I'm like, oh shit, okay, like pod building. It's a little hippie-ish too, where they literally talk about living off the land and also doing barter, like the barter system, all that kind of stuff. But I guess the long and short is yes. Jesus, took me a minute to get there. Yes, full-on communism currently is idealistic, and it requires liberation of the global south and a little bit more peace across the world. Well, history doesn't necessarily beget peace. I hate to say that. Like, this is where the term idealistic, like, you can't get offended by it because it's true. Like, you can be proud of being an idealist. It's just not abandoning that, you know, your hope for a better world if you don't get it. I'm not sure if this is strictly like a 20th century or 21st century way of doing things, but I gotta say, man, I really do kind of feel like the people that really could push us to the next level give up because they literally get dejected at the idea that they're not going to see like their perfect world play out in their lifetime. So they literally just they die in a depression or some shit. Like, it's more likely to happen as democratic socialism will eventually, that devolves into not needing the state anymore and turns into communism. That's kind of where, like, I'll be honest, Sylvie, like, that one makes sense to me. Like, and just having it broken down like that, I gotta say, Anna, that one I understand a little bit more. I'm just gonna say. It's no knock on you for anything. Legit just passed. She nailed that. Personally, I like the idea of what is called council communism. Again, like, again, if it's a good idea, but what I don't understand is like the people that, like, for instance, would say, I like the idea of council communism, that all of a sudden are just like, well, I don't, so I don't think that we can work together. That's the type of shit we need to knock off. Oh, sorry, Anna, if you weren't paying attention, I literally just said that Sylvie made a good point about literally just being like, yes, full-on communism is currently idealistic, but requires a little bit of liberation from the global south and a little bit of more peace from the world. So, but yeah, council communism is the Soviet model. Well, that one didn't work. What killed the Soviet model? Let's learn from that and then build on that. Let's not do what they did or let the same mistakes happen with what they did, because let's be real, that didn't fucking work. And honestly, that's what pisses off a lot of Americans that, like, you can't sell on these ideas, are like, when they're just like, wait, no. Because yes, a lot of people do have the, like, American fucking history bullshit, and you're gonna have to work around that a little bit, and you're not just gonna completely change their minds on this. You're not gonna do the thing that, like, was it re-education? It's not gonna happen. And honestly, like, you're not gonna sell people, because again, re-education, the idea of, like, this is where I have always harped on marketing with this stuff, and just the big scary word at re-education, you say that to your base ass or your just basic normie fucking American, they're just like, what? Commie. We have commune-dash cult moving in our country. They call themselves New Earth Micronation. People are freaking out. I think they're trying to build a sovereign cult. Reminds me of the stream of Silence for My Little Pony that took emotions away. So there would be no fighting, which would be bring peace. The ponies had to find a cure for it. That's fucking wild. You just need to counsel. You need to counsel the commies to be more Sakdem. I mean, it worked until Stalin became authoritarian, if I remember. But that's the thing. You're never going, like, you need to learn how to build the walls of somebody becoming authoritarian. And also, you have to remember that these people were fucking humans. Like, Lenin, as much as you guys may love him, he was kind of a dick. Stalin, a dick. Like, God, Karl Marx at least was, like, you know, semi, like, not a dick. What? These other ones that use it to just be like, no, and then they used it to, you know, enhance their power. I don't know, man. I just know that mine is the most unrealistic, where it can be obtained with, you know, just through peaceful means of talking to each other and just, you know, having the Vulcans land and just all of us finding world peace. Because realistically, that's what I want. I just want the fucking Vulcans to already land. But I also know mine's very unrealistic. What's that? And where's it working? Like, again, give me a system that's working so I can sell it on people. That's all I want. And give me a way to break it down for fucking normie types that you can package it in a nice little file. Like, honestly, like, I'm speaking to you like a marketing executive, and it's going to piss you all off. But realistically, this is what you need in politics. This is how you sell ideas in politics, especially today. Soviet communism worked. Have you read that book yet? No. Read a book? Do you think I have time to read books? Especially with this stream right now? No, I do not. Maybe when I start making, you know, enough money to support this stream and just do this stream, then yeah. But no. I don't know. Do you have an audiobook, and can you give me the audiobook file? Then yes, I'll try it. Communism isn't a political ideology. It didn't start that way. It started as a theory of history, a new interpretation or lens to see history through, and people saw patterns that in that interpretation and carried them through their logistical conclusions. The conclusions is politics as we advocate for. Okay. I don't know. I think that they're, like, again, that's also ignoring that there's just, like, every piece of the American experiment is just bad, and I don't know. I'm not, like, trying to be, like, American exceptionalist. I'm literally talking about, like, how there are parts where it's just like, I can jump on stream and talk about it. Sure. I'm just asking because you seemed interested and wanted to know if you read any of it. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be condescending. I just had that moment where I'm just like, I haven't had time. But no, no, for real. Like, let me know if you have a audiobook of it, and then I'll be able to process that a lot better, because at least I can, like, mow the lawn and get other stuff done in my life, and, you know, maybe do some work. I'm just asking because, sorry, I just saw that pop up. Oh, you're in voice chat. All right. Oh, this is an adjustment. There we go. All right. You're in voice chat. Wait a minute. You know what? You're gonna hang out in voice chat just for 1 second, because I really have to pee. And I don't want to do that again to you, where I just left you here. So what I will do is, Stan, come here. Here. Entertain these fine people. Lay down. Down. Lay down. Down. Down your bed. Down your bed. Lay down. You want a treat, you little fucker. Alright. I'll be right back. Stay. Stay.
I see you abandon our fine folks over here. What you doing? All right. Let's figure out what I have to do on voice chat over here. I remember. Gotta reset this. Riphaven, hope the stream is going good. It is. Riphaven, how you doing? Thought I'd drop in. We might disagree on things, but at least you're not batshit crazy like some others on here. Oh, I appreciate that. No, I appreciate a good spirited disagreement. Yeah, especially if it's black Pokemon ball. You mean a great ball? For what that's worth. No, I appreciate it. Not even trying to be a dick, man. I do. Life would be boring if everybody agreed. All right. I'm going to go into...
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. Charizard is the best, by the way. I agree. All right, let me turn you up here. Can you guys hear Anna? Type 1 in chat if you can hear her. Can you hear yourself?
Testing, testing. 1, 2.
This is going to be on Twitch chat. Come on. 1, 1. Good. All right, we're good. Let's go. Now, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I just got some snacks from the corner store. After I, packed my bags and boarded a plane.
Nice.
As I like to say.
Nice.
Went for a little walk and came back with some snacks, and then I'm snacking, so pretty good.
I always feel like the scene from Half Baked always applies to that. It's like, we gotta get Funyuns. Yeah.
I haven't had Funyuns in so long.
Dude, it's the ultimate stoner snack.
I try not to get snacks like that.
I always feel like such a stoner when I'm eating them. I'm like, you know what? I'm being on brand right now. It's okay. If I go to Taco Bell
when
next,
I go for snacks, I get chocolate. That's,
really?
That's what. Yeah, chocolate's my favorite.
Really? Wow. Yeah. I'm actually not really big on chocolate when I'm like nice and stonied. I like me like a Sour Patch Kid, like a bag of like the watermelon Sour Patch Kids. I like those.
I like the Ferrero Rocher. Like you can get like a little 3-pack for $3.
Those are so good.
They're like chocolate and hazelnut. I know they're so.
Wait, I thought it was Ferrero Rocher. Like I thought you had to say it like with a little bit of the pretentiousness of French. All I know is that it's funny when you hear somebody from like just downtown like Pittsburgh or someone. Hey, give me one of those Ferrero Rochers. It's like, you uncultured swine. Anyway, let's explain some communism to Pep Talks here, because I mean, this is the nice part. Hey, let's just put this out there real quick. We got these billionaires looking for the next leftist Joe Rogan. You want that genuine curiosity, a little bit of idiocy, but also, hey, I also retain my information.
So, like I said in the paragraph that I wrote in Twitch chat, communism as like an ideology is like the conclusion of a long analytical process that Marx did, that he developed, because Marx was first and foremost a journalist and then an economist. He wrote for a paper called Rhineland News, and he was actually quite fond of Smith. Is that it? The father of modern capitalism, wrote Wealth of Nations.
See, this is
described the capitalist mode of production.
Okay.
But he essentially developed this method of looking at history. Sorry. And when they looked at history, they noticed some patterns. That each stage of history exists with a set of like noticeable class divisions. And these class divisions were centered around the way work was done and the way property was interacted with. Like property, like what we, in like the more formal language, we would call property relations and the mode of production or the way that things get produced in a society. So
Yeah.
you can imagine, like in Roman and Greek societies, this was through slavery.
No, I know.
Obviously, not the kind of slavery that we had in the United States, but that was just one of the modes of production.
Yeah.
Feudalism is kind of disputed. It's a little wishy-washy, but that's another mode of production where instead of like direct ownership of another person, the
See,
person is technically
this
free,
is going
but
to
they're
be a
tied to
profoundly
land.
dumb question on my end. Like, but realistically, how far into the Industrial Revolution did Marx write the Communist Manifesto? Like at the tail end, like at the like.
I mean, yeah.
Was
Well,
it,
no,
like,
not at the,
peak?
yeah, kind of at the tail end. He was writing that in like the 1850s, 1840s.
Okay, so like
and
we
the
were
Industrial Revolution started in like the early to mid 1600s. So.
right, but yeah, like but it peaked in what, the 1900s? I thought it was like 1920 or 1919 even was like when they actually like put like a cap on it.
Peaked in like in what way? In like the pace of development?
Yeah, pace of development, also like GDP. I thought it was like all countries' GDP as far as like trade and just overall like building, electrical, all that bullshit.
Well, the Industrial Revolution is like a prime example of how like the way goods and services get made in an economy change along with the mode of production. So leading up to that, you had kind of like feudal and like the remnants of feudal societies where most work was done by peasants on a plot of land farming food, a portion of which was referred to as their rent, was paid to their lord who owned their land.
Right.
What the remnants of what we have now is like are literally our landlords when we rent an apartment.
Yeah.
Or like a house or whatever. But as people were able to develop these new ways to produce goods and services via what we now call retrospectively the Industrial Revolution, work now needed to be done in a much different way. You couldn't like assign a plot of land to a person. You had to get a bunch of people into a building and figure out some way to compensate them for their time.
Right.
And before you know it, we have wage labor, like something that we would be very familiar with. Because we're still in that mode of production. And so all communism essentially is looking through history and seeing that these modes of production and that these developments are essentially maintained via class divisions. The primary one that we see being how we relate to the work that we do. There's someone else who owns, say, a factory or a farm, and they typically employ people and pay them an hourly wage to work on that farm. And the owner typically reaps the benefits. And this division in terms of how people relate both to the property and to the work is like the definition of how those classes are defined. And the conflict between those
but
classes
how much
is
how much of that was like again boiled down to like perceived God, why am I blanking on superiority? Like why? Like because think about it. Well, because like these lords were all they essentially kept their titles just based on like the perception of superiority. Like the revolution could have, I don't know, theoretically happened then. I don't know.
Well, no, they maintained their power through, like, culturally speaking, through the religious justification of their existence, right? So God appointed the king. The king has his lords. Typically, they're like family members, or you intermarry to make them family members.
You mean the Trump model? We use the Trump model here.
I mean, there is like some of that. Like Trump does have a little bit of that mentality to some extent.
No shit.
But I mean,
who's our lead attorney? Janine
Bondi?
Pirro.
Oh.
Judge Janine, what Judge Janine Judge?
I forgot what she got appointed to.
I thought it was like the head, not state's attorney or whatever, but she's like the figurehead for the attorney's office.
I don't remember.
Either
I
way,
wasn't paying attention. It's another DUI
Either
hire.
way, yeah. I mean, realistically, it is though. It's all DEI for Fox News rejects.
No, DUI hire.
DUI hire. I missed that. Sorry.
Like
All
her
right.
and Hegseth.
Hey, all right, I like that. Oh man, could you imagine the banter between those two idiots?
Oh yeah,
Especially
definitely.
post show. Guys, hold on. Do you know what Signal is not? It's not that secure, Mr. Pete. Oh my god. Backstage, it turns out that she's actually kind of based. That'd be wild.
That would
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm mad that
but-
it wasn't Judge Judy, though. Why would you go with Judge Janine? Still mad about that.
But essentially, because these class divisions, these different classes have different interests, they're always kind of in conflict in the society. And this conflict is what leads to this political change. And so the only way to end this is for there to be no classes in society, right? And so we get to this kind of classical definition of communism, which is a classless, stateless society where the means of production are socially owned. So all the methods by which we produce goods and services in our society are owned by the broad population, owned and operated or controlled via various mechanisms, right? The Soviet Union decided to take state control of all the economic productivity in the country and essentially administer them democratically via like the state's democratic system, right? So it was only one method of operating those means of production socially. And the classless part is to, well, because the minority class typically, which is the ruling class, tends to use their monopoly on force via the state to essentially crush any dissent within the lower classes.
Yeah.
The stateless part is also in there, so there are no classes and there are no states, and so but this this very idealistic concept is in the far future. We understand that that's not something that like I'm going to see within my lifetime.
Right.
But what we can do is we can get onto the path of socialism, and socialism is the very slow developmental process to reach that end stage.
Right.
And that's kind of what pretty much
I
every
mean, my dumb
communist
take on it,
movement,
where
every
it's just like,
communist
I don't
party
know,
around the world
increase
attempts to do.
Well, yeah, but that's where like my dumb take comes into it, where it's like, yeah, I don't know, just build on the socialism we already got and kind of prove that those programs work really well, you know? Oh.
Well, this is another kind of confusing thing because a lot of people use like these government programs, what we might call like social safety nets, as like a stand-in for socialism. Socialism isn't just like those social safety nets of the state, because the function that every state serves in a class-based society is to maintain the rule of that lower class over of the higher classes of like the bourgeoisie over the proletariat, for instance. So it is essentially in that class conflict, it is a weapon in that class conflict. And so Lenin's big contribution was to formulate a sort of political party organization.
Can I
and
just
like,
really
like
quick say
detail
what
how
my
that
problem
gets
with
organized?
Lenin is?
Sure.
Because he would talk about like breaking up classes while maintaining his bourgeois fucking existence. I thought that was always bullshit.
What do you mean?
Like, dude, Lenin was always about keeping his power. Like, I don't like the idea that he wasn't. Like, dude, he killed people to keep his power. He killed dissenters. Like, he was kind of a shitty.
yeah.
He was kind of a shitty dude.
Yeah, have you seen a revolution? Of course. Like that's what you do during a revolution. You have like a small group of people who are like imposing their will, political will especially, with like the means of arms, with like force on the broader population. And ideally that broader population should support you in that effort, and often, at least during the time of their formulation, people have. It always doesn't always last, obviously, but and Lenin died like before the second 5-year plan was even like completed. He wasn't in power like all that long. Like he
Well,
essentially
no,
had
I know
the
he was
equivalent
taken
of, like,
out
2
pretty
presidential
quickly.
terms, and then
Yeah.
well, no, he died. I think he died of like cancer or something. Like something
Did he?
happened to him.
No, I thought he got.
Yeah, he died of like natural causes.
Did he?
Or he had like a heart attack or something. I
thought that he got killed. 53, reason of Lenin's death. Died falling into a coma. Oh shit. Yeah, incurable disease of the blood vessels. Who shot
Yeah,
Lenin
so
and
probably a heart
why?
condition.
Oh, that's why I was confused, because he did get shot in 1918. Gotcha.
But yeah, like early
I thought
on
he got
in
shot.
all of the
That's my
communist
bad.
revolutions, there's always like counter-revolutionaries
Yeah.
that do end up getting suppressed.
Yeah, but
Because
hold
those
on. There was
people
a
wish to like reestablish
who
like
was
the
that
old
dude
class
that
relations.
that lived with Frida Kahlo for a while that they tried to kill?
Who?
Ah,
I don't know.
he was like a revolutionary writer painter.
What was his name?
Here. Mary Frida Kahlo. Leon Trotsky.
Oh. Well, that was Stalin, and I'm not.
My bad.
Yeah, Stalin got Trotsky killed.
All right, my bad.
And I'm not advocating for that. I have my fair share of criticisms of Stalin. He was, as they say, no angel.
Lenin suffered 3 debilitating strokes in 1922, 1923, and before his death in 1924. Oh wow, that sucks.
There are a lot of people who will claim that like the Soviet Union would have survived if Trotsky was in charge, and I don't think that that's necessarily true.
Trotsky has problems.
He had a lot of problems, like not understanding.
Everybody does. Everybody does.
There's a lot of
Everybody expects the
different
second coming of
interpretations.
Jesus Christ. Like that's my biggest problem with like supporting people in general. I mean, you know my stance. Like standing any politician or any person in power like completely is fucking weird, man. Like even Bernie, man.
Absolutely.
Like I got my issues with the dude as far as like legit. Just yeah, sometimes he's like. Let's put it this way. If I could trade Bernie, like take his message and put it into a Gavin Newsom, just like, again, for optics, I would. I know, not a very popular take, but, you know, again, most people, they look at like, again, they look with their eyes. So that's why Ronald Reagan, like I go back to this, it's not even Trump. Like that's why Ronald Reagan being an actor, like was, and like the whole idea post Jimmy Carter, it was an optical thing, you know? And this whole, well, I'm going to bring America back to what it once was with my wife, Nancy, and the good old American pie. Am I wrong?
I missed the whole premise of the Ronald Reagan impression.
Oh.
I was so focused on the impression. I'm like, wow, this is a pretty good impression of Ronald Reagan.
Oh, thank you.
I forgot why.
I appreciate that.
Why
no.
you set it up in the first place.
It's the fact that he was an actor that people were comfortable with. So like post like the perceived debacle of the Jimmy Carter administration, that they were just like it was comfort food. It was literally comfort food for the American psyche, where it's just like, again, I was in the movies. You love me. Like,
oh yeah, he was definitely like in the American psyche. But when we talk about like the history that communism pulls from to like understand, or like the communist sort of analytical process pulls from to get its conclusions, we're not just talking about like the last 100 years of American history. We're more so talking about like the last 150,000 years of human history. And
well,
like,
but see, that's where
like
that's
we're
where it's
talking in
not
like
fair
very
though, because
broad
like think of the like
strokes. No, it is
150,000
fair.
years. Well, hold on, because what I'm saying is tribalism is natural. So there's like this weird thing where like tribalism, war, all this kind of thing. With that kind of time frame, you could argue that it's like communism and like just living within a peaceful like commune, for lack of a better term, it's almost antithetical to the human condition, because we're always searching for like something to be mad. Like look at the way. Okay,
No,
I can speak for.
not. No, I 100% disagree. Humans are social creatures.
Well,
we are predisposed to working
I don't know,
together.
because I know some pretty antisocial people. Fuck, I can get antisocial at some points.
Yeah, but we're not talking. Okay, you want to know what an antisocial species looks like? It looks like sharks. Sharks are an antisocial species. Like their behaviors and the way that they relate to other sharks is just fundamentally different than the way humans, even the most like antisocial human, relates to other humans. It's like it's a gulf in terms of a difference in kind. That I'm referring to. Like there is no human, like this is
Are
essentially
we
why
talking
a lot of
civilized humans, or are we talking? Because again, we got tribes that still exist today that they literally practice cannibalism on their own. Like,
where
fuck,
I haven't heard of those.
what is that? That preacher in New Guinea that literally like they found out that he had been devoured by the tribe because he didn't listen because it was a protected tribe.
Maybe I don't know, but I don't know that necessarily. Like, I'm not saying that. Like you can organize, you can definitely organize like a small.
I'm kind of antisocial. I don't think I'm a shark. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But like you can. I'm not saying that that every human society is going to organize itself in the most socially cohesive way. Like you can definitely have aspects of a society like that individual tribe that engages in cannibalism. If that's like I haven't heard of this, so I don't even know if that's real.
Well, because no, I mean it is like,
But
it,
that society is not going to be the one that accumulates lots of resources and lots of capital to build a whole society on top of. Because like the whole all of the economic productivity in human history has been about one thing, and that is accumulating more and more goods and items that we can turn into other things that we can make into like all the things that we need in society. It is about accumulation. And so that society that engages in cannibalism is in the same like evolutionary sense to where if like you have an organism that doesn't have a mouth, it's not going to be able to feed itself, right? Like in the way that like if it's a mammal, let's just say, it's not going to survive very long to pass on its genes. That society is not going to survive on its own.
That's not
if
that's
it continues
bullshit
to
though,
engage in
because
that.
actually just their existence alone in today's society proves you wrong on that one, because they've already.
No, but they haven't. No, but we're not
But they're
talking about like.
isolated. But they're isolated.
Like the
That's
whole
where I'm
country
saying
of like
this. Like,
Brazil. Yeah, they're isolated. They never developed. They never got to the stage of development, probably because of certain like antisocial
well,
behaviors.
hold on,
that
but
are,
wouldn't
that are
you
present.
argue? Hold on, but wouldn't you argue through time that they just through like social cohesion that they like that they would get to that point and not just stagnate?
No, I think their stagnation could be somewhat explained by that particular behavior.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, my bad.
And that's why
I missed that.
there's like a difference in the level of development between the society
got
that
her,
exists
damn.
around them and them.
Okay.
And that not every society is necessarily going to be organized from a social perspective perfectly, right? And the ones that
Nobody
are
is.
better.
Name one perfect
What?
society. Name one perfect
there's
society
not.
to ever
There's
exist.
not.
But that's it.
I mean, let's all be real. It's North Korea, but
what?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I hope you are. Jesus Christ.
I'm definitely kidding.
But
yeah, like the political conclusions that we advocate
God,
for are
wait a
kind
minute.
of like,
That
like
should-
the logical
that reminds me
conclusions
that
of
Shane
this
Smith
historical
needs to do a
analysis.
part 3 of his North Korea fucking documentary. For all of his faults, with Vice and selling Vice and also just kind of being an overall douchebag. That's the one thing that he did good for everybody, was he went to North Korea and exposed just how wacky that shit is.
Stephen Colbert Cheese. Yeah, Genghis Khan was not all that socially progressive, but social progressivism is not necessarily the measure of like a socially cohesive society. The primary goal of any economic arrangement, of any social relations related to economics, is accumulation. And if you can do that in an antisocial way, it's probably going to take hold at some point in some society.
Yeah, except hold on,
not
hasn't always see like because coming from my biblical standpoint, like it was never always about accumulation. At some point, like
No, it always is. It's always the accumulation of more.
I don't know.
Think about in during like the famines of Egypt, how like their whole society was organized around accumulating much more food to avoid a famine when they couldn't grow. Right? Every society is about that. It's about making more people that can do more work.
I thought you were talking. Hold on. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking specifically like individual accumulation, not like societal. My bad.
No. All of this is on a broad social level. Like it's
Right.
not atomized down to the individual. Individuals serve different roles in society, like cogs in a machine, but it is the broader social, society-wide economic organization that is geared primarily towards accumulation. So, like the Romans would go and conquer like a new people, enslave
could
most
you
of
argue
them,
that
take
that's
them
like
back
part
to,
of the,
and
like
expand
so
the land that
with
they
that
were
being kind of like a natural like mindset for the human condition, like are you arguing that that's something that we need to like kind of like evolve past?
No, I don't think so. I think that every economic or social society-wide economic organization's goal is to accumulate more and more. The way that we see it is that accumulation is done through a process called surplus value extraction. That surplus value extraction in our economy happens at the production level through wage labor, right? The difference between the price of a commodity that you make, let's say in like a factory, or a service that you provide, is far greater than the wage that you were paid, and the difference between the value, and I'm using value in a Marxist sense, which is not quite the same as like a capitalist value, but the difference in value between your
Actually,
labor and what that commodity
Stop
is
there.
sold
Stop there.
for
How
is
do you
that surplus value extraction.
define value in a Marxist sense?
There's two types of value, and this is like capital, like Das Kapital, like Marx's real like original theory book.
Bread and butter.
There's
Yeah.
two kinds of value. There's exchange value and use value. So currency, for instance, like money, has a use value, that is, you can use it to exchange it for other goods and services. And the exchange value is like the number printed on the bill, right? That serves as like a measure of labor time based on your wage that you can exchange for goods and services.
Through his ideas, what constituted fair? Like fair wage.
Marx didn't like write out a formula, but the Soviets used like an average labor time. So if you had like chair factories all across the country, they would take like the total amount of hours worked divided by like the total amount of chairs produced into like an average, and they were given quotas based on those averages. They had like whole office buildings filled with people who would run calculations by hand. And it's largely a combination of labor time, like a standardized pay for a single unit of labor as a measure of time, and the cost of those resources, including the labor that it took to accumulate those resources, right? Like miners have to go mine coal and iron to make steel.
Right.
Some like a lumberjack has to go into the woods to chop down trees, and the cost of that resource has like labor tied up in it already. But they had there was a whole problem in communism called the computation problem, about how it was like based on the scales that we wanted to work at, it was kind of impossible to do all the math necessary. So they had like a lot of shortcuts that got them into trouble, but it's a whole thing.
Well, yeah, but like when you say those shortcuts,
but
immediately,
it's still up for debate.
Hold on, immediately I start thinking like the ones that fall through the cracks in society, like again, disabled people or people that can't like literally had mental disabilities at that point. Like funny enough, like I know this is gonna sound weird, but people that we now have the benefit of recognizing in our society, that like it sounds like through that practice you just kind of forget about.
Well, no, those people weren't necessarily forgotten about. Like there were a lot of people like in the Soviet Union, especially like after they ended the First World War, they had a lot of people come back who were injured, who were disabled, who had all sorts of like mental issues, who were like shell shocked or had PTSD from the war. And those people, to the best of their ability, based on the material conditions of the time, were taken care of. It's usually like a central tenet, because the problem is that in our society, the maintenance of the class relations that we have is actively harmful. And so the idea is to like eliminate those class relations, and a part of establishing and keeping those class relations is having a reserve labor force. And this is people who don't have a job, so that your
Right.
boss can like threaten you, right?
Right.
And say like, I can go hire like 10 other people who would be happy to have your job for a lower wage or whatever. And that includes people who are disabled. A lot of people who are disabled can't work, and they get
question: what protects people in this communist system from having from being abused that way?
the ideology that people come first in our society, as opposed to profits and like economic productivity.
No, I understand that, but what's to actually so for instance,
It's inherent to the ideology.
yeah, but you can't police that, because not everybody's going to be a lot that's perfect if everybody thought along the same lines. Not everybody does. This is where I think that people kind of get lose objectivity as far as the human condition, where it's again, you kind of spoke to it, where people want more. Well, there's always that asshole that's going to try and abuse the people in whatever workplace they're in to try and get more than the even if you guys are trying to or even if they're trying, or even if they are all getting equal pay or all of that, they're always going to have people that want more. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, because the accumulation process, as I told you, was not necessarily something that happens on an individual atomized kind of level. It's a society-wide phenomenon.
I see, but that's where I think that maybe I disagree with
people.
Maybe it's not even a disagreement, but I just don't see the actual reality in that, because again, maybe
okay, yeah, that's
maybe
fine.
because I live in a different sci-fi. I've been reading The Expanse before I started the stream, and that was one of the ones that seemed the most realistic to me, where it's you're never going to get a full communist system, even if we were to have a basic income system on Earth. Eventually you would just want to do more, so they would incentivize wanting to do more, by if you want to go to Mars, we'll give you some more money, or we'll give you a higher living situation where you get a bigger place or whatever the fuck.
Okay, that's totally fair if you're basing it based on the fact that you haven't seen it. Yeah, we don't live in a communist society, so I wouldn't have expected you to. But you can research how various
well,
communist
no, it's more even conceptualizing it, because I bring that up because that I'm not just saying because it's a sci-fi book that I read that's the way that I see it. It's literally that's how I would conceptualize it. You know what I mean? When I was reading that's where I was oh shit, this is what I would. This was almost the natural progression of where it would go. How people see Star Trek and Gene Roddenberry's idea of the future, and they all kind of clicked with that, and they also equated that with hyper communism. This is where I was yeah, if everybody did agree, this is where aliens exist. Expanse kind of took the idea of what if Star Trek were to still progress, but the Vulcans never came? There are no fucking aliens. We just have to get on with ourselves. And then you get these again, people move to Mars. All of a sudden they get better fucking, bone density or whatever the fuck up there. And they think they're superior. And then the Belters, we use the Belters to mine things. So we use them essentially as space slaves. I don't know. I know I'm speaking out of my ass with sci-fi, but I don't know. It always seems to always go back to sci-fi.
I understand your concern and your question, and it's a good one. But I don't know what else to say other than protecting vulnerable people is inherent to the ideology.
Well, it's
in a
inherent,
society,
but this is where I always do play this game where it's great, ideology is great, but I see how even in today's society, you can have an ideology, whether it be conservative or fucking liberal, but in practice, it's usually marginal in how it actually gets broken, down to Like, look at our social programs. Like, we can only get maybe 1 or 2 things out of everything that we want. And that's also why I might have the attitude that I have, where I'm like, no, in my lifetime, I honestly think that I'll see a mixed form of democratic socialism, and past that, it's all your fucking problem past that. I ain't gonna be here to see it.
I mean, you can do research into how like various communist nations have treated their disabled and elderly populations. Like the Soviet Union had established like fully paid homes for like elderly and disabled people for them to live in, where they would be maintained and upkept, and they usually got some kind of work based like that was tailored around their disability if they were able
Can
to.
I
And
ask
if
you
they
a
weren't, then they
profoundly
weren't.
American
They had health
question?
resorts.
Like, why do they all look like fucking, again, cement tenements that we would never want to be part of?
Oh, yeah. So that was the Soviet Union leading up to that was kind of underdeveloped. They had a population boom. Because if you look at the graph, the population graph of the Soviet Union after World War II, there was a huge dip because a lot of young men died in the war. So they highly encouraged people to have kids.
Do I stream for fun?
And so there were like various there were various like population booms, and they found themselves with a lack of housing. And so I think you're referring to the Khrushchevkas, which are like a specific style of like concrete like apartment building. They're usually like 3 to 4 stories. But it was like a cheap way to build, cheap and easy way to build housing. Like you could put up an apartment complex in a week. And it was crazy how quickly they were able to build housing.
Well, no, I mean, look at so I
And
don't
it
mean
was
to like
through prefabbed concrete slabs, and that's why they all kind of look like that. And yeah, it's not aesthetically
hold on.
pleasing, but it's
To
better
that
than having
point,
like
how come China
20% of your population homeless.
How come China can do this thing where, like, and honestly, this kind of plays into a broader question of like, how come America sucks so bad at this? Like, China could build these megas, like these freaking, mock cities in days, like, but they look good, aesthetically. Like, how come they couldn't do that? I mean, it seems like they could have just put a little more
because
time
it's
in.
2025, or they were building those like in 2020,
All
and
right, I know.
like the means by which we produce goods and services, like do construction, have developed past like prefabbed concrete walls. Like, I mean, they probably have prefabbed concrete floors that they like put over piles, and then they facade the outside, put some drywall in the middle, and boom, you have a skyscraper.
Right.
Like the way that we make things has developed, which allows us to do like things like that. And why hasn't it happened here? Because everything that happens here needs to be because of that accumulation and the way that our the accumulation phenomenon and how our society is economically organized. If it doesn't serve the profit interests of a private enterprise, it's not going to work. Like they're just not going to do it. And if you build the main problem that capitalism has, aside from the class relations, is problems of overproduction. So if you produce too much housing, right, people have invested a lot of money into their houses. If you produce too much housing, then the price of the value and the price of housing drops, and a lot of people lose their investments.
Well,
and
you're
you end up
also
with,
like this is where I was.
economic catastrophe.
This is where I was.
And there's a lot of reasons why they don't want to do that.
But this is also where I was going with the mega like city analogy, because then you're also losing agriculture. You're losing the ability to actually have farmable lands. Like, because again, this is something that I'm not exactly a fucking city planner, but when I see the idea that it's like, okay, you want this communism, you want to have all of like these apartment buildings, like I was saying earlier, but then I don't see any plan to have agriculture, land, or any of that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's.
I think that's a bit like too online.
Is it?
And not in terms of your criticism. Your criticism is valid. It's the people who are saying like we should all be packed into mega cities, and like I've had that like fantasy too, but it's absolutely unrealistic at this point in time.
Actually, hold
only
on.
way that would ever.
Sorry, Rip Haven. If I must ask, then why doesn't everybody in China live well and in nice houses? From my understanding, like they actually like per capita, like per like the people born in China, they are seeing increases in like quality of life. Now, whether or not that extends to rural areas and communities, obviously, I don't know. And I'm not sitting here glazing the Chinese government, but I am just saying, like, from my understanding, yeah, things have, because they're trying to like literally with that push to bring like the farmers and everybody into these like city areas. I don't know. Again, per the Chinese
They've actually
propaganda.
had a huge problem with their population density.
Did they? Okay, so
because
yeah,
initially
here we go.
during the revolution and afterwards, they had a lot of people who lived in mainly rural areas. Most people in China lived in rural areas, and in order to catch up with the United States, you needed economic development in the cities. You needed factories. You needed all the things that make cities, and they didn't really have that at the time, especially after the Japanese invasion. So they developed the cities quite rapidly, and a lot of the population moved to the cities, and then they ended up in the position that they're at now, where most of the people who live in the countryside are old people who stayed there, who refused to move to the cities the first time, and those were most of the farmers. And now they have a bunch of old people who can't farm anymore, and they're having this issue of shortage of farm labor. And so they're having to encourage people to move out back to the countryside into maybe potentially substandard housing, but that they're having to renovate rather quickly. But the benefit of having a government that actively plans the economy
don't
is
they
that
have
you can
something like
actually
that
go
though? Like I thought
buy
that in Japan they had a program where they were incentivizing that, where the government was like giving.
I don't know.
Yeah, so like in Japan, I know that they were having a similar problem, right? Where like a bunch of these people went for careers and very, very similar thing. But they were saying that we will incentivize you moving back out to these prefectures and like moving back to your farmland, your family's farms, and continuing the work that your family was doing by giving you more wages. Like,
I mean, given how urbanized Japan is, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
And I mean, Tokyo.
It's
is
insane.
So freaking dense. Yeah.
It's insane.
But what was I saying? Oh yeah, the crisis of overproduction would essentially is what causes the economic instability of capitalism. And that, because it wouldn't serve the profit interests of people, that's why we don't build housing that rapidly in the United States. And that's why advocating for like a communist party or a socialist party to essentially take the reins of the economy and get a little bit more hands-on in terms of direction and planning, we could actually more efficiently utilize like both our labor force, our productive capacity, and all these things to actually solve the problems that we have of not necessarily even a shortage of housing, but that there are people, there's like more empty homes than there are homeless people, and like at least assign that. I'm sure that more housing will need to be built in the future. Like the problems that we have in our society could be solved through economic planning, but and the free market is already kind of a myth because it's currently planned by the bourgeoisie for their own personal interests instead of ours for the people. But you know what
I mean, the 60s, 70s in the American markets like kind of gave us like a little bit of hope that we could possibly see that, but like I don't know, the greed is good 80s like up till now is just proven that that's not fucking tenable. Like especially because everybody like at some point, and this is kind of what I was saying, it's also like a social conditioning thing. Like look at the way that like Americans think, right? You're not going to break through selfish ways of thinking and like just like get everybody on board with the way like, oh, well, I need to give this much of my income. So this like we already have a problem with Americans paying taxes. You know what I mean? Like
those ways of thinking, the selfish ways of thinking are like a way, it's honestly a coping method with the situation that we're in capitalism. Remember what I talked about earlier with the reserve labor force? Like if you're working at a job and you complain, your boss can like put a folder on the desk. It's like, I got like 200 people here who want your job. Right. And so we kind of in our head, when we go out back onto the street and we see a homeless person, we go, that person could take my job. Right. That person is like now a threat to me. Like it's a socially conditioned response based on the economic organization that our particular economic organization that we have in the United States, and which is capitalism, but it also exists in Europe too. You can engage with social safety nets to kind of limit that, but it's never fully going to solve the problem because the initial cause is still there. And through organizing this new society, you can effectively eliminate those things. And if you can break past like a few of them, you can get to sort of like a critical mass of people to encourage more people to kind of break out of that. And I'm sure some people will carry it into the next society, But as the material conditions change, as like every person around you isn't seen as like a threat to your job or your livelihood because we're all competing against each other for scraps that get thrown to us, we eventually abandon that mentality.
Yeah, but I think that this is where, again, like the prosperity part of things, like you can't negate the fact that there's always going to be these assholes that want more. You know what I mean? Like, and like, because
Well,
that's where
you can.
because I've recognized that as a fundamental difference, like between just me and people that I know. For instance, I got a person in my life that like all he cares about is the Rolexes. All he cares about is like this perceived fucking like, oh, I want to like. For instance, he brought up that he wants to play golf. He doesn't give a shit about golf. It's all about networking for him. He's one of those guys. So
I get that, and like the you can the way that happens now, and the way that would hypothetically happen under a socialist society are very different, though, because the way it happens now is that a person would engage with that those class relations and those property relations that are actively harmful to society, and they would be like essentially aspiring to be the oppressor for their own benefit, right? And that would be the way that they would achieve the Rolex and the Bugatti and all the other crap.
to be fair,
sorry,
you
I
know
know
what?
you're
Without
really into it.
giving too much information, they are venture capitalists. Like literally, that's like their
Exactly,
job.
right?
That's
So
literally their fucking job. So
he's like, I'm willing to be the boot.
Oh yeah,
to be the
no,
wearer
he
of the
literally
boot
said
to
he
make
wants
myself
to.
feel better.
He's like, yeah, no, it's
right?
not even that. He said he wants to be the boot because who wants to be the ant?
But in a hypothetical social society, right? That method wouldn't be possible. But what is possible is work. Like this same like very similar to the kind of work we do, but without the harmful social relations that are stacked on top. So you could essentially,
So
if you
ban
wanted
venture
to, like,
capitalists.
I mean, yeah, ban venture capitalists,
Fuck
absolutely.
yeah.
Like shut down the stock market, but like
Based.
also like if you want if you're a worker and you want to take voluntary overtime, you want to work like an extra 5 hours at the factory, have at it. And you deserve that extra money. You deserve because
As
you
long
did
as
the
a
extra work
fucking
to
factory.
have more than the next person, and that's fine. Factories are a very like easy model. Like
Oh, I know, but like that's also part of like why like that's why Trump is so effective with his bullshit with the cars.
okay, well, and instead of the factory, I'll say the sandwich shop because we're a largely service-based economy. Like the analogy is the same, right? You're making sandwiches, you're putting labor into those sandwiches. Anyway, but if you wanna pull like an extra 5 hours of overtime at the sandwich
Can we just
factory
say
and
real
you end
quick
up
to
with
your
more than
sandwich
your
point?
neighbor, you deserve that.
I just got to make a quick point to your sandwich point. Subway, bring back the V cut. Anyway, go on.
I prefer pub subs, and I will remain loyal to Publix and the chicken tender sub.
Really? Oh,
Yep.
damn.
No one. I am on the straight and narrow there, brother.
You know what?
When you come down, we're getting a
No,
pub sub, and you will immediately
no,
cry
Publix.
with
No, I
tears
know.
of joy.
No, you're not preaching. You're preaching to the choir on this one. My uncle lived.
Oh, okay.
No, my uncle lived in Orlando. Like going to Publix was something that like me and my dad did, and I'll never forget the day where we were just like, these fucking sandwiches are too good.
They are. They're so
it's
good.
the same way that see, this is the one thing I love about me and my pops. We love a good sandwich, like good hoagie. Like we go to there's a Mason temple, a Freemason temple here that has a hoagie sale like every year. It's one of the best damn sandwiches you'll ever have. It's so goddamn good. So yes, we are connoisseurs, so that's why I know that the Wawa hoagie is also just It is a very damn good sub. But yes.
Yeah, Wawa's not bad either.
Oh, Wawa's so good.
And Rip Haven, you could have that degree of choice to some extent. Markets, there have been various attempts at like market socialist models, both in Yugoslavia and even in like China today. Like a lot of people will describe, at least from a crude economical sense, describe it as like a market capitalist or a market socialist type system. Which is why a lot of people will look at it and go, "Oh, well, it's got markets; it must be capitalist," and that's not necessarily true in and of itself.
Hold on, he just asked if I had Quiznos. Yes. These Quiznos subs.
I have had Quiznos. I do remember getting Quiznos.
Oh my god!
After high
I
school,
remember getting
like
a
after
severe
long day at
diarrhea
school.
from that fucking sub. Dude, I had one of the most embarrassing bouts. I just started dating this girl, and I had to use her parents' bathroom on the very first date, and I had like the worst shits. That was not a good day. Anyway.
But yeah, the I think I saw Inverted Mystic say it earlier. That the whole point is to meet people's needs, and not the sort of profit motives of like a very small group of people in society.
I think that's Sylvie.
Oh, was that Sylvie?
Yeah, I
I'm
think
sorry.
that's Sylvie.
Then thank you, Sylvie. But yeah, it's at least you didn't clog the toilet.
I was just thinking of Dumb
Oh
and
no,
Dumber.
Sam Cedar.
I'm literally like, I did. That's why it was so embarrassing. Dude, that sucked. No, and I ran out of TP. She had to do that thing where she had to like toss me like a TP roll. I was like, for someone that you're not a significant other with at that time, like that was wild. Saggy nards. What the fuck? What's up, man? How you doing?
Damn, you need to moisturize, because if they hang that low, you might step on them.
Damn. Hey, you know what you know, sir? You never want to fucking like make fun of saggy nards, you know? Because that's one thing that most men are not prepared for, is when eventually you're just like, what? I'm not speaking from experience. I'm speaking from every man telling me that in a fucking in hockey, which now I tend to believe them, because you know what? For every myth that I thought that they were just like, you know what, enjoy it now because your knees are going to give out about 35. Yeah, enjoy it now because it's going to start hurting. They were right. Just going to say. Anyway, communism always works. And...
That's not true.
What?
Rip Haven. That it never works when implemented. Like, that's not true. Like, it's worked almost every time, to the point where it has surpassed the
What's your opinion on
economic
Vietnam,
expectations.
Then? Like now,
Vietnam is like probably one of the most advanced socialist societies that we have. Probably next to China.
Okay.
But I would actually go so far as to say that socialism has worked so well that capitalists have had to try to step in and stop it before the real threat of a good example.
Okay, so in
made
your
itself
example,
manifest.
when do they actually when do they feel threatened and when do they step in? Like, it just, if you can, like,
So
just do like a simplified version of it.
So I'll use the United States and the Soviet Union as like examples. So every capitalist nation, like any nation that establishes like a socialist kind of outlook, immediately capitalist nations become hostile. The U.S. and China were kind of like allied during World War II, like we were with the Soviet Union for fighting the Japanese and the Nazis, respectively. But right after that, like, we pretty much cut ties with China, and like, you know how it happened with the Soviet Union, we immediately became hostile, not necessarily as a result of like differences in foreign policy, but because like capitalism, just like every other economic systems, its goal is to grow and expand. And if it comes up against another economic system, either more advanced or less advanced, they will be hostile to it. It's just the kind of natural way that it ends up happening. And those hostilities are always always happen with the end goal of like destroying the other nation, or at least subsuming it into your economic system. In the between the United States and the Soviet Union, that happened like in the early 90s and like late 80s, in terms of like who got elected and their particular ideologies. That, I mean, it wasn't entirely like the United States. There was like they thought that they had it in the bag, and they had some pretty grave misunderstandings and misinterpretations. Like that, like when people say that like human imperfections getting involved in a hypothetically perfect system is what fucks it over. This is probably the prime example. Where like I think it was like Khrushchev had like announced, was it Khrushchev? I forget. one of them had announced that they had like achieved communism, and everyone kind of looked around and was like, "What are you talking about?" like we still have wage labor as like a mode of production. It's like although
Right.
like our boss is technically ourselves via like our democratic system in the state. Like we haven't
Would
fundamentally
you argue?
changed like
Hold on. Would
the
you argue
economic
that's why
ways.
like guys like this are well, guys like this? Sorry, didn't mean to denigrate you, but like, would you argue that's why like the argument is like that, where it's like, prove to me one system of
Oh yeah,
communism that's ever worked?
absolutely, yeah. And like if you look at it on like the 100-year time scale, and if you look at like history on like shorter time scales, I can absolutely see how you come to that conclusion. But like as communists, as people who engage with historical materialism as a
Hold on, real quick.
method of analyzing history, sure.
Hey, Pap, would you like to? Would you be in favor of a hyper-capitalist country with no regulations? Absolutely not. No. Anyway, go on. That's insane.
I forgot what I was saying.
Oh shit.
What did you ask me leading up? Oh, how? Oh yeah, well, I'm sorry. When you look at like larger time scales, even like when capitalism was getting its first start, the first few like nations that organized themselves as capitalist republics didn't survive very long, because they were surrounded by a different economic system that was called feudalism, and those two economic systems were in large conflict. Only like after you get like a really good jump start the first or second time, does it really just take hold. But it's never like the first and second and third attempts. It's never perfect the first time. Even for the capitalist model, even for the feudal model, I'm sure even for the slave society model. Although records of that history are unreliable and rare and heavily damaged if you do have them. So it can be like kind of hard to put it together precisely, but yeah, I can totally see that. But when you look at like larger historical timescales, you kind of have like a sympathy. It's like, okay, yeah, like a few communist countries have like risen and fallen. Like it's understandable that like the next economic system might not start perfectly the first time. So maybe
Right.
the second time, maybe it was like Yugoslavia. Well, Yugoslavia didn't really work out either. Okay, well maybe now it's China, and we're kind of still seeing how that turns out. And maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe it does. Who knows? Like,
Well, see,
but
now
we're still gonna
where
have to try our own here in our own country. Like,
yeah, but this is where
we're not
like
gonna let them steal all the glory.
this is where like again, in my I don't know what to call it besides like Roganness, which is just it's essentially just another word for an uneducated idiot. It's just like, when do we just admit that like we might be giving Marx a little too much credit? Like where it's just like, he might not have had like he had a good starting point, but it's just like I also kind of feel like when we do kind of glaze like guys like Marx that we tend to like not add anything like substantive, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like the Bible. Like I used to perceive the Bible this way too, where it was just like, and this is before I knew that like there were additions and subtractions to the Bible, but I was just like, why did they just call it there?
Well, we're not. We actually do criticize and add to the previous like set of like writings and ideologies. It's a constantly like evolving thing. Like even today, there are people who are operating within socialist and communist parties who are writing analysis and papers and books, and some of it is geared much more towards like news and historical analysis as opposed to like here's how the next society will look. But there are people do like build on the previous ideologies that have come before them. It's just that the ones like no one's ever heard of like Marciites, right? Like but that is a uniquely like American strain of like communism, or like Bob Avakian. I don't know if you ever heard of that guy, but he was also like a uniquely like American communist who had his own like particular ideology, who tried to build off of, and then like it turned out to be like some weird cult, and like everyone goes,
But
okay, well that's definitely not it.
That's where I do kind of hold that. All right,
but people have been building on the old ideologies and like
Right.
essentially experimenting with new forms of social organization, and only once we find out how they like turn out in the end do we go, okay, well that's good and that's not good,
Right,
and we kind of
No. What
Keep
I'm
the good and
this is
dump the
again like
bad.
playing in my
It's
idiocy
just you
here.
probably
Like
haven't
I'm
heard of
literally
them.
I'm playing in
Sure.
an idiot sandbox right now where I'm just literally going like, okay, so is this why the American experiment worked a little bit more because it wasn't just it wasn't based on one person's ideas. Like they had like a collection of people that they were just like, oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. But like communism usually like or not even communism, but like cultural Marxism, I'll just say that, is based literally like on the tenets of, or again, sorry, religious speak, the ideas of Karl Marx, where it's just like, I don't know, like, and I think that it's almost like overlooked where, like, again, say what you will about America. That's the one thing that I always kind of liked was the idea where they were just like, let's at least counsel this shit. We're not going to fucking just have like 5 people, you know? I don't know. As I said, idiot take.
No, it's not an idiot take. And I kind of see what you're saying in terms of like how some people might treat Karl Marx as like when communists, well, I shouldn't say when good communists read Marx and Lenin, they they always apply it in its historical, like, because they're always writing for contemporary readers. All of them, like Marx and Engels and Lenin, like they were all writing usually in like a response form to other
I mean, I'm not
communists
trying to
of
be
their
a dick.
time.
Isn't that like
Hang
pretty
on.
much everybody? Like even like you could even like Sam Harris, like with his stupid atheism books. Like it was in the context of
but, I
like his
mean, not-
the 9/11.
Not all political texts are written like that. But when
Do you have an example of one that's
good
not?
communists,
Like, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm actually like genuinely
I mean,
curious about it.
yeah, like Plato's Republic.
Okay, there we
is,
go.
like
Okay.
absolutely a political text. That's written as like well, ironically, it's written as a dialectic, as a conversation between like 2 people, but to like demonstrate the point. Whereas like he's like the writer is the third person, whereas in this case the writer is a first person writing to another first person and like exchanging in real time. But good communists will put like all of the writings in their historical context and don't take the words of like Lenin and Marx as dogma, but as like their own conclusions for their own analysis done in their own situations in their own time. And our goal is to understand how to do the analysis and then do the analysis for our time, right? It's like understanding a scientific theory and then applying that scientific theory to your own experiment as opposed to the other guy's experiment. Instead of saying, oh, like that guy got the results of like, I don't know, 3. I'm just making shit up now. But like
Well,
if he got like a certain set of scientific results, we don't say those are the results. We take the methodology, apply it today, and get our own results and work off of those. That's why each country kind of goes off its own way.
Right. Well, but that's where you can almost apply it to where it's like, okay, so what's the perfect system that's going to work then? Like,
well, that's a trick question because the perfect system is relative to each society.
Okay, let's be real.
Cultural
Like,
systems, economic systems. It's not. There's no one size fits all.
yeah, but it's never going to be
part of the
perfect because
point.
perfection is fucking fleeting. Like, even if you do it, obtain it, it's only going to be like there for a minute.
But even the question is like invalid because like
Okay,
there's
that's fair.
there's no one size fits all for every country. Like so even if you had a perfect system in one country, applying that to another, like in the United States, we could never take on the Chinese model. We don't have the right economic organization. We don't have the right labor force, education levels like to pull that off. We would need a different model that my party has laid out, but either way, like it's not. It's the application of the methodology, not directly copying the results.
Can I ask you
as
something
dogma.
personal? Like, with your party, do you find problems in it? Like, do you find like flaws in it that you're like actively trying? Like, you're not gonna obviously harp on them, and it, like I've been saying, like about selling ideas, but are you at least aware that it's like, okay, this is something we need to work on. This is an idea that I'm definitely not I'm not too keen on, and like then we can definitely discuss this a little bit more because like DSA specifically, like I'm not sure how it is in PSL, but like man, I can tell you right now that was also a turnoff where it's like none of them seem to have any cohesive ideas of how to fucking move the party, like or even get a tenable candidate for fuck's sake.
So I will say yes, I am like aware of stuff like that, and we do have a process of um solving those problems in a very democratic way. I'm not trying to figure out how to say this because we did something on it recently, and I'm not allowed to like share it or necessarily talk
Oh,
about it. It's for internal
sorry, I
stuff
didn't
only.
mean to
But
like bring up
no,
something,
no, no,
but
no. It's okay. It's a valid question. Like you're asking about like feedback loops within the party to improve it and make it better, and those do exist. That's and that's what I'll say.
okay. Yeah,
But
my biggest problem is because I've been part of groups without saying too much. Like again, like where we got so caught up in that I watched the group dissolve because the leadership could not even get behind a cohesive message of where we were going to go. You know what I mean?
Rip Haven, that's a great question. Can you own land in a socialist government? It depends on what you use it for. And this is like part of the difference between personal property and private property as they are defined in a socialist context. So personal property meets the individual needs of a human being, right? So like your couch, your TV, your car, your food, your oven, like all the stuff in your home, most of it at least is personal property. It serves like a need that you personally have. Whereas land, say if you were owning land in the context of farming, right, you're using that land to produce a good or services, or to produce a good in that sense. That is private property that is typically used for the accumulation of wealth and for generating profit. And because in a social society that would be socially owned, you could not use it for, say, private property. That would have to be done under the direction of the state in accordance with the economic plan. But you could own it for, say, like if you had a plot of land and that your house was on, right? How most people imagine like home ownership, you own the house and generally the land. Yeah, that's fine if you're living on that land, it's serving a human need. You could absolutely own it in that context. Um, just like an
The
oven,
Occupy
say
movement
in a
failed
bakery, you
because of no
wouldn't be able to
direction.
own.
Well, Stephen, you happen to be talking about the exact movement that I was part of. So, yep.
Say like an oven, you could own an oven in your own home for the individual need of cooking your own food, but you couldn't own the oven in the bakery for producing bread for sale because that like the way that those are used and the relations to them are different, and that's regulated by the state. So
I buy Airbnb.
like typically even in like Vietnam, for example, once you come of age, you have like a right to a personal piece of like rice paddy field out
Really?
in the countryside. Yeah, because in Vietnam you get 3 rice harvests a year. And so your plot of land that you have rights to in a rice paddy field is intended so that if the shit hits the fan and like all you can really rely on is growing your own food, every citizen has like a plot of land that is arable that they could use to sustain themselves. It's usually a part of like a collective rice paddy plot and like really good land, and you also get like your own house and like the land on top of that, or the land that it's built on rather, and you get like a 99-year lease. Staples of a lot of communist
Wait,
societies,
again,
especially
idiot
ones
question.
that
Isn't that kind of forcing people into fucking forced labor to have a rice paddy field?
No. The rice paddy field is operated by, and farmed by like state employees and people who are a part of the larger economic model. But you have a right
own it?
you have a right to the produce of that particular parcel.
Wait, how's that get
in
determined who works that
capacity.
field then? And like, how do you pay them?
I mean, they get paid in the currency that the state, like for
Not the currency. Who?
Your wage labor, like which is this. I mean, whoever people
So
apply
it's
for those
essentially like
jobs.
it's essentially a retail job, but for a private owner.
No, like like the farmer, there is a farmer who will be assigned to that land to farm that rice paddy field.
Right.
Every citizen has like a portion, like a share essentially of that rice paddy field, and that
Oh,
share
I thought this was
relates to a
individual.
certain
Okay, my bad. My misunderstanding was like you're literally like, it's kind of like the what is it, 30 acres and a mule or whatever. Like it's like here you came of age. Here's your fucking rice paddy field. Oh, you can't really do anything. Well, we got some people for you. That's where I was like, that sounds classist, and like they're just picking and choosing who gets a rice paddy field.
Like, yeah, like imagine if there was like a local farm
Rice
nearby that
paddy
you had a
field.
share of, and that share ensured, like, gave you the rights to a certain fraction of the produce of that rice paddy field. Does
Yeah.
that make sense? Yeah.
I mean, kinda, but like, I don't know. Like Rip kind of said, it sounds like indentured servitude.
No.
I mean,
The like you're not like required to farm that land. Like you could be an office worker in like downtown Ho Chi Minh City,
so do you
and
gift
you still
it back
have like
to
the
wait. So that land that they give you, do you just give it back to the government and then they just pass it on to the next person?
I mean, like when you pass, yeah, that parcel like essentially frees up, and will get assigned to someone else in the future.
Mm.
Uh,
I'll be
but
honest, that doesn't sound great. I mean, and it also sounds super
well, I
regional.
mean,
Like, because think of
for
this in
yeah,
America.
yeah.
What
For
are you
us, it
supposed to
doesn't sound
do?
great.
Like, it doesn't
For
work.
us, for us, that particular formulation of land reform doesn't sound that great because we don't live in a situation where that back like during the Vietnam War, like once they were finished kicking us out of their country, they had like a whole different situation. And I'm sure that like having a guaranteed parcel of rice paddy land that you had the rights to the produce of was a pretty baller idea when like half of the countryside was turned into minefields, between like Cambodia
I
and
didn't
and
think
like
about
when
that
people
too.
were like
About the
dying in
mines.
cities. Like
Oh shit.
it's all contextual. Like
Yeah.
the solutions that each socialist government gives are contextual to the situation that each country is in, which is why, like I just said, you can't copy the results of another country. We can't go copy Vietnam and have it work in the United States. We have to have like and do our own analysis here, our own like understanding and our own conclusions and solutions to our own problems that we particularly face. We can't copy anyone else, and that's like the big thing. We're not trying to reestablish like the Soviet Union or China, but in the United States. Like we have our own problems and our own solutions that we need to implement.
Right. So from your from your point of view, would you be willing to more so capitulate and make your own American brand of communism that might not fit entirely with what you're trying to obtain? Like, again, I know this is kind of like doing the base thing where it's like, are you comfortable with like settling, for lack of a better term, with a democratic socialist way of actually like setting up that framework and then letting the next generation take over? Because I know that I've said this like a few times, but realistically, I do feel like a big part of this is the uncomfortable feeling of you not being able to see the fruits of your labor. Therefore, it becomes an all or nothing scenario where it's like, okay, if I don't get this now, then I don't even fucking want it.
I think the minimum criteria that I would personally be willing to accept already surpasses the democratic socialist or social democrat type model. The when you move like it when you imagine like that linear political spectrum of left to right, if we're only talking if we put like communists on the far left and you put like I guess fascists on the far right, and like in the middle, like you have like let's just say we put the line at like Democrat Republican, right? The
Hold on,
further left you
Swagmaster,
go,
are you
you're gonna
asking me that about world leaders? I mean, it depends on what you're talking about, man. Anyway, sorry. Go on.
no worries. As you move left on that political spectrum and you pass Democrats, you get to Social Democrats, and then Democratic Socialists, and then you start to get into like the real Marxist socialists. Like once you get past Democratic Socialists, you kind of get into the revolutionary side, where the previous models would kind of preserve the current mode of production and the current class dynamics. They would just institute like more social safety nets. Like the Democratic Socialists and Social Democrats would be much more like European style, like Finland and Sweden and Denmark and those kind of countries. But even those countries are still technically capitalist in their mode of production and in their class relations. So the minimum that I would accept is like shifting either on the class relations or on the mode of production past what either Democratic Socialists or Social Democrats might stop at. So I think like what I would accept would already be past what they would like would be everything that they would want and more, if that makes sense.
I mean, it kind of does, but I don't want to use the term idealistic, but it kind of seems like a little bit, just because it's like everything has to work like so perfectly for that to actually work out. And also, you're like, I feel like this isn't necessarily like a you thing either. Like this is just like, I feel like a lot of people just forget how shitty people can really be. You know, like this is why MAGA is the way that it is like just down to their like the core of selfishness and like just wanting theirs and just wanting to make sure that they got their little nest egg, you know?
Well, like I said, I think that's a like a trained reaction from the way that our society causes us to relate to each other. I'm
No,
not saying
see, this is where like I
not
wish I could say
entirely.
that because like I know too many people that are just they're too. It's not even business minded. It's literally about just access. Like just making sure they have more than they would ever fucking need. Like it is actually gross.
Yeah,
Hey,
because in
Fu,
our
how you doing?
society, like scarcity is enforced through price, and so people like freak out and they hoard essentially in this way in an attempt to ensure that they have everything that they could ever
How
need,
much
and
of
they're
this is just
completely
keeping up
prepared.
with the Joneses, though? Like, how much of this is just a perception of I need this because my neighbor has this, instead of literally just going, I'm happy with this. Like, again, I think I was trying to talk about this a little bit earlier, where it's like, no, there is a Christian conception of this, where it is just like, when is enough enough? You know, at what point is it just like you're just here to accumulate and like not love your family, not love the fucking people you're around, not even build a community where it's literally just about hoarding just until you're dead.
Well,
you know, and like this isn't special to today's times either. Like this is something that has happened historically for a long fucking time.
Well, that is true. It has happened historically, and that's because the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle, and like people like society has existed in this like class division, either enforced or like natural scarcity for a very long time. And that's kind of like the only now in our capitalist society where we have like a abundance of commodities. And like although there's like a ton of stuff that's being produced, not necessarily everyone has access to it. Because of like enforced scarcity through pricing. Pricing is like a way to enforce the scarcity of certain goods.
Yeah.
And like part of the communist sort of ethos and ideal is essentially to lift that enforced scarcity and allow ourselves to meet everyone's needs. And so keeping up with the Joneses, like I don't know what the divide is between like that and what I was describing earlier. I don't have like a solid number for you.
Well, see, here's
But
the
I'm
thing,
I'm not super worried with the keeping up with the Joneses thing as opposed to the other. Like I think the other is a much bigger issue, and I'm okay eliminating that and like having a little bit of the keeping up with the Joneses.
Well, because my bigger
like, if I
problem
have
is
to.
that the keeping up with the Joneses has now surpassed like having it at a ground level where it's just me and you. Like, oh my God, Anna, she got a garden at her house. I would like that kind of shit. Like now, keeping up with the Joneses is literally
Yeah, it's like
somebody
Bugattis
like
now,
me, somebody
and
like
Rolexes
me who.
and all that shit.
Well, yeah, like when you make, you know, under a certain threshold and then you're still like, but you know what I would really like? A 4-car garage, you know, for my 4th car or whatever the fuck, like that bullshit.
But the keeping up with the Joneses phenomenon, like, is a result of like the new commodities that are bought and sold, and a lot of the time those commodities are based upon like certain material conditions, right? Like the way that, or like certain even social organizations, like or like economic organizations, like the way that we have organized transit in our society is largely through like roads and cars, and that leads to them wanting the 4-car garage. But if we instead lived in a society that was largely organized around trains and public transit and bicycles,
I don't
people
buy
would
that
not
though.
want a
I don't
4-car
buy
garage.
that because I see this is one of the things that like I want to argue a little bit more, but I don't know enough. Like I do have to actually like study up because like I know the crux of my argument where it's like it's just there. It's not realistic. Like where I live, I've seen again where how often I have to travel just to get to like places, even within a fucking city. It's just unrealistic. You know what I mean? Like I live in a city where, for instance, from where I live to get to like the dead heart of the fucking city, it will still take me an hour. And the thing is, I'm still technically in Chicago. So, and this is what L's.
When was the Chicago public transit system like made? Like I'm sure it's like old.
So
and
the
out
L
of, and,
the
and
L
in
system
disrepair to some extent.
well yes, it's in yes. I will not. The CTA has not put any fucking concrete on the blue line for damn near 20 years. You could see the read bar as you drive past it daily.
I mean, so yeah, I'm sure we could make improvements to that system and lower those times, and that could be like a measure, and we could definitely improve that, absolutely. But I don't think that that's gonna. I think that like the cities and towns are encouraged to not
It's called
upkeep
Chicago
their public
Transit Authority.
systems.
Shut up.
They're encouraged to not upkeep those, both because they can save money, which they could put towards other things, but also companies
but
like
that's
that
a
because they
problem.
can sell more
do.
cars. Clog
They
the streets.
do. They already do. Like that's part of the problem. Like we paid for like more bus lines, right? And to the detriment of again creating a new like L line that would have served way more people and would have moved way more people way quicker. But for whatever reason, new bus line. You know, but these buses,
Well, yeah,
they
the
don't
bus
go
line
to
is
where we all
cheaper
need to
to-
go. Like, and that's realistically like just how it is.
It's
like,
poor planning. It's poor planning, and I bet you all those buses run
yeah,
through the
but
rich districts.
it's poor
I
planning,
bet
but
you
there's
I
no
bet you they run through
fixing
there.
poor planning when it's in every fucking metropolitan city in the entire fucking United States at least. I mean, shit.
That's why we
I've
need
been
like
to,
a change in
I've been
leadership.
to Europe. I can tell you right now, London ain't that great. Like even with its classic, like it's classic, like it's historical districts, like it's fucked. Like the problem is once you start getting too many people in one area, you're gonna run into these fucking problems. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like a centrally planned economy that can intelligently plan like a public transit system, it can be a beautiful thing. It doesn't have to be this narrowly construed like transit system that caters to like certain economic factors that are determined by profit-seeking entities. It can be done by like social need, and that's essentially what you're saying. What you're complaining about is that it wasn't developed around people's need to get places. It was probably developed around something else, like getting a specific group of people who might have like an excess of capital to and from certain places.
Yeah, the airport.
And probably so they
That's
don't
why it
have to.
literally
Yeah,
stops at
to
the
airports,
fucking
they don't-
airport.
probably
It's
so
not
they don't
like
have to
it
see
lit
homeless
like
people.
like our L line literally stops at the fucking airport and then goes into the city.
In Orlando, they wanted to build a Disney wanted to build a monorail directly from Orlando International Airport to Disney, just to be able to do that.
Yeah, I remember that.
It like so yeah, like it's
Yeah, but I also
it's
remember when
the-
Disney was kind of based and they wanted to actually create kind of a system that you were talking about, and specifically like with the city that like the city, they called it the City of Tomorrow. It was what Epcot was supposed to
Epcot.
be before Epcot was like before Epcot was just the big ball and like the City of Tomorrow like exhibits. Like Disney's planning,
It's not
like
a ball. It's a dodecahedron. Thank you.
You know what? Thank you. All right, respect. A dodecahedron.
It's not a
but
golf ball.
Still, my broader point is like he actually wanted to build like the City of Tomorrow. When you look at the original plans that Walt Disney had, like he legit was trying to build what you're talking about, like monorails and like having the not even just the workers of the park, because it actually extended past that. Like when you look at the original plans, like they had bought what I think is now Star Wars land. It was legit like just a big fucking swamp that he was just like, let's make that into a communist city of tomorrow, but he wouldn't use communists, obviously.
Well, the public transit system for Epcot that was conceived of was absolutely designed for like public transit and like walkability and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But and the central planning part was present, but again, this was designed by Disney
Right.
for the purposes of like keeping people here in his personal city who worked for him.
Not
He's
necessarily. Not necessarily.
company
As much as the guy did suck, he did have like actual like futurist ideas that he would ever occasionally just like kind of lose the plot for himself and just kind of be like he would literally do like a oopsie all communism.
No, these are much more akin to company towns, and a lot of these have been tried before. Even like rich people have tried to make like pseudo communes. Like I think there's a couple towns like in the Midwest called Paradise, which are like intended to be
I know yeah, I know which ones you're
originally
talking
were set
about.
up,
Yeah.
yeah, to be like communes.
Well, yeah,
But
you're talking
because they
about the
were
ones that like they were like
organized and
proto suburbs. I kind of
yeah.
I watched a documentary about that.
But because those were entirely developed not necessarily on a materialist historical analysis, but rather upon the idealistic vision of, say, one overpaid, uh, like rich guy, that's why those don't work out because they're not fundamentally grounded in reality.
Isn't
They're
that how that
purely
always
grounded in
goes though? So
idealism, and
like
that's
for
not how.
instance,
No, it's not.
like
That's why we have in communism the method of dialectical materialism to keep ourselves
right,
grounded.
but
So
like
we
so
don't
for
stray
instance,
from
I'm
that
watching
path.
that
That's why
commune
we build countries.
documentary. Like there's a commune
That's why we
documentary
build
on
successful
oh,
countries and
sorry.
economies, and they build like failing cities. Sorry, go ahead.
No. So like I'm watching this documentary or was watching this documentary, I'm not sure if there's a part 2 yet, about specifically like how they tried to do this where it's like this communist it's literally a commune that has already like twice now devolved into like a cult where and like now it's the big tease at the end was how you got this other guy who came into this like from the outside and then he somehow like flexed his influence and then now somehow they're already positing that he's going to be this new cult leader and it's all willing like the entire like commune is behind this. So like that's where I'm kind of like I to bring it back to like influence and just like how it is corruptible.
No, who's going to be the cult leader? What cult are you talking about?
Shit, what's it called?
Like, a lot of cults live on communes, but those cults are not necessarily communists.
No.
No.
I know, but this one is. I forgot what the fuck it was called. Give me 1 second.
Well, I will say this: the left does have like a weird cult and or sex cult problem. Like
Yes.
I'm not going to deny that. Like we've Bob Avakian was one of those. I think the Gonzaloites are also like in that kind of camp. Like it's a problem, and that's why as socialists we always like really
The
push
Garden.
like you
It's
can't
called the
be,
Garden. Commune or cult? Yeah, it was called the Garden. Where is it? Tennessee. It's in rural Tennessee. Not like this is a gotcha or anything like that. I'm just saying like this is seeing it in practice.
Garden
And
is a survival series, a mysterious off-grid community. Okay, the off-grid stuff. Okay, I can already tell you just from reading this is a cult, and I can tell you why.
Nice.
So I was reading a book called Communal Luxury, and it was about the Paris Commune. And there was a very similar, and this is going to highlight, I think, and this might be really illuminating for you. There was a similar phenomena where there were some people who were, at this time, they still called themselves communists, but communism in the Marxist kind of definition, the Marxist way, hadn't really solidified yet because he was
Right.
still writing and thinking at the time. And the Paris Commune had a great effect on Marx and Marxist thinking. But there was a similar phenomenon of people who would essentially go off into these isolated, walled-off gardens of these like communes where they would isolate themselves from the rest of the world, where they would essentially form a pinprick in the tapestry of capitalism throughout the world. They would be satisfied with just this little like commune that they had formed in the countryside, which was isolated absolutely from every other piece of society.
So
where
a
they
bunch
would
of introverts
wither
that were
away in
very
their
okay with
own
living
like
in a
refuge.
closet.
Like essentially, yeah, they would sort of like shut themselves away from the rest of society into these little like art communes in the countryside of France.
Mhm.
And like the same thing that we're seeing with these people, it happened back then already.
Mhm.
And but the real communism was happening in like the social dynamics that were evolving in Paris that led to the Paris Commune. I know a lot of that has to do with the Franco-Prussian War and like
Right.
how that all played out and the withdrawal and like they opened up fucking Versailles and raided the palace because like the Germans had driven the French troops out of Paris because they surrendered before the Germans even showed up.
You know what my
And that was
favorite? Hold
really
on.
the only way
Just
that it happened. They
historically, you
were
know what my favorite part about that
Mhm.
is? How it's classified as a raid, but it actually wasn't. One of my favorite things is how
Yeah.
they just went there and they just marveled at it. I thought that was kind
Yeah,
of cool.
they just walked in and they were like, "Whoa,
Whoa,
this is
they're
how
like,
the
"What the
fucking French
fuck?"
royals live.
Like,
This is what
legit,
we've
they're
been
like,
missing."
Don't touch
My
shit.
God.
Do not touch anything. We want to marvel at this. I just thought that was I thought that was kind of funny. Where I was just like, really? They didn't just like loot the fuck out of it? Nope. Later they did, but
since socialist theory, like from in a hindsight perspective, like looks at all of society on like a broad scale, there is no implementation of that includes isolating yourself from the rest of society. Like if we're trying to change like the whole economic system of production, we're not going to do that by isolating ourselves in a walled off garden where we sit in our own shit and like jerk ourselves off about how right we are and how great we are for living in a commune for like 20 years before we die of like cancer because the well water that we drink because we're off grid is not pure. Like that's not how you build the revolution. That's not how that happens. Like that's idealistic garbage. And this is the kind of like the difference between the idealism and the materialism is that the real experimentation with social relations at that time was going on in Paris when they were like reorganizing artists and like commissioning or like they were driving the owners of art studios who would like confiscate the art that the artists that they hired and they would start contracting them to like renovate buildings and so they would turn buildings into whole art pieces and like Paris became this like within like a month this like beautiful like place to live that it wasn't before as a result of like experimenting with new social relations based on what they had like the tools and the means of production that they had access to at the time. That's like the materialism that is grounded in instead of like you and your 5 friends isolating yourselves in a cottage in the woods, which honestly sounds great. I would love to live in a little cottage in the woods by myself with like my partner or something like that. But that would be like, when I'm an old lady and I get to yell at kids who sit on my grass. But,
is it bad that there's this kid that lives in my neighborhood that got this little tiny dirt bike, and I'm just like, oh, fuck this kid.
I mean, dirt bikes can be annoying in terms of
like I am literally turning into that old man, like to the point where I made a joke that I was not proud of because I noticed that like he's a little plumper kid and his dad let him wear a gray sweater that is like 3 sizes too small, and I was just like, all right, it's one thing to be obese riding a dirt bike. It's another thing to be obese riding a dirt bike with a sweater that makes you look like a pork sausage. I said that to my wife and she just fucking died. She's like, okay, mean, but warranted, because fuck this guy. It's kind of weird to collectively just have a neighborhood that's just like, you know what? You suck. It's not the kid that sucks. It's the dad. Just saying.
Why is it always the dad?
Because it's the dad standing out there proud of his son on his little dirt bike riding up and down the fucking sidewalk, by the way. The sidewalk where I've watched, like, other people have to move or walk their dogs across the street.
The sidewalk? Just get on the road.
Sidewalk. Yeah. I know, whatever. I'm turning into, like, one of those, It's like, what are you, just a Karen? You don't want kids to have fun anymore? I'm just equating this to like, this is the first time that I kind of did feel that way where I'm like, oh no, am I becoming the old man on my block that's like, how dare you? We walk on these sidewalks. I pay taxes. Anyway, sorry, just to your point. I don't even know what the point was. I just know that kid sucks. King Gami.
Just remember that whenever we're talking about communism, we're not just talking about like the theory that we build off of isn't just the last like 20 years or 30 years or 40 years. It's like all of human history that we're kind of drawing from, and kind of where and that informs like the world that we would like to see, and that
A
we
little
push for.
bit. I mean, I don't know, because like I feel like the asshole that's just willing to make capitulations as far as like, okay, yeah, here's the world I want to see, but here's the more realistic world that I'm gonna see. Like I also just feel like we're never gonna get everybody on board with this, because I can't get everybody on board with fucking saying that they like eggs, or like whatever.
Just like you were saying that you hadn't been convinced of like certain aspects of communism because you hadn't like specifically like how communist countries treat their like disabled and vulnerable populations because you hadn't seen it. I think that a lot of people are gonna have to just see it. Like they're gonna have to see what we do.
Right.
And at a certain point, I think people are gonna end up making the decision, and I'm talking like a voting context, where they're like, okay, like we've tried these other two parties, and they've really like fucked us in the ass every fucking time that we voted for them. I can't really trust the Democrats. I know I fucking can't trust the Republicans. I guess I'll give these like socialist people a shot. Like even if they don't agree, I don't think they have to fully agree. They just have to think that
Right.
we're
But
not
here's where-
as bad as like everyone as the
Here's
other
where I
two.
think that we would
And I think
probably
that we
start to
have
mince
to
the
achieve a
argument, though, is because like I think that like because like I'm not saying you're extreme or anything like that. I'm really not. Like, but other people they hear what the PSL wants. They hear the end goal and they equate that to, well, fuck that, I can't support that, without just going, well, that is more actually, you said, Stephen, like that's more pragmatic, where it's like, okay, like let's give it a shot. Because like from my perspective,
the American people are nothing if not pragmatic. Like the American people are very clear about like what they think will work and what won't. And I think that that's a pretty sober and good way to look
difference.
at
We're
it.
living in TikTok generation, fucking America now, where every fucking mom thinks that they're an influencer that knows everything about that. Like, this is the reason, like, that I'm not even joking about this. This is why I'm glad I don't have kids, is because I don't want to live in a world where other fucking assholes are determining whether or not, like, the measles is making a comeback. You know what I mean?
Stephen had asked, can communists believe in God? And I would say absolutely yes. Our PSL's last presidential candidate was like a pastor at her church. Like absolutely, communists can believe in God. There has been a strain of like workers' liberation within like the Catholic Church that has been going on for a long time. There was a Catholic workers movement in the United States full of like Catholic workers' houses where they would like organize with other Catholics and like let people live there while they organized with other workers. There've been a lot of like religious tangents within like the socialist movement that are absolutely fine. I understand why a lot of people have this aversion to between like religion and socialism, and I think a lot of that stems from how China particularly has treated certain religious views, and how the Soviet Union acted towards the church after the overthrow of the Tsar. And what I would say about the Soviet Union is that the Tsar was the head of church.
I'm not trying to denigrate you. Like, I'm not trying to say that you're overthinking this, but for real, no, most Americans literally think of it in the terms of Soviet Union made atheism a state religion, and they say no other religion. Like, for real, that's what the dumbasses in America believe.
Well, I mean, that technically isn't wrong, right? There was no state religion, which that is to say that a non-belief would be the state religion. I guess that wouldn't be technically wrong, but that doesn't mean that like other religions are banned. Although the method, the attitude towards the church was definitely hostile. That's because the church was a state institution in the previous society.
Like, so at my school, like, we learned a lot about the Christian oppression of the Soviet Russia. That's again why like a lot of this propaganda is like still so fresh in the minds of like young Christians, even because like
Well,
there is nothing more
what
the
I'm
church
saying
wants
is
to
that
be
they're
is
not
than
wrong about that
victims.
oppression.
I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that they're not wrong about that oppression. That oppression happened and it was real, but I'm trying to like explain like from the Soviet perspective the reasons behind it. The church was the institution that maintained the peasantry under the feudal system.
Right.
The church was like the disciplinary, it was like the rod that the czar used. The czar was the head of church, and so when you overthrow the czar, you're overthrowing the church with it. And people's there was a very different interpretation of socialism and Marx's specific works, especially in the German ideology at that point, which is where the opiate of the people line comes from. And there was a very different understanding at that time, which did lead to religious repression. But as you were talking about earlier, we don't read Marx and Engels and Lenin and all of them as from a dogmatic view, right? We recognize the mistakes that we made in the. Some people do, but let me say it like I guess I gave this caveat before. Good communists don't. We use the analytical method and we apply it and get our own conclusions. And the difference in understanding, because some of them were quite dogmatic. Like Stalin published a book on dialectical materialism that demonstrates that he had no idea what dialectical materialism is, right? Like it's a bit scary that like Lenin was like the brains of the trio between Lenin and Stalin.
Do you think
and
that
Trotsky.
was? But do you think that was Stalin trying to like bastardize like any
no
what dialectical materialism was? Like he didn't care that he didn't know what it was. He just knew that other people would take him as the authority on it.
He tried applying it in ways that it wasn't applicable. I should take back what I said earlier. He understood what it was. He just tried applying it in places where it didn't apply.
Okay.
So he used this description because dialectics as like a logical method. Like the first step of dialectics is that all things are made up of contradicting forces, like the unity and struggle of opposites. And like in our society, that would be like the class relations. In like boiling water, right? That would be the air pressure keeping it in a liquid form and the heat that is constantly pushing it towards a vapor form. And then the second law of dialectics is the transition of quantitative into qualitative change. So imagine like as you're turning up the temperature on that water, that is a quantitative change. You're adding heat to it. It is measurable in a quantity. But eventually that leads to a qualitative change, which is the changing of the form from water to steam. And so you can use science to kind of describe the laws of dialectics, but that the laws of dialectics don't apply backwards to science in a way, because it's
sounded like a complete asshole. Like, does that actually apply to humanity though? Because like dialectics with like again like matter, like the breakdown of matter, thoughts don't break down like that. Like people have, they're not like thoughts are not a chemical reaction like that. You know what I mean? Like they can't be quantitated based on just like math. Like that's actually one thing that you can't do. You can't quantitate whether my personality is going to even be left, right, fucking center, like based in like a political form, let alone like what my baseline like belief system's going to be.
Well, yeah, it's not. I agree with that. It's not a prospective, predictable. Like you can't use it to predict the future in like you can with a scientific theory, because history is not like you can't do science with history in that way. You can't run multiple tests and like compare results and stuff like that. Which is why we don't necessarily use a scientific method. We use the dialectical method, which is about as close, which is like an attempt to get as close as we can.
Right.
And so you can't. It's a retrospective analysis. Like there is a tendency within Marxist circles to not try to use the theories to predict the future, because that never works.
Right.
It
but
never happens the way
point,
that
do you think Marx
it only is a retrospective analysis.
Right, but do you think that like if Marx
informs how we should act,
like had an idea of what the future would look like just for sake of argument, if Marx could conceptualize the use of cell phone information and the internet, what do you think he would have said like do you think that he would have adjusted his writings like based on the fact that it's like information gets out the way it does now?
Definitely. Like he would have adjusted them probably in their style and their form. I don't know if the idea would fundamentally change, but he would definitely communicate it differently because he would have different methods of communication available to him. And those methods of communication determine styles of communication, right? Think about like how we changed like certain grammar with text messages, right? What adding a period at the end of a text message might mean to us in terms of the other person's mood. That's not present
That's just
in,
wild to
say,
me.
like yeah, and
Yeah.
that's not present in like the textual writing that he was doing, where he was writing in like an academic German sense. Like, so absolutely it would change, but it would change in a way along with the development of those communication methods that we retrospectively would see, but that if he was like in 1850s looking like and he got like this vision of a cell phone in the future, I don't think that he could predict from his position how we would interact with that and how things would change, even with his own theory. I think only after he was born in that society and was raised in that society could he really understand that, because he would be living in it. But and that's part of what I was saying earlier. Like, it's not something that you can try to predict the future with.
Well, no,
Many
and
people have tried.
here's where like
but
my question is maybe going to come off as silly, but at what point do we put Marx on this pedestal at the risk of missing the next one? Because we're so focused on his writings and his breakdowns, we just completely miss, somebody, the modern Marx, who actually does have like the better takes, but
well, that's me, duh. I'm just kidding.
Base.
But
I'm right there. All right, I'm done.
no.
You see my point.
I'm gonna stay humble. But I would actually say that probably those people have already like been born and died. Because
no, that's not fair. Because you're saying that like I'm being real
they're
here. Because you're saying that
born.
like
they're constantly being born and constantly dying. Like it's everyone. And the fact of the matter is that Marx's ideas are a prerequisite to the other like textual volumes.
Okay, so a better question would be, since Marx, who do we equate with this? Like, who do we actually like put in the same realm of Marx's? Like, who do we see as not just Marx 2.0, but it's like they're adding to what he was saying, and it's like it almost gives it more of a broader practicality to where we can just go, oh yeah, you know what, that does actually apply to us now, as opposed to where it's like, okay, he couldn't have seen X, X, and X that put us in this position.
That's difficult to say, because what the reason that Marx is Marx, like why he is the icon within communism,
it's that beard.
or within
Come on,
communist
let's be
ideology. The beard is definitely a part of it, yes. but it's because his theory proved itself to be right. Leading up to that, like even when he died, he was not nearly as popular like politically as he is today. Only after his theory was proven right, only once those people looked retrospectively at what he wrote and what he and then applied it and saw, oh, he was right.
When
about
was
this.
his
Did he become
when
popular?
was his theory actually like in application like proven to be right? Like in the historical context, like who was the first person to look at his writings, apply them, and go,
yeah, that's correct.
A.
Marx built on Adam Smith. He built from like the previous economist before him.
No. I know Marx did, but who was the one that read Marx and then tried to apply that to the system?
That would be Lenin.
That was Lenin. Okay, that's what I thought.
That was Lenin, and that's why Lenin's face is the next on the flag.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Now, Stalin is also on that flag, and I'm going to comment on that, but I don't necessarily think he deserves to be up there. I think Mao definitely deserves to be the next one, if at all. But like that's why we have like those faces on that flag. It's like because each one built off the last, and the next question is, okay, who's building
now
off, like
for
now,
a more
or
uncomfortable
who's, like,
question
adding,
though, like at what point?
Like, I personally have my own edits to the dialectical materialist like theory and like the stages of history as they're described. Like I have my own personal theories as to that, but I I haven't developed them strongly enough to like actually like write a paper and submit it to like a respected journal of socialist theory.
Now, here I'm going to play Idiot American because
Go for it.
you
Although
bring
I will
up
have to
Mao.
go sometime soon.
No, I was about to say it's getting late, but you bring up Mao, you bring up like Stalin, Lenin. We always bring up everybody from these other places, like and this is where it really does come down to who's the American that actually like we could have bridged the gap to where we could have just applied it to
I'm so
them.
glad you've asked this question. I love this question so much because the answer, the big socialist figure in American politics was Eugene Debs.
Okay.
Eugene Debs was a member of the railroad union. He ran for the Socialist Party candidate. He was arrested and ran for president from jail.
Really?
In 1914, or was it 19? No, yeah, it was 1914 for opposing World War One.
Okay.
So he literally on a campaign stop literally stood up on a soapbox and encouraged people to burn their draft cards, and he was immediately arrested and taken
The
to
fact
prison.
that he did it on a soapbox, was that already a term of phrase at that point, or did he coin it?
Well, the soapbox, because soap was such a recent, because people were like really getting into bathing themselves. The soapbox was like a common like discarded item, so it was like a thing that was just kind of lying around that you could grab to kind of elevate yourself above the crowd. So
Kinda
yeah,
like
it
a
became
pallet
like a
jack.
staple in that sense. Exactly. But the funny thing about Eugene Debs is that our candidate in the previous election in 2024 for Claudia de la Cruz had gotten like he up until our election in 2024, he had the record for the most amount of votes cast for a socialist candidate in any U.S. presidential election, and we broke that record last year, which is why we've got a lot of momentum and why people are kind of looking differently at PSL. Now, obviously, the per capita vote is wildly off because I think there were only like 600,000. No, I don't even know what the population was in fucking 1914, but it definitely is like greater today. And so obviously the proportion is off. Bernie Sanders, put out a Eugene Debs documentary. Yeah, Eugene Debs is like reading him and understanding his story and like his analysis and the analysis of the Socialist Party and the history of all of that is very important to the American context. But a friend of mine had actually written a book, if anyone here is interested in reading it. It's called The Many Worlds of American Communism. And it's by Dr. Joshua Morris. He essentially attempted to like compile the history of socialism in the United States and to essentially show how socialism is very much within the norm of American politics and very much within our history, and is just as much American as it is Russian, as it is Chinese. It's not something that is foreign to the United States and to political life here. It's only after the Red Scare and the suppression that happened subsequently in like the 60s and the 70s that we really start to get into the current mindset where Americans are generally seen as being anti-communist.
Well, the only reason that we're seen as being anti-communist is because, I mean, I'm actually asking, like, like, why? Like, what was the main thing that, like,
the Red Scare?
Not just Red Scare.
The Red Scare and American propaganda. Like the propaganda that we had produced against the Soviet Union during the Cold War is what got people into this kind of mentality.
Well,
leading up to that, the Soviet Union was an ally in World War II.
No, I knew that. I
was seen as like.
I knew that, but like the way that like my grandpa used to describe it was like even back then they didn't look at their system as being like based or anything like that. They were literally just like these crazy Russians trying out their new system. That's crazy. And my phone just died. Fantastic.
I mean, there were some Americans that were sympathetic with the idea of overthrowing, even if the economic system wasn't like fully fleshed out, and they were not entirely confident in it. They were kind of uh sympathetic with the idea of like overthrowing a tyrannical monarch and establishing a republic in its place. Like that's very much like the American story. So like the similarities there can absolutely be drawn out.
All right, so all right, we got 6 minutes. All right, let's do this. In Trump's America, in this modern time that we're living in, and with the complications of what just happened, where unfortunately we're going to be fighting an uphill battle between PSL and DSA, where they really are trying to demonize the far left, like no matter what, like it doesn't even matter. Honestly, PSL is just there. You do realize that, right? By the way, like,
What do you mean it's just there?
it's
Like,
just
yeah,
there. Like literally, this is like I think I mentioned this when you were asking me like to possibly sign up or like join the group or anything like that, or
I was asking you to join DSA.
not
Like, I
DSA or
don't-
whatever. Like, but my broader point was that like I was uncomfortable because putting my name on any of these registries, it is literally just like not feeding the beast, but it's essentially giving them cannon fodder. You know what I mean? Like and this doesn't. I'm not trying to denigrate like what you guys are doing. It's literally the whole idea of where they can just automatically just be like, well, here's this group. They're extremist on the opposite side. We're going to make sure that they are like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just say this. It's the same thing that they did with the Black
What do you mean by
Panthers.
putting your name on a list as cannon fodder? Like I don't know what you mean by that.
I did that again. Like this is why I'm so cautious. Is because I signed up for you know, the 9/11 Truth Movement like newsletter thing, and then all of a sudden getting a fucking, you know, not just a phone call, I got a fucking nice little, you know, front door knock from the FBI. So
I'm sure there's a lot of PSL members that are getting.
you know, it's one of those situations where it's like, oh,
probably that were formerly associated with him, with that guy that are getting probably a knock on the door, but. Yeah, the FBI has a long history of suppressing political movements.
Stephen, was. If it's a forever thing, fine, I guess I am, but whatever. I don't believe that bullshit. I don't believe in thermite paint.
I mean, it is a risk. Like anyone who signs up for a political organization that really intends to upset the socioeconomic system is definitely going to get.
I think this is my broader question, though. Like, without offending, like, can you do it individually? Like, can you like? This is like the ultimate infiltration politics, where it's just like, can one individual?
You can never do it individually. Just like we can't go off like with a group of our 5 friends and isolate ourselves in a walled-off garden, and like. You know,
no, I'm specifically talking about
in these little communes.
I'm talking about like the ultimate, like, oh God, for lack of a better fucking example, like the Sabrina Carpenter, where they just show up on the scene and all of a sudden you're just like, I somehow know who this is.
What? Oh, like,
really?
What do you mean?
You don't know who Sabrina Carpenter is? Come on, like, everybody.
You forget. I don't watch things. I don't.
Wow, you're really that out? No shit. I mean, I don't know. She's like a pop. She's a pop star, but like I found out she's a wrestling fan, and I was kind of like, oh, like I didn't care before, but she kind of hot to me. That now that I found out that she's like into the super kick party, I was like, oh shit. Like, let's put it this way. The second that I find out that a woman is a wrestling fan, they go like 14 points up.
But like, I don't think like a famous like person kind of pulling their followers along into a political movement is necessarily going to be it on its own.
So like Steven's saying, like AOC can't do it alone.
Well, absolutely, AOC cannot do it alone. alone. Just like when Bernie was running, he had the right idea. He said, "Not me, we," or like "not me, us." Right? It's not the political change doesn't just like can't come from a single person. That is a totally different theory of
How much does
history
he
called
mean
Great Man
us as the
Theory.
civilians, or how much does he mean that we need to like get active, or like not even just us get active, like actually have like viable candidates?
So it's both. So you not only need a viable candidate, at least for the electoral system, but you also need the mass movement organization behind it. And those things, like one might start to spring
Unpopular
up and then get suppressed, and the other might
unpopular
start
question.
to hang
How
on,
much?
hang on. Those two things need to co-develop off of each other, right?
Okay.
So the movement will find a person, and the person will find a movement, and one will support the other, and then they support the movement, and the person, and the movement supports the person, and so on and so forth until you build.
So is this like small?
Or like
are
could be
we
a
talking
group of
small
people.
scale, like all like through and through? Because this is where I was going with this. Is like, at what point do we get more comfortable with just taking a fucking big dollar donation from who the fuck ever, and like just hope? Number one, you can hope all day, but you just don't do whatever the fuck they want. Like if they come in with the favor or whatever the fuck. But from my understanding, there are some fucking big dollar donators that are just like, nah, let's just fucking do this.
Well, the big dollars are just resources, but Bernie has already shown that you can exceed those big dollar resources with small dollar donations.
Ish.
Which is why which is
'Cause,
why
like-
you need to set up, which is why we have the political organization to like get everyone on the same page doing the same thing, and
No,
like
I understand
working
that, but
together.
like one thing that's always like missed with that, and I think it's like kind of part of the myth. Like I don't want to call it the Bernie myth, but it really is. Like they don't equate like what happened at the end there, like how Bernie did peter out. Like, and it wasn't just the DNC. Like they like because even with
I
all
can
that
tell you why
grass.
he petered out.
Well, I obviously fucking yeah, she has a name, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
No, not Debbie Wasserman Schultz. This is a critique of Bernie when he had built this movement called Our Revolution. And throughout the whole campaign, he talked about having this organization surpass and like live and survive the campaign. Right, that after the campaign was over, this organization called Our Revolution would continue and would organize people on the ground to form the mass movement that would be necessary to build a person. But what he did is he let that die.
No.
After the election.
What was the organization? Like, what was the actual like basis of it? Like, what was their mission or whatever?
It was to organize people to vote for Bernie, and then eventually to use that organization to pressure other public officials into voting for his policies, like in Congress. So Our Revolution would then go. The idea was that they would then go around and pressure their congressmen or local officials to essentially have them follow Bernie's kind of plan.
How is that different than Trump?
The problem is, it's in a way, it's kind of not, but it's a
That's
true
not
exercision
cool.
of democracy instead of.
I don't like that.
It wasn't like a harassment thing. It was like going to their town halls and like.
No, but it sounds like it's
arguing with
almost.
them and
I mean,
speaking and
I'm just
pressuring
saying, based on like the mission statement, that does sound like damn near like Trump authoritarian. Like you're with us or you're against us. Like ship up or
Well,
shape up.
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea is to have like a bunch of people who are also voters express their opinion collectively, and to use their collective mass to like influence their politicians, which is democracy. But what's going on right now is that the difference between him and Trump would be that Bernie would be within the bounds of the law, doing it for the benefit of the people who voted for him, as opposed to, or I guess all Americans, as opposed to Trump doing it outside the law and having his followers harass politicians to not follow the law for Trump's own benefit. Like the who benefits and who doesn't is very, very different in these two systems. But the idea that Trump is like having his followers go around and pressure politicians to break the law or to ignore the law is very different than having them, like, at least with his concept of Our Revolution, of having them go and like influence their politicians to vote a certain way within the bounds of the law, or like to expand Medicare or to expand food stamps or VA benefits or whatever. So like there's a similar tactic, but the outcome, who benefits, and how it plays out, and what their sort of boundaries are very different. And I think that's fine. Like we can have a diversity of tactics. Like like different tactics have a place depending on the context of a movement, right? Like one day it might be a boycott, the other day it might be a protest. Another day it might be a strike that's appropriate. It depends on the context. But yeah, it's not. We're constantly doing analysis and reanalyzing and
Yeah, but this is where like
understanding the
I
solutions
like
at the current
again
time. So
as and I'm not even trying to fucking like this is what's been pissing me off about like Hassan.
you're
It's
good.
like legit as the idiot in the room, where it's more like, nah, like at what point are we just overthinking this bullshit and we're just like, nah, dude, like you need to just kind of, I don't know.
You got to understand where Hassan sits, like in the broader, like what his role is in the broader
No, I
organizing
understand
machine.
his
He's like
role.
an entry level, like educational streamer.
No, I get it.
Like
I get it. No,
the
no. I
point
mean,
is then to get
no.
people
That's
off
why
the
I
internet
wasn't
and
even
into
joking. Like
organizing
when
in real
people
life.
talk about like the Joe Rogan attitude and shit, it's like, no, dude. I'm a high school dropout. That like, I understand this shit a little bit better than most, but like for real, like I I am intellectually curious, but I am also a dumbass, and that's why I'm just like willing to admit that just so I can, I don't know, like that's also why I go out of my way to be like, no, America is kind of stupid. Like my friends, I love them to
Well,
death. We're all kind of
I'm a
stupid.
college dropout. I never
You know,
finished my
like
university degree. Like it's not a like I got an AA, but like that's what, a 2-year degree? That's not like I never even got my full 4-year.
I
Like
mean,
it's not um
like yeah.
like I get that a lot of people I get what you're saying about like what people's
I'm not saying we're
understanding level
stupid. I'm
is.
just saying like when it,
Yeah,
especially
you kind
because
of
like
are.
what.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah, you kind of are. Let's be real.
no, because for real, like the problem is, like you can perceive it like I'm saying that way about me because I have the time to like I don't know be better about it. I just get stoned and don't want to. Whereas other people, they got kids, they got their lives, then that's where I kind of like feel like I can at least posit myself to
Oh.
be like, oh, I don't have the time for this, neither do they, so I can just do that thing, like not like Theo
Yeah,
Vaughn or any of that bullshit, but just legit, like, no, okay. So like
that's an issue that communists have had for a long time, and we've often had like a phrase that like Marxism is absolutely, and like the understanding of communism, at least that I have, is like very much on like an academic level. Like a lot of my friends are like on PhD levels in terms of their like Joshua Morris, the guy who wrote that book I just recommended earlier. Like he's a
Yeah.
personal friend of mine. Like we talk about history all the time. We talk about this kind of stuff all the time. And so like the level like that I'm on, and like I'm in terms of like understanding socialism, I'm not even the best, but even compared to most Americans, I'm in like some ivory tower. But it is our job as like the people who claim to know the things about the communism. It is our job to like present it and break it down into a way that regular people can understand. Because yeah, everyone has their own personal lives, and not everyone has like 3 hours to sit on a stream and listen to me. Yeah,
that's where I think that I'm the good mediator here, where I'm just like, hey, I'm the good test subject here, where it's like, nah, if you can pass it on me, you can pass it on people. It's all right.
If we can't put our ideas into a format that is accessible and understandable by the majority of the population,
then you might as well quit.
Then either we don't know what we're talking about, or we don't understand the people that we're trying to convince, and so shouldn't be convincing.
No. See, like, and this is like
It's
again,
our
I'm not
responsibility.
trying to be too like critical on it, but this is where like higher academics,
There's too many L's in there,
like
Stephen.
I've always had a problem with like the way that like certain like professors and like shit like that, like sometimes there's just this. It's like they're so up their own ass that they just don't understand that. It's like, all right, man, you just said a lot of words just to come down to the same, like you could have just been like, I'm dumb and I don't really know much, but we'll learn soon. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson's really good at that, where he'll say a lot of words and then immediately you're just like, if I replay that, you could have just been like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I mean, I will tell you right now, I don't know how exactly communism or socialism is going to look in the United States. I can't make that prediction, but I do know that whatever that does look like, I know kind of the general pathway to get there and like the methodology to get there. And so that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, getting behind
But
fire departments and socialized medicine, and then I don't know, give the cops a few more dollars for, I don't know, more. How come they don't do
I
more?
mean, if we're
wait. Can I just ask one thing? I'm not sure if you know this. Like,
no, you've run out of questions. You need a diamond subscription for more questions.
oh come on! I just need to know why the
Please
cops
pay
spend so much
$39.99 right now.
Damn it!
Please, credit card number,
No,
social security number,
sorry,
right now.
I can't. I just need to know why so many cop toys but less cops.
Good question. That's a great question. I wish I had an answer for
All
that
right.
one. Why so many cop toys but less cops?
Yes,
But
no, I
yeah,
know.
if we're basing it, if we're basing like the kind of ideas that we're kind of putting out there, you can go to Claudia de la Cruz or like votesocialist2024.com, and you can see what our party platform was for the president of the United States for the election last year, and you can kind of see the things that we were proposing.
What's her name?
Like it was like just go to votesocialist24.com or votesocialist2024, and you can see if the website's still up. It should be Claudia de la Cruz.
Yeah,
campaign
Claudia
website.
de la Cruz. Here we go.
But it was like nationalizing the top 500 like companies in the United States and like redistributing like their like you might keep the business going, but their profits would then be distributed to people. Like there was a whole plan and like a set of ideas that we were proposing, and that's kind of the ballpark of like where we're going. Of course, it's going to evolve as the situation evolves. But there was a whole thing about stopping climate change, about improving working conditions, about like making sure that people stop dying at the rate that they are right now, and kind of like stop the bleeding until we can like figure out like the next step to actually like progressing to a society that we actually want to live in, right? Instead of like this miserable hellhole that we've kind of created.
Right. All right. Well, I do think that is time to call it because my dog is going crazy upstairs.
Yeah.
So, no, I appreciate you having the conversation, and honestly, I think this was one of the like most productive ones because I am like legitimately just like, oh shit. All right, so there is a pathway, but I think that we both
There is a
agree that it's
pathway,
like, we might not see this in our lifetime.
Yeah, it might, like, I think we'll see the start of it. Like my
That's
goal
all I want to see.
is to get the
Plant the
is to get
seeds.
the engine turning over and get that crank, like get the engine cranked. Like after it's cranked, it's like, okay,
Or we could just be, I don't know,
I don't
like
need to see you
literally
drive down
just-
the highway at 70 miles an hour. I just need to know that the engine's running. Like you can do the rest.
Yeah, or we could just be like catnip seeds where it's just like, dude, we will germinate. Trust me, we will germinate. Not sure if you have to deal with it. Like, I accidentally planted a catnip bush, and now my whole yard has catnip. So
Nice.
yeah,
But I'm always happy to like come on and talk about socialism, like do some like political education. The current like when you were talking about people like who's the modern Karl Marx, I think in order to read the modern Karl Marx, you have to start with Karl Marx and go through like you have to start from the beginning, and you have to go through the trilogy of like Marx, Engels, Lenin, and then like you got to get the prequels with Mao, and like then you gotta you gotta go through like
It's too
the
much
whole shtick
homework.
of like of theory.
That's
It
my
is a lot of
problem.
homework.
No,
for
it's
people.
just too much. Like even for me, it's too much homework, and I do this for a living.
But
Like,
that's why we break it. But after that, it's why we break it down into these policies of like, okay, like
this is
let
why
me
we
just
gotta
give you
get
the
better
short
at
and
making
simple.
YouTube videos where it's like, no, like one thing that your group can do is like you have to find somebody very creative that can break something down into a 10-minute video that's either animated or just like very quick flashes. I mean, for real. I was just talking to my buddy about like the attention span of Americans, and we can go into that on another day.
There's
But
a great YouTube channel out there. Maybe that's not.
good night,
It's
guys.
more like news oriented, and it's not like theory oriented, but it's Breakthrough News. They do a lot of like I think, and you've also read some of our other stuff. I think pretty early on, I got Liberation News into your ground news like news cycle.
Yeah.
And Liberation News is like published by PSL. So like if you want like analysis on current events and you want to see what like PSL's position is, like go to Liberation News. Like they'll tell you what their position is, and they'll give you a bit of explanation, but it's not going to be like the super theory dense stuff that like you're not going to hear about like dialectical materialism in those articles. Like they're going to be given a much more like grounded kind of like average modern human perspective, not very academic, but still coherent and cogent and like relevant and socialist. So
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you. I will talk to you later.
all right, I'll see you later. Catch
Good
you on
night.
the flip side.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. It's all right, guys. It is time for me to end stream. I appreciate you all. I am on Smoke a Tide Pod stream tomorrow, so just pay attention to the Discord. I will be putting it there, and and then I will also be posting it on the YouTube post. So I appreciate you guys. I really do got to go because my dog is going freaking bonkers upstairs. So she really must have to go. So good night. I appreciate you all. Oh my God, where are you? Ah, crap. There we go. All right. Good night, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.